This video is in regards to the Christ consciousness and the incarnations of the man you know as Jesus. This video in no way was created to alter your concept of religion, but this knowledge that has been bestowed upon me, therefore I am bound by universal law to share these teachings. Concepts may be too much for you to process. This video is based upon the teachings of Edgar Cayce, the Law of One, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
When the souls left the mind of the universal prime creator, they took on self-analysis. And that they knew when they were combined with the all, they then forgot when they became one soul. And that's what's called the journey of the soul. Then, in not understanding that whatever you think on the soul plane exists, they begin to think, well, what is the opposite of all this? Because all this is going like this, what more is there? They begin to give energy to what more there was. And created in their mind everything. This is why they tell you to guard your thoughts closely. Be careful what you ask for, because you might get it. Those are sage ideas. Most of these ideas that you see reduced to one-liners have taken in a lot of thought. It took a lot to be able to say those kind of things. You have in Ephesus, we war not against prince and blood, but with flesh and blood, but against principalities and evil in high places. Those high places can be government. Those high places can be seats of councils in higher dimensions. But when you war against them, you must understand that you now have created a war. Once you leave utopia to find out what's outside of utopia, you may find it. And many souls have done just that. Therefore, they gave energy to their mortal enemies, those who have no souls, because they were waiting for souls to get weak enough so they could take in the bodies that they left. When you have perfection, why do you seek more? But the questioning under the sun is that you will. And most of us do. Later on, we refuse to hold certain thoughts, and they train you to do that. Once you do that, you're taking back the journey of the soul and not letting those that you've created control you any longer.
Let's touch on reincarnation. Do we choose to come back here, or do we have to come back here to learn a lesson?
A quarter, a third, what you choose. A third is what you have also done, and a third granted by the dispensating consciousness at that time is what you need. People say, if I just follow my first mind. If we follow our first mind and our last mind, none of us would mind. Using trigonometry now. We are what we think, eat, and drink on the physical plane. We are what we think on the mental plane. We are on all planes. We can no longer cease to exist once we have become part of universal soul. Then anything can cease to exist no matter how much you smash it or tear it up. It's still going back to what it was in the first place, pure mind. When we understand that death is only a state of consciousness in which we die, but the state of totality can never die, then we understand where God's experiencing a little bit of a change in environment because we needed to, because we wanted to know more when we understood everything. The more you specifically try to learn one thing, you're channeling yourself into one directive. That's a dangerous thing. Because we're all comprehensive, we should always be trying to understand by expanding what we already have, rather than getting one little facet and concentrating upon it. This is what's happened here. We're concentrating one little facet of existence. A third-dimensional planet got so transfixed by it that we let those who we should be teaching teach us, taught us to use bodies, jump into them, forget where we came from and who we are. There is now the problem.
So alright, how exactly did we lose knowledge of who we are?
Because we went to false teachers, believed in God and religion, and began to be retold a story that we used to tell to them. Therefore, that we helped create became our masters.
Descent of Man according to Edgar Cayce. Edgar Cayce was a near-death experiencer who had more recorded out-of-body journeys than anyone ever recorded and revealed volumes of psychic material, much of which was verified to be true to the amazement of doctors and scientists. Cayce discovered at a young age he could go into a self-induced trance and travel while out of body to afterlife realms to obtain information on virtually
virtually any subject. Casey claimed anyone could do what he did with the proper training and attunement. During his out-of-body journeys, Casey was able to tap into a virtually unlimited amount of information which he referred to as the universal mind. He was able to reveal previously unknown information on a wide range of subjects such as astrology, the afterlife, religion, the future, consciousness, and human origins, just to name a few. 1. In the beginning, God. People usually demand a beginning, so in the beginning there was a sea of spirit and it filled all of space. The spirit was static, content, and aware of itself. It was a giant resting on the bosom of its thought and contemplating what it is. Then the spirit moved into action. It withdrew into itself until all of space was empty. In the center, the sparkling mind of the spirit shone. This was the beginning of the individuality of the spirit. This was what the spirit discovered itself to be when it awakened. This spirit was God. God desired self-expression and desired companionship, therefore, God projected the cosmos and souls. The cosmos was built with music, arithmetic, geometry, harmony, system, and balance. The building blocks were all of the same material, the life essence. God simply changed the wavelength and rate of vibration of these building blocks, thereby creating the patterns for multitudes of life forms. This action resulted in the law of diversity, which supplied endless patterns. God played on this law of diversity as a pianist plays on a piano, producing melodies and arranging them in a symphony. 2. The evolutionary plan for souls. Each design carried within it the plan for its evolution, both physical and spiritual. This plan corresponds to the sound of a note struck on a piano. The sounds of several notes unite to make a chord. Chords in turn become phrases. Phrases become melodies. Melodies intermingle and move back and forth, across and between and around each other, to make a symphony. Then in the end, the music will stop and the physical universe will be no more, but between the beginning and the finish of the music, there was glorious beauty and a glorious experience. The spiritual universe will continue on. Everything assumed its design in various forms and their activity resulted in the laws of attraction and repulsion. All forms would attract and repel each other in their evolutionary dance. All things are a part of God and an expression of God's thought. The mind of God was the force which propelled and perpetuated these thoughts. All minds, as thoughts of God, do everything God imagined. Everything which came into being is an aspect of this one mind. All things, including the souls of individuals, were created as fractals of God for companionship with God, the whole. This revelation from Casey revealed the astonishing fact of how self-similar the universe is on every scale, from the atom to biological organisms, from human beings to the planet Earth, from solar systems to galaxies, from the universe, to God. The pattern God used to create souls was the pattern of God's own spirit. The spirit is life. From the spirit, the mind builds patterns. From the mind, the physical creation is the result. This is how the spirit, the mind, and individuality became the pattern for souls. This is how cause, action, and effect became the pattern for everything. First there was the spirit, the first cause, then there was the action which withdrew spirit into itself, then there was the resulting individuality of God. The spirit of the individual existed before the soul of the individual was created. The spirit keeps the knowledge of its identity with God. The soul has the ability to experience the activities of the mind in a manner separate from God. Thus, new individuals issued from God and remained dependent upon God, but individuals were also aware of an existence apart from God. Individuals were given the power to choose, free will, and direct their own activity. Without free will, it would only remain a part of the individuality of God. The mind, issuing as a force from God, would naturally fulfill God's thoughts unless directed otherwise. The power to do this, to direct the force of mind individually from God, is free will. And the record or memory of this freedom is the soul. The soul began with its first expression of free will through the force of mind. The first thought the spirit generated from free will, the first diversion of the force of mind from its normal path of unity with God, was the beginning of the soul. The nucleus of the soul was the balance of positive and negative forces equal in power. These forces produce harmonious activities. The positive force initiates, impregnates, and thrusts forward, while its polar negative force receives, nourishes, and ejects. The steps of this evolutionary process are also the stages of the thought process: perception, reflection, and opinion. 3. The nature of the spirit, soul, and ego. Thus, the soul consists of two states of consciousness: 1. The spirit which bears a knowledge of its identity with God, and 2. The soul which bears a knowledge of everything it experienced. The plan for the soul is a cycle of experience unlimited in scope and duration. Through this evolutionary cycle, the soul will come to know the creation in all its aspects at the discretion of the will. The cycle would be completed when the desire of the will was no longer different from the thought of God. The consciousness of the soul would then merge with its spiritual consciousness of its identity with God. Then the soul will return to its source as the companion it was intended to be. As a companion, the soul would remain conscious of its separate individuality and would be aware of its own free will as it now acted as a part of God, but not diverting its mind because it was in agreement with God's influence on the mind of the soul. Until this state of at-one-ment was reached, the soul would not be a companion in the true sense of the word. The idea of returning to God means a loss of individuality is paradoxical, since God is aware of everything happening and must therefore be aware of the consciousness of each individual. The return of the soul is the return of the image to whom imagined it. The consciousness of the individual, its soul record, could not be destroyed without destroying a part of God. When a soul returns to God, it becomes aware of itself not only as a part of God, but as a part of every other soul, and everything. What is lost is the ego, the desire to do other than the desire of God. When the soul returns to God, the ego is voluntarily relinquished. This is the symbology behind the crucifixion of Christ. For the divine nature of free will. The plan for the soul included experiencing of all creation, but it did not necessarily mean participating in all forms and substance. Nor did it mean souls can interfere with the creation. Nor did it mean souls are to spin their own little worlds, twisting and bending laws to make images of their dreams. But these things could happen. The soul was the greatest thing God made because it has free will. Once free will was given, God did nothing to curb it. However it acted, it had to act within God's reality. By whatever route, the soul will return to God. The apparent fact of the human body being a speck of dust on a small planet in a regular galaxy in a universe of galaxies can lead to the illusion of humans being a small creation. But the soul is the unlimited activity of the mind and the grandeur of imagination. At first there was little difference between the consciousness of the new individual, i.e., soul, and its consciousness of identity with God, i.e., spirit. Souls merely watched the flow of the mind, somewhat as people daydreaming, marveling at its power and versatility. Then souls began to act itself, imitating and paralleling what mind was doing. Gradually souls acquired experience, becoming a complementary rather than an imitative force. It helped to extend, modify, and regulate creation. 5. The entanglement of souls with flesh. Certain souls became aggressive with their own power and began to experiment with it. They mingled with the dust of the stars and the winds of the spheres, feeling them, and becoming part of them. One result of this was an unbalance between the positive and negative forces. To feel things demanded the negative force. To express through things, and directing and managing them, required the positive force. Another result of souls becoming aggressive with their own power was the gradual weakening of the link between the two states of consciousness, i.e., spirit, and the soul. Some souls became more concerned with and aware of their own creations rather than God's. This resulted in the fall of certain souls to an even lower consciousness. The Bible allegorically refers to this event as the fall in the Garden of Eden and the revolt of the angels in the book of Revelation. This event is also the basis for the cosmology of Christian Gnosticism and Jewish mysticism. To enter into another level of creation and become part of it, the soul had to assume a new, or third consciousness, a physical form. Assuming a physical form is a way of experiencing that particular level of creation by means of a conscious mind, i.e., the third consciousness. Through the conscious mind, an individual can experience physical consciousness, the physical body, the 5 senses, the glandular and nervous systems. This transformation of consciousness does not apply everywhere at this level of creation. In other worlds and solar systems, the transformation may differ. One can only imagine the number of these other worlds and the aspects of divine mind which they represent. When a soul enters into another level of creation in its consciousness, it separated itself temporarily from the consciousness of its own soul, and became even further removed from the consciousness of its spirit. Thus, instead of helping to direct the flow of creation and contributing to it, the soul found itself in the stream and drifting along with it. The farther the soul traveled from the shore, the more it succumbed to the pull of the current and the more difficult was the task of getting back to land. 6. The invisible planetary afterlife dimensions of our solar system. Planets and solar systems became a temptation to souls. Each solar system had its own course and its own plan. Souls moved toward them through the activity of a constant stream of mind. When a soul leaped into the stream, by immersing itself in the system through which the stream was flowing, it had the force of the current to contend with, and its free will was hampered. It was very easy, under these circumstances, to drift with the current. Each solar system also represents an opportunity for development, advancement, and growth toward the ideal of complete companionship with God, the position of co-creator in the vast system of universal mind. Our solar system also attracted souls. Since each solar system is a single expression of the divine, with its planets as integral parts, the Earth came into the path of souls. Each solar system in the universe is like an atom in a universe of worlds. Atoms have quantum levels for electrons to travel around. The Sun has quantum levels for planets to travel around. The planets of our solar system are physical representations of heavenly dimensions. These levels as a whole are the consciousness of our solar system. There are 9 planetary afterlife dimensions to the consciousness of our solar system. The planet Earth represents the third dimension where three-dimensional life is experienced in our solar system. 7 God's three-dimensional school of hard knocks on the third planet from the Sun. The Earth is an expression of divine mind with its own laws, its own plan, and its own evolution. Souls, longing to feel the beauty of the seas, the winds, the forest, and the flowers, mixed with them and expressed themselves through them. They also mingled with the animals, and made thought forms in imitation of them. Souls played at creating and imitated God. But this interfered with the evolutionary plan of the Earth. Thus, the stream of mind carrying out this plan for the Earth gradually drew souls into its current. Souls had to evolve into the bodies they had themselves created. This entanglement of souls into physical form was a probability from the beginning. But God did not know when it would happen until the souls, of their own free will, had caused it to happen. All souls were created by God in the very beginning, before the universe was created. No other souls have been created since then. This means all souls on this planet pre-existed before birth. Of the souls which God created, only a comparative few have entered into the experience of our solar system. Many other souls have gone through or are going through a similar entanglement in other solar systems in the universe. 9. The evolution of the soul through reincarnation. The plan for the Earth cycle of souls was a limited series of incarnations with periods in between of dwelling in other heavenly dimensions of consciousness. Reincarnation would continue until a soul's every thought and action of the physical body was in accord with the plan originally laid out for the soul, i.e., a human divine unity, Christ consciousness. When the body was no longer a hindrance to the free expression of the soul, when the conscious mind had merged with the subconscious, the Earth cycle was finished and the soul liberated to move on to new adventures. This conquest of the physical body could not be attained until there was perfection in the other dimensions of consciousness which are physically represented by our solar system. Astrologically, the goal for the soul is to attain a level of consciousness representing the total divine expression of the Sun and its planets. Whichever level of consciousness the soul assumes, it becomes the focal point of activity. The other states of consciousness receded to the position of urges and influences. 10. The evolution of the Christ soul from Adam to Jesus to Christhood. The human race was fostered by a soul who had completed his experience of creation, attained Christhood, returned to God, and became a companion to God and a co-creator. This is the soul known as Jesus. The first evolutionary transformation of ape men to Homo sapiens is who the Bible refers to as Adam. This was the beginning of the divine consciousness into flesh on the earth. The soul known as Jesus was one of the first souls to enter into one of the Adamic races. The soul of Jesus was interested in the plight of its fellow souls trapped in earth. After supervising the influx of souls into flesh, the Christ soul took form itself, from time to time, to act as a leader for the people. At first, these souls just slightly inhabited the bodies of ape men while remembering their true identities as spirit beings. But gradually, after many incarnations, these souls descended even further into physical consciousness and the result was a decrease in their spiritual mentality. They remembered their true selves only in dreams and in fables which were handed down from one generation to another. Religion came into being as a ritual of longing for lost spirit memories. The arts were born which included music and geometry. This knowledge was brought into the world from incoming souls who gradually forgot their heavenly source. This knowledge had to be written down, learned, and taught to each new generation. Finally, humans were left with the conscious mind separated from their own individuality as souls. This individual identity as a soul became the subconscious mind. The individual identity or awareness of the physical world became the conscious mind. The subconscious mind, i.e., the soul, influenced the conscious mind and gave it its stature and quality. The subconscious mind dwelt in the suit of clothes which is the physical body and only in sleep is it disrobed. Conscious minds, left to its own influence, will work out the plans and desires of God. Humans eventually developed theories for what they felt was true, but no longer knew to be true. The result was the creation of philosophy and theology. Humans searched and discovered higher knowledge which they carried within themselves but could no longer reach with the conscious mind. This resulted in the creation of science. Humans evolved from having an awareness of higher spirit knowledge to having only mystical dreams, revealed religions, philosophy, and theology. This evolution of consciousness ultimately reached a plateau, and humans generally only believed what they could see and feel and prove in terms of their conscious minds. Then humanity began the struggle of regaining this higher knowledge. Meanwhile, the Christ soul continued to teach and lead humanity by incarnating as the biblical characters named Adam, Enoch, and Melchizedek. Enoch and Melchizedek experienced neither birth nor death. Then Christ's soul realized after these incarnations it was necessary to give humanity a pattern by which they could follow in order to return to God. The Christ soul achieved this goal by incarnating as the personality known as Jesus, who became victorious over the death of the physical body by laying aside the ego, accepting the crucifixion of the body in order to return to God. Jesus created a pattern for humans to follow. Through the acts of leading a perfect life and becoming unjustly killed, this reversed the negative karma, i.e., the law of God, an eye for an eye, which came from Jesus' first incarnation as Adam. 8. The sons of God unite with the daughters of men. A way to liberate the souls entangled in matter was created. A physical form became available as a vehicle for the soul on earth. A way became available for souls to enter the earth and experience it as part of their evolutionary/reincarnation cycle. Of the physical forms already existing on earth, a species of anthropoid ape man most nearly approached the necessary pattern. Souls descended on these apes, hovering above and about them rather than inhabiting them, and influenced them to move toward a different goal from the simple one they had been pursuing. They came down out of the trees, built fires, made tools, lived in communities, and began to communicate with each other. Eventually they lost their animal look, shed bodily hair, and took on refinements of manner and habit. The evolution of the human body occurred partly through the soul's influence on the endocrine glands until the ape man with the three-dimensional objectification of the soul hovering above it. Then the soul fully descended into the body and Earth had a new inhabitant, the Homo sapien. Homo sapiens appeared in 5 different places on Earth at the same time, as the 5 races. This evolved human is what the Bible refers to as Adam. When souls incarnated into physical form, it would bring the divine consciousness, i.e., the spirit, in with it. Casey referred to this divine consciousness as the Christ consciousness, or Buddhahood, or the super consciousness. Christ consciousness has little to do with the personality known as Jesus. It means a person has attained a complete human-divine unity. This human-divine unity has been attained by many people thus far. One such person was Jesus. The problem for the soul entangled in flesh was to overcome the attractions of the earth to the extent the soul would be as free in the body as out of it. Only when the body was no longer a hindrance to the free express of the soul would the cycle of earth be finished. This is the condition of having a perfect unity of the human with the divine. In a smaller field, this was the evolutionary drama of free will and creation. In a still smaller field, each atom of the physical body is a world in itself where a drama of free will and creation is occurring. The soul brings life into each atom, and each atom is a physical reflection of the soul's pattern. With the advent of consciousness, humans became aware of sex meaning something more to them than to the animals. Sex is the door which new souls enter the earth, a door unnecessary in other heavenly planetary/realms. Sex is the only means which trapped souls have of being liberated from their predicament, through the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth.
In my limited understanding, with the study that I do as a soul person in a physical body, and very human at this time, the idea of a spirit is that a spirit is a idea whose time has come to a physical place. The soul is a vehicle of transportation for that spirit. The spirit is then the vehicle of transportation for the body, and all are controlled by mind. In many cases, we use the term mind, meaning brain. The mind is to the spirit and soul as the brain is to the body. I'll repeat that one more time. The mind is to the spirit and soul as the brain is to the body. A vehicle which lets you wire in all these things and let it function on a frequency, because everything must have an energy source. Rather than burn out the soul by going directly to that soul is then built to pull in the universal soul, which in this case is the sun. That's why they would tell you there's nothing new under a sun. So once you come under sun jurisdiction and are born there, you must have an energy source, which is the sun, and your soul, Saul, again, like they had their parable and allegory of Solomon, which means soul man or sun man. They're one and the same. Enough souls together form a sun. Individual souls are individual man here to learn. If you remember again that Solomon said, just to digress a bit, vanity, vanity, all I see is vanity. Because he understood then that on this plane, everything is desired. On the plane where he came from and remembered, everything was will. And I always say willpower meets desire. Desire moves inward. takes in things because you desire, you covet them. Will moves outward. You command them, you demand them, and you are part of them because you understand the will that is from the Creator, but the desire that is from God and from lower creatures and things.
So it's like a marriage. It's like one goes out, one comes back.
A symbiotic relationship, simply meaning everybody benefits from it, and everybody's supposed to learn from it. In many cases, we no longer benefit. In many cases, we're incapable of learning because of the drugs we take and the poor teachers that we have. Incapability is something that can change to capability, but you must put the will to do so. Like you seek, others don't seek, you'll get, they won't.
Now, you have the man, you have the woman. From what I understand, in the spirit realm, we are one. We're androgynous. We have both aspects within us. When we come down to the physical, we separate. And during the course of our lifetime, we spend our life trying to find the other side of you. Man primarily being electric, woman primarily being magnetic. Together, I guess we're electromagnetic. We complete. You know, we're complete. We're that one that we once used to be before we came down here to the physical.
At this time, our planet, which has 7 heavens, the lowest one being Horeb, is in the middle of what they call the Star of David, or like they call Solomon's Seal. If you're into Masonics or you're into Moorism and understand the Calibactic teachings, then you understand what I just said. But let's just make it, so if you're not, we'll make it perfectly clear again, unlike Nixon. Your double helix is your pyramid upright and your pyramid down low, turn on any angle, it still forms a 6-sided pyramid. It is your so above, so below. And in the middle is that all-seeing eye. That is your cosmic heart. That is your chakra of light. So when you get a pyramid above, your heavens are divided from the top heaven 1 down to Horeb at the base. And right now, your planet is beginning to vibrate faster than its lower heavens. That is unheard of. When you can get a whole planet, which is a planned, it's been planned that way, to house various type of souls and even non-souls, and now it becomes it becomes faster in vibration than its lower heaven, which is where all the ones who first come off of here go to if they're low in vibration. Now you're going to see shadow people. You're going to walk down the street and see people you thought were dead, and you think you saw them, you're not sure. People will be talking about glimpses in the night, glimpses in their room, people that seem to be ghosts, something you see out the corner of your eye. Our planet's vibrations are going so that you're now coming in contact with the lower heavenly creatures, which are the lowest that the heavens can have. They're like the shrimp, the crayfish, the crawdads, all with an exoskeleton, because it's so low in vibration that now the heavens on this planet are lower in vibration than the wonderful planet that you live on. So people are going to see things, especially if you got a good active pineal gland. You sense them, you see them, but you're sensing the lowest ones because that's the one you first see, because you're now going higher than that. So death, therefore, has been ascended. Because you're ascending the plane of the lower heavens and going while still in the flesh to a higher heaven, and that's why they give you every vaccine, everything they can think of to hold you back, because you're the angels being reborn and you don't even know it.
In his white helicopter, and they embraced in a long embrace. That was one of the first moving moments of this historic meeting, because after that they went into the summer residence, went to into the private chapel to pray together. They kneeled together on the same stool, and a very symbolic moment, of course. So then they went into the library, and Pope Francis gave Pope Benedict XVI a small icon of Our Lady of Humility, and he said, well, the first person I thought of when I saw this icon was you. Well, of course, again, expressing and extending his gratitude.
The story of Yeshua, the Messiah, begins millions of earthly years ago, when Yeshua first came upon the physical world near the Lyrian star system and existed on the razor's edge of the material and astral worlds of existence, also known as the borderland. You see, it is believed that, We live in a planet, and this planet lives within a solar system, and this solar system lives within a galaxy, and this galaxy lives within a universe, and this universe lives within a multiverse, and this multiverse lives within the outermost layer or plane in our known existence. And this seventh outer realm lives beyond the sixth inner layer, and the sixth realm lives beyond a fifth plane, which lives beyond a fourth, that lives beyond a third, which lives beyond a second, that lives beyond the first. Furthermore, within each one of these 7 realms exist 7 sublayers that combine to total 49 states of being in our known existence.
Keeping that in mind, I want to show you a sine wave. Sine waves correspond with light and the electromagnetic spectrum and the vibration of sound. We're all very familiar with this. In this entire reality we're in, every single thing is based on sine waves. All things, your bodies, planets, absolutely everything, are a waveform. If you choose this particular way of looking at reality and then superimpose that view over the reality of the harmonics of music, we can begin to talk about dimensions. The dimensional levels are nothing but different base rate wavelengths. The only difference between this dimension and any other is the length of its basic waveform. It's just like a radio set. Turn the dial, you pick up a wavelength. It's the same with dimensions. If you were to change the wavelength of your consciousness, and in doing so change all of your body patterns to a wavelength different from this universe, you would literally disappear out of this world and reappear in the one you were tuned in. It's been theorized that the base rate wavelength that we're currently living in is 7.23 centimeters. As you go up in dimensional levels, the wavelength gets shorter and shorter, with higher and higher energy. As you go down in levels, the wavelength gets longer and longer, with lower and lower energy, more and more dense. In this waveform universe we exist in, there's a very definite place where the next dimensional level exists. Its specific wavelength relative to this one. Most cultures in the cosmos have a basic understanding of this and understand how to change between dimensions. However, because of certain events that happen on Earth, we have all forgotten, but we're about to remember.
Very often when people start to consider these 7 planes of nature within ourselves, for instance, they tend to think of it much like a layer cake. So there's one layer, and then there's another layer, and the two are really rather separate. They just touch at a given point. Probably a better way to consider it would be that these are all really interpenetrating. Much in the way that air interpenetrates dense matter, and much in the way that vapor interpenetrates air, and much in the way that light waves and radio waves are surrounding us at the same time. All of these things are operative at every given stage, but according to the way that our awareness is tuned, we're only aware of a small segment of it. And that within each one of these planes of being, there are also 7 subplanes that can be understood and can be experienced.
Thus, while living in the borderland, the conscious being we call Jesus began to innocently interact with the more dense and corporal realities of the material world. And over a long period of time, Yeshua and companions travel all over the universe, but never fully commit to entering it. Then, they come upon our universe, and it was here that they experienced a paradoxical spectrum of vibrational energy that was radically different from anything they had previously encountered. Curious and interested in this phenomenon, they came to the cosmic planes of the Earth and intently observed the various energies that emanated from this space or planet. Over a long period of observation and reflection, Yeshua came to realize that the energies they were sensing were lost spirits that had descended into the physical planes of existence and lost themselves in the process. As a result, Yeshua wanted to help these souls and find a universal solution for all these entrapped souls in the physical world. However, it was at this point in their long collective history that the first major disagreement arose between Yeshua and companions. For Yeshua and some others, they wanted to study and develop an extensive plan that could as naturally as possible guide all the fallen beings back to their former astral selves. Nevertheless, the other descending group wanted to remain as neutral as possible in the affairs of other beings. They claimed it was forbidden to establish contact between 2 different levels of reality because of all the factors and possible complications involved. They believed the Earthlings should toil in their own sins and delusions and learn how to overcome their own choices in karmatic debt. 3. Many doubted their own abilities to defend against the pleasures and dangers of the physical world. For in addition to aiding these lost souls, they will have to control their own will, desires, urges, and temptations. Therefore, it was decided that Yeshua and a few other astral beings would descend into the material world and discover the solutions to the questions they seek, while the others would either stay and observe in the borderland or continue their travels in existence. And so, around 10.5 million years ago, Yeshua and some companions began to consciously fall into the more physical planes on the earth. Now, believe it or not, there are many historical and cultural examples of Yeshua and companions from this ancient time. Yet, because of our reluctance to accept things beyond our understanding, we still refer to them as myths, legends, and fantasies, despite the overwhelming evidence that points to the contrary. Here are a few ancient references for these volunteering astral beings. As Yeshua and the Essenes began to dwell on Earth, they started to study the biorhythms and the interactions of the numerous life forms. They did so by using mental or thought form projections of themselves to simultaneously observe, experience, and record information. These projected thought forms had the appearance of a vortex of energy that swirled and moved around in like a Fibonacci-type sequence. After a certain period of this type of study, it became apparent to the Essenes that the beings on Earth were far more lost than originally expected. Therefore, it was concluded that more direct measures were needed to guide these life forms. So Yeshua and the Essenes began to directly interact, rather than secretly study the fallen beings, and at first their direct engagement seemed very promising. However, over time the situation becomes a lot more difficult because the preferred method of guidance is becoming more indifferent to the physical beings. Next, with some hesitation, but still possessed with a deep sense of purpose and meaning, Yeshua proposed a new strategy to help these souls. Yeshua suggested that a group of selected volunteering Essenes, led by Yeshua, would completely descend into the physical world and learn firsthand all the factors and answers they saw. So, as fate would have it, Yeshua and a small group of companions began to further descend into the material realms, where they would also change the destiny of billions of souls as well. This fallen or materialization process of the Essenes occurred just like the other lost souls. They each altered and limited the function of their 7 chakras into 5, and secreted, perspired, emanated, materialized, extruded a plasmic type of energy from their crown chakra that quickly coalesced and expanded and then transformed into a more physical container for their consciousness. Another way of describing this process is through the origins of a living cell and the act of cell division. For example, the nucleus of the cell grows, changes, and forms into a double cone or spindle within the cell. Likewise, an astral being begins to alter the essence of their current being. As the double cone spindle approaches the surface, half of it penetrates and protrudes out of the surface of the cell in the form of a so-called polar cell. In contrast, the physical astral beings start to produce a vital plasmic energy that oozes from their aura or from the surface of their more physical bodies. Then, the polar cell dies, but in doing so it provides an essential nourishment for the cell to continue to develop. As for the beings, instead of dying off, these dynamic polar cells or plasmic energy continues to evolve and develop into a more physical avatar, while their previous astral bodies seemingly fade away in the process. Now, this is why legends of old consistently state that the strength or desire or will for life brought about the end of the golden age on Earth. However, in truth, each being never died. Rather, their consciousness transitioned to a more plasmic or physical being, which brought about the second great age on Earth. Tragically, however, despite the hindsight and extensive preparation for this materialization process, some of the Essenes modified their chakras too much, and as a result, they rapidly and uncontrollably descended in the physical world with a total loss of memory, awareness, and intelligence. Much like changing radio stations on a radio, their consciousness and collective memories were completely and abruptly changed when they bravely experimented with their chakras. Nevertheless, despite this horrific event, most members of the Essenes were able to safely adjust their chakras and transfer their consciousness into more physical vessels without losing their memories or intellect. However, their added duties and responsibilities helping their lost companions just exponentially increase an already dangerous situation. Then, after all the Essenes become more physical plasmic beings, a new era rose on Earth. Yeshua is now called Emilius, and the Essenes became known as the legendary Hyperboreans. Before we continue, let us briefly review the Hyperboreans of the Second Age on Earth. order to build their residences within the Earth, the Hyperboreans had to use their ESP-related abilities because they lacked a physical body to naturally interact with the Earth. These telekinesis powers were known by many ancient names and were part of a multifaceted force that could loosely be described as a specific attunement of transcendent vibrational energy that enables the divine function of free will. The most powerful natural force that sentient beings can use to manipulate and form their given realities. And in the physical world, it is the divine predecessor of the third eye that later became our pineal glands. Thus, using their psychic abilities, the Hyperboreans began to rearrange and form huge underground bases with sacred energy patterns like the Merkabah, which will be discussed later. So for a long time, Yeshua, now called Emilius, and the Hyperboreans continued their guidance in the wayward lives of the fallen from below the surface. However, despite their loving and selfless efforts, the desires of physicality gradually became too enticing, and over a long period of time, the majority of the Hyperboreans started to have personal relationships with the fallen. They started to imitate and interact instead of guiding the life forms towards a more spiritual evolution. Eventually, instead of sweating plasmic ooze from their auras, they began to emanate more physicalized nuclei that slowly crystallized around them like a huge cocoon or egg. The only ones that remained unaffected by this materialization process was Emilius and a few others. Then, after too many years of continuous self-indulgence, many of these cocooned Hyperboreans started to hatch from their procreative shells as giant elemental beings whose bodies, the form, color, and texture, evolved from their surrounding environment. The Hyperboreans have now become the Proto-Lemurians of the third great age on Earth. At first, the Proto-Lemurians were an extremely diverse group of beings that had members of all different shapes, sizes, and appearances within the Hollow Earth. Furthermore, except for a few later celebrated exceptions, all of them were born with a single collective consciousness that guided them like bees to a hive, for the realization of an individual self or ego had not yet evolved. So now, at this point in the Earth's history, there were the Esimi, the Hyperboreans, and the Proto-Lemurians, as well as the first fallen life forms and the naturally evolving life forms on the surface of the Earth. Then, over another long period of earthly time, two detrimental things occurred simultaneously among the Proto-Lemurians. One was the early stages of self-awareness, and the other was the continuing transformation of their bodies into more earthly beings. They started to innocently question their experiences and slowly build up a new type of self-awareness, as well as a more physical body that adapted to their environment. Now, for those who dwelled near water, their bodies became more liquid. To those who lived by rocks and minerals, they became more rock-like. And for those who mingled with animals, they became more organic and animalistic. Let us now briefly review the third great age of Lemuria. The name Lemuria comes from the 19th century zoologist Philip Sclater, believed in the existence of a lost continent that stretched from the Indian Ocean to Australia, from Madagascar to parts of Africa. And in January 2017, scientists confirmed this theory but renamed the continent. Now, the main continent of Lemuria is believed to have sunk into the ocean around 85 million years ago. However, a very large remnant still remained above the Indian Ocean until around 200,000 years ago, when a sudden decrease in the Earth's velocity of rotation caused a series of subterranean convulsions that destroyed the largest remnant of ancient Lemuria. Nevertheless, the legendary island of Lanka and its fabled mountain that held the sky above the Earth still remain, as well as many other islands of various sizes. However, around 80,000 BC, Lanka and other remnants of Lemuria disappeared into the ocean.
11. The law of karma is a lesson for soul evolution. At present, humanity is in a state of great spiritual darkness, the darkness which precedes dawn. Humanity developed a level of skepticism which reached a point where it forced humans to make conclusions they knew was intuitively wrong. At the same time, humanity continued their investigation of natural phenomena to the point where conscious awareness disproved all the higher knowledge souls had acquired in the beginning. The free will of humanity is discovering how all roads to higher knowledge leads toward the same destination and conclusions. Scientific, theological, and philosophical knowledge, which has no desire to join forces, are approaching a point of merger. Skepticism faces destruction by its own hand. Humanity is at all times the total of what they have been and done, what they have fought and defended, and what they have hated and loved. In the three-dimensional consciousness of every human, in every atom of the human body, is the reflection of the soul and a crystallization of their individuality. their emotional and nervous structures, their mental abilities, aptitudes, aversions, preferences, fears, follies, ambitions, and character, are the sum of what humans have done with their free will. This makes every personality, as the earthly cloak of an individuality, is different from every other personality. The law of karma, which is Earth's law of cause and effect, of reaping what one sows, also makes humans different from one another in their joys and sorrows, in their handicaps, their strengths, their weaknesses, their virtues and vices, their appreciation of beauty, and their comprehension of truth. Transgressions humans make in life must be corrected in life, if not in the same life, then in a future incarnation. The Earth's natural law, not the law of humanity or God, demands an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This same law applies to groups of people, as they act together. There is karma for families, for tribes, for races, and for nations. For example, when a nation of individuals started a war in a previous lifetime and are reincarnated, a war will be committed against that nation. Only when such a nation is defeated in humility by a nation with justice and mercy, will the karma of war be lifted from the defeated nation. Every person's life is shaped to some extent by karma, their own, their associates, their loved ones, their nation, their race, and the entire world itself. But karma is not greater than free will. It is what a person does with these influences and urges, how they react to them, which makes the difference in their soul development. Because of karma, some things are more probable than others, but as long as there exists free will, anything is possible. Thus free will and predestination coexist within human beings. Their past experiences limit them in probability and incline them in certain directions, but free will can always draw the sword from the stone. The combination of free will and predestination means humans freely choose their own predetermined destiny to return to God. No soul incarnates without having a general plan for the life to be experienced. The personality. A person expresses in life is only one of the many personalities, i.e., facets of the soul, a person can express. The mission of every soul is to work on one or several facets of the soul's karma, which can be thought of as the soul's memory of its prior actions. A soul does not choose a mission which is more than the soul can handle or which is too much for the personality assigned to or chosen by the soul. Some souls can freely choose their own conditions in which to be born and complete their missions. Other souls who have made too many mistakes in past lives and who have become dangerously influenced by worldly desires, are incarnated into conditions chosen by law of karma at a time and under circumstances best suited to help them with their karmic debt. Their mission is seldom perfectly fulfilled because of such a soul's large amount of negative karma. Their mission is sometimes badly neglected. The circumstances and conditions a soul chooses to incarnate into is usually made at conception, when a channel for a soul's expression is opened by the parents. When this occurs, a pattern is made by the mingling of the soul patterns of the parents. This sets up certain karmic conditions. A soul whose own karma approximates these karmic conditions will be attracted to the opportunity presented. Since the karmic pattern created by the parents will not be exactly the same the incarnating soul's own karma, the soul must take on some of the karma of the parents. Conditions other than the created pattern are conditions the soul must consider when choosing a body to be born with. Such conditions include the future of the incarnated person's life, former associations with the parents, the incarnation of souls it wishes to incarnate with, live with, and with whom the soul will have problems to work out with. In some cases the parents are the only reason for some souls to incarnate. Such a child will be devoted to them and remain close to them. The child then completes its mission by dying, so the child's death can teach the parents very valuable lessons in life and of spirit. In other cases, the parents are only used as a means for which the child can leave home and go about its business in completing its mission. 12. The personality is a facet of the soul's individuality. The soul may actually occupy a fetus as early as 3 months after conception or even as late as a month after birth. In the latter case, the soul hovers over the infant's body since birth to decide whether or not to occupy it. Once the decision is made and the occupation completed, the separation between the conscious mind, i.e., personality, and subconscious mind, i.e., the soul, takes place and the soul record, i.e., memory, of the child begins. The fact that some babies are miscarried does not mean it was refused as a vehicle for a soul. Just the opposite is true. The opportunity to incarnate was taken away from the soul due to natural forces, and this made the occupation of that particular body impossible. The personality is a facet of the soul's individuality experienced in three-dimensional consciousness, i.e., body, soul, spirit. The other facets of the soul remains in shadow, in the background. It gives tone to the personality through its urges, appreciations, tastes, avocations, and intuition. A particular personality of an individual is shaped by 3 or 4 incarnations. The emotions and talents of a person reflects these past incarnations. A person's dreams, visions, and meditations are reflections of the soul's experience in other dimensions, i.e., heavenly realms, of consciousness associated physically by our solar system. The human intellect was created from the stars and planets. The intellect is the mind force of the soul, which is conditioned by its previous incarnations on Earth and its experiences in other dimensions and even in other solar systems. The intellect becomes dimmed or brightened by its recent experiences within the 3-dimensional consciousness of the solar system and the experiences within other dimensional realms of consciousness. Thus, a personality is only one facet of the soul. The soul may incarnate as any facet to express that particular portion of itself. As a soul approaches its completion of the solar cycle of consciousness, the personality becomes more multi-sided and expresses greater facets of the soul. This is because each incarnation burns off negative karma, which requires less and less attention. Finally, the personality will become a complete expression of the soul, and the cycle of reincarnation is finished for the soul. As the soul succumbs to worldly desires by abandoning its intellect for sensuality, it becomes more and more one-sided. 13. The soul's liberation from reincarnation through human divine unity. When the individual has attained complete human divine unity, its cycle of reincarnations is finished, the soul is liberated, and the soul then merges with its spirit and, therefore, with God. The soul record, memory, is forever retained. This record is, at all times, is the sum total of what the soul personality has been, all it has thought, all it has experienced, all it has eaten, drunk, and felt through the ages. Thus, as the soul is subjected to reincarnation, both the atheist and the religionist are correct. The atheist believes the personality does not survive after death. The religionist believes the soul is judged after death by its creator. Substituting personality for soul, both are expressing the truth. The personality is evaluated after death and then returns to the soul which created it, thereby giving up its own independent existence and becoming once again a facet of the soul. This process is different from the process where the soul merges with the spirit after it completes its cycles of reincarnation. With each incarnation into the physical realm, the solar system, and the other realms of consciousness, the general plan for perfecting the soul proceeds. Another facet of the soul is assumed and incarnated to experience tribulation in order to reinforce the character of the soul's entire personality. The trials and tribulations of individuals, groups, nations, and races are dealt with time and time again through free will until they are solved. Then souls are free to journey to other worlds, or other solar systems, or other universes, or other dimensions of the hierarchy of consciousness. 14 quotes from Edgar Cayce about the cosmos and souls. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. How? The mind of God moved, and matter, form, came into being. Spirit is life. Mind is the builder, and the physical is the result. In each atom, in each corpuscle, is life. Life is what you worship as God, and earth is only an atom in the universe of worlds. All souls in the beginning were one with the Father. The separation or turning away brought evil. For man may separate himself from God, the Spirit, but the Spirit does not separate from man. All souls were created in the beginning and are finding their way back to whence they came. Each soul is destined to become a portion again of the first cause, or back to its maker. The Father has not willed that any soul should perish, and is thus mindful that each soul has again, and yet again, the opportunity for making its path straight. Life is, in all its manifestations in every animate force, creative force in action, and is the love of expression, or expressing that life, truth becoming a result of life's love expressed. For, these are but names, unless experienced in the consciousness of each soul. All power, all force, is a manifestation of what is termed the God consciousness. The coming into the earth has been and is, for the evolution or evolving of the soul unto its awareness. Birth in the physical is death in the spiritual. Death in the physical is the birth in the spiritual. Each soul enters with a mission. We all have a mission to perform. The conquering of self is truly greater than were one to conquer many worlds. He who understands nature walks close with God. What is truth? Law. What is law? Love. What is love? God. What is God? Law and love. These are as the cycle of truth itself. You grow to heaven. You don't go to heaven.
While all possible care has been taken in the deciphering of the Akashic Chronicle, it must be emphasized that nowhere is a dogmatic character to be claimed for these communications. If, to begin with, the reading of things and events so remote from the present is not easy, the translation of what has been seen and deciphered into the language of today presents almost insuperable obstacles. Dates will be given later. They will be better understood when the whole Lemurian period, and also the period of our fifth root race up to the present, have been discussed. The things which are communicated here are surprising, even for the occultist who reads them for the first time, although the word surprising is not quite exact. Therefore he should only communicate them after the most careful examination. The fourth, the Atlantean root race, was preceded by the so-called Lemurian. During its development, events of the very greatest importance occurred with respect to the earth and to men. Here, however, something will first be said of the character of this root race after these events, and only then will the latter be discussed. By and large, memory was not yet developed among this race. While men could have ideas of things and events, these ideas did not remain in the memory. Therefore, they did not yet have a language in the true sense. Rather, what they could utter were natural sounds, which expressed their sensations, pleasure, joy, pain, and so forth, but which did not designate external objects. But their ideas had a quite different strength from those of later men. Through this strength, they acted upon their environment. Other men, animals, plants, and even lifeless objects could feel this action and could be influenced purely by ideas. Thus the Lemurian could communicate with his fellow men without needing a language. This communication consisted in a kind of quote-unquote thought reading. The Lemurian derived the strength of his ideas directly from the objects which surrounded him. It flowed to him from the energy of growth of plants, from the life force of animals. In this manner he understood plants and animals in their inner action and life. He even understood the physical and chemical forces of lifeless objects in the same way. When he built something, he did not first have to calculate the load limit of a tree trunk, the weight of a stone. He could see how much the tree trunk could bear, where the stone, in view of its weight, would lift, where it would not. Thus the Lemurian built without engineering knowledge, on the basis of his faculty of imagination, which acted with the sureness of a kind of instinct. Moreover, to a great extent, he had power over his own body. When it was necessary, he could increase the strength of his arm by a simple effort of the will. For example, he could lift enormous loads merely by using his will. If later the Atlantean was helped by his control of the life force, the Lemurian was helped by his mastery of the will. He was, the expression should not be misinterpreted, a born magician in all fields of lower human activities. The goal of the Lemurians was the development of the will, of the faculty of imagination. The education of children was wholly directed toward this. The boys were hardened in the strongest manner. They had to learn to undergo dangers, to overcome pain, to accomplish daring deeds. Those who could not bear tortures, who could not undergo dangers, were not regarded as useful members of mankind. They were left to perish under these exertions. What the Akasha Chronicle shows with respect to this raising of children surpasses everything contemporary man can picture to himself in his boldest imaginings. The bearing of heat, even of a searing fire, the piercing of the body with pointed objects were quite common procedures. The raising of girls was different. While the female child was also hardened, everything else was directed toward her developing a strong imagination. For example, she was exposed to the storm in order calmly to feel its dreadful beauty. She had to witness the combats of the men fearlessly, filled only with a feeling of appreciation of the strength and power she saw before her. Thereby propensities for dreaming and for fantasy developed in the girl, and these were highly valued. Because no memory existed, these propensities could not degenerate. The dream or fantasy conceptions in question lasted only as long as there was a corresponding external cause. Thus they had a real basis in external things. They did not lose themselves in bottomless depths. It was, so to speak, nature's own fantasy and dreaming which were put into the female soul. The Lemurians did not have dwellings in our sense, except in their latest times. They lived where nature gave them the opportunity to do so. The caves which they used were only altered and extended insofar as necessary. Later they built such caves themselves, and at that time they developed great skill for such constructions. One must not imagine, however, that they did not also execute more artful constructions, but these did not serve as dwellings. In the earliest times, they originated in the desire to give to the things of nature a man-made form. Hills were remodeled in such a way that the form afforded man joy and pleasure. Stones were put together for the same purpose, or in order to be used for certain activities. The places where the children were hardened were surrounded with walls of this kind. Toward the end of this period, the buildings which served for the cultivation of, quote, divine wisdom and divine art, unquote, became more and more imposing and ornate. These institutions differed in every respect from what temples were later, for they were educational and scientific institutions at the same time. He who was found fit was here initiated into the science of the universal laws and into the handling of them. If the Lemurian was a born magician, this talent was here developed into art and insight. Only those could be admitted who through all kinds of discipline had acquired the ability to overcome themselves to the greatest extent. For all others, what went on in these institutions was the deepest secret. Here one learned to know and to control the forces of nature through direct contemplation of them. But the learning was such that in man the forces of nature changed into forces of the will. He himself could thereby execute what nature accomplishes. What later mankind accomplished by reflection, by calculation, at that time had the character of an instinctive activity. But here one must not use the word instinct in the same sense in which one is accustomed to apply it to the animal world. For the activities of Lemurian humanity towered high above everything the animal world can produce through instinct. They even stood far above what mankind has since acquired in the way of art and sciences through memory, reason, and imagination. If one were to use an expression for these institutions, which would facilitate an understanding of them, one could call them, quote, colleges of willpower and of the clairvoyant power of the imagination. From them emerged the men who in every respect became rulers of the others. Today it is difficult to give in words a true conception of all these conditions, for everything on earth has changed since that time. Nature itself and all human life were different. Therefore human labor and the relationship of man to man differed greatly from what is customary today. The air was much thicker even than in later Atlantean times, the water much thinner, and what forms the firm crust of our earth today was not yet as hard as it later became. The world of plants and animals had developed only as far as the amphibians, the birds, and the lower mammals, and as far as vegetable growths which resemble our palms and similar trees. However, all forms were different from what they are today. What now exists only in small forms was then developed to gigantic sizes. At that time our small ferns were trees and formed mighty forests. The modern higher mammals did not exist. On the other hand, a great part of humanity was on such a low stage of development that one cannot but designate it as animal. What has been described here was true only of a small part of mankind. The rest lived their life in animalism. In their external appearance and in their way of life, these animal men were quite different from the small group. They were not especially different from the lower mammals, which resembled them in form in certain respects. A few more words must be said about the significance of the above-mentioned temple localities. What was cultivated there was not really religion. It was divine wisdom and art. Man felt that what was given to him there was a direct gift from the spiritual universal forces. When he received this gift, he considered himself a, quote, servant, unquote, of these universal forces. He felt himself sanctified from everything unspiritual. If one wishes to speak of religion at this stage of the development of mankind, one could call it, quote, religion of the will, unquote. The religious temper and dedication lay in the fact that man guarded the powers granted to him as a strict divine secret, and that he led a life through which he sanctified his power. Persons who had such powers were regarded by others with great awe and veneration. And this awe and veneration were not called forth by laws or something similar, but by the immediate power which these persons exercised. The uninitiated, of course, stood under the magical influence of the initiated. It was also natural that the latter considered themselves to be sanctified personages, for in their temples they participated in direct contemplation of the active forces of nature. They looked into the creative workshop of nature. They experienced a communion with the beings which build the world itself. One can call this communication an association with the gods. What later developed as initiation, as mystery, emerged from this original manner of communication of men with the gods. In subsequent times, this communication had to become different, since the human imagination, the human spirit, took other forms. Of special importance is something which occurred in the course of Lemurian development by virtue of the fact that the women lived in the manner described above. They thereby developed special human powers. Their faculty of imagination, which was in alliance with nature, became the basis for a higher development of the life of ideas. They took the forces of nature into themselves, where they had an after effect in the soul. Thus the germs of memory were formed. With memory was also born the capacity to form the first and simplest moral concepts. The development of the will among the male element at first knew nothing of this. The man followed instinctively either the impulses of nature or the influences emanating from the initiated. It was from the manner of life of the women that the first ideas of good and evil arose. There one began to love some of the things which had made a special impression on the imagination and to abhor others. While the control which the male element exercised was directed more toward the external action of the powers of the will, toward the manipulation of the forces of nature, beside it, in the female element, there developed an action through the soul, through the inner personal forces of man. The development of mankind can only be correctly understood by the one who takes into consideration that the first progress in the life of the imagination was made by women. The development connected with the life of the imagination, with the formation of memory, of customs which formed the seeds for a life of law, for a kind of morals, came from this side. If man had seen and exercised the forces of nature, woman became the first interpreter of them. It was a special new manner of living through reflection which developed here. This manner had something much more personal than that of the men. One must imagine this manner of the women to have been also a kind of clairvoyance, although it differed from the magic of the will of the men. In her soul, woman was accessible to another kind of spiritual powers. The latter spoke more to the feeling element of the soul, less to the spiritual, to which man was subject. Thus there emanated from men an effect which was more natural divine, from women one which was more soul divine. The development which woman went through during the Lemurian period had the result that at the appearance of the next, the Atlantean root race on Earth, an important role devolved upon her. This appearance took place under the influence of highly developed entities who were familiar with the laws of the formation of races and capable of guiding the existing forces of human nature into such paths that a new race could come into being. These beings will be specially mentioned further on. May it suffice for the moment to say that they possessed superhuman wisdom and power. They now isolated a small group out of Lemurian mankind and designated these to be the ancestors of the coming Atlantean race. The place where they did this was situated in the tropical zone. Under their direction, the men of this group had been trained in the control of the natural forces. They were very strong and knew how to win the most diverse treasures from the earth. They could cultivate the fields and use their fruits for their subsistence. They had become characters of strong will through the discipline to which they had been subjected. Their souls and hearts were developed only in small measure. On the other hand, these had been developed among the women. Memory and fantasy and everything connected with them were to be found among the latter. The above-mentioned leaders caused the group to divide itself into smaller groups. They put the women in charge of ordering and establishing these groups. Through her memory, woman had acquired the capacity to make the experiences and adventures of the past useful for the future. What had proved helpful yesterday, she used today and realized that it would also be useful tomorrow. The institutions for communal life, therefore, emanated from her. Under her influence, the concepts of good and evil developed. Through her thoughtful life, she had acquired an understanding for nature. Out of the observation of nature, those ideas developed in her, according to which she directed the actions of men. The leaders had arranged things in such a way that through the soul of woman, the willful nature, the vigorous strength of men were ennobled and refined. Of course, one must represent all this to oneself as childish beginnings. The words of our language all too easily call up ideas which are taken from the life of the present. By way of the awakened soul life of the women, the leaders first developed the soul life of the men. In the colony we have described, the influence of the women was therefore very great. One had to go to them for advice when one wanted to interpret the signs of nature. The whole manner of their soul life, however, was still dominated by the hidden human soul forces. One does not describe the matter quite exactly, but fairly closely, if one speaks of a somnambulistic contemplating among these women. In certain higher dreams, the secrets of nature were divulged to them, and they received the impulses for their actions. Everything was animated for them and showed itself to them in soul powers and apparitions. They abandoned themselves to the mysterious weaving of their soul forces. That which impelled them to their actions were inner voices, or what plants, animals, stones, wind, and clouds, the whispering of the trees, and so on, told them. From this state of soul originated that which one can call human religion. The spiritual in nature and in human life gradually came to be venerated and worshipped. Some women attained a special preeminence, because out of special mysterious depths they could interpret what the world contained. Thus it could come to pass among such women that which lived within them could transpose itself into a kind of natural language. For the beginning of language lies in something which is similar to song. The energy of thought was transformed into audible sound. The inner rhythm of nature sounded from the lips of wise women. One gathered around such women, and in their song-like sentences felt the utterances of higher powers. Human worship of the gods began with such things. For that period there can be no question of sense in that which was spoken. Sound, tone, and rhythm were perceived. One did not imagine anything along with these, but absorbed in the soul the power of what was heard. The whole process was under the direction of the higher leaders. They had inspired the wise priestesses with tones and rhythms in a manner which cannot now be further discussed. Thus they could have an ennobling effect on the souls of men. One can say that in this way the true life of the soul first awakened. In this realm, beautiful scenes are shown by the Akasha Chronicle. One of these will be described. We are in a forest near a mighty tree. The sun has just risen in the east. the palm-like tree, from around which the other trees have been removed, casts mighty shadows. The priestess, her face turned to the east, ecstatic, sits on a seat made of rare natural objects and plants. Slowly, in rhythmical sequence, a few strange, constantly repeated sounds stream from her lips. A number of men and women are sitting in circles around her, their faces lost in dreams, absorbing inner life from what they hear. Other scenes too can be seen. At a similarly arranged place, a priestess sings in a similar manner, but her tones have in them something mightier, more powerful. Those around her move in rhythmic dances. For this was the other way in which soul entered into mankind. The mysterious rhythms which one had heard from nature were imitated by the movements of the limbs. One thereby felt at one with nature and with the powers acting in her. The place on earth in which this stock of a coming race of men was developed was especially suited for this purpose. It was one where the then still turbulent earth had become fairly calm, for Lemuria was turbulent. After all, the earth at that time did not yet have its later density. The thin ground was everywhere undermined by volcanic forces, which broke forth in smaller or larger streams. Mighty volcanoes existed almost everywhere, and developed a continuous destructive activity. Men were accustomed to reckoning with this fiery activity in everything they did. They also used this fire in their labors and contrivances. Their occupations were often such that the fire of nature served as a basis for them, in the same way as artificial fire does in human labor today. It was through the activity of this volcanic fire that the destruction of the Lemurian land came about. While the part of Lemuria from which the parent race of the Atlanteans was to develop had a hot climate, it was by and large free of volcanic activity. Human nature could unfold more calmly and peacefully here than in the other regions of the earth. The more nomadic life of former times was abandoned, and fixed settlements became more and more numerous. One must represent to oneself that at that time the human body still had very malleable and pliant qualities. This body still changed form whenever the inner life changed. Not long before, men had still been quite diverse as regards their external form. At that time, the external influence of region and climate was still decisive in respect to their form. Only in the colony described did the body of man increasingly become an expression of his inner soul life. Moreover, this colony had an advanced, externally more nobly formed race of men. One must say that through the things which they had done, the leaders had really first created what is the true human form. This occurred quite slowly and gradually. It happened in such a way that the soul life of man was first developed, and that the still soft and malleable body adapted itself to this. It is a law in the development of mankind that as progress continues, man has less and less of a molding influence on his physical body. This physical human body, in fact, received a fairly unchanging form only with the development of the faculty of reason, and with the hardening of the rock, mineral, and metal formations of earth connected with this development. For in the Lemurian, and even in the Atlantean period, stones and metals were much softer than later. This is not contradicted by the fact that there exist descendants of the last Lemurians and Atlanteans who today exhibit forms as fixed as the human races which were formed later. These remnants had to adapt themselves to the changed environmental conditions of Earth and thus became more rigid. Just this is the reason for their decline. They did not transform themselves from within. Instead, their less developed interior was forced into rigidity from the outside and thus compelled to stagnation. This stagnation is really a regression, for the inner life too has degenerated, because it could not fulfill itself within the rigid external bodily structure. Animal life was subject to even greater changeability. We shall speak further about the animal species existing at the time of the development of man, and about their origin, as well as about the development of new animal forms after man already existed. Here we shall say only that the existing animal species continually transformed themselves, and that new ones were developing. This transformation was, of course, a gradual one. The reasons for the transformation lay in part in a change of habitat and of the manner of life. The animals had a capacity of extraordinarily rapid adaptation to new conditions. The malleable body changed its organs comparatively rapidly, so that after a more or less brief period, the descendants of a particular animal species resembled their ancestors only slightly. The same was the case in even greater measure for the plants. The greatest influence on the transformation of men and animals was exercised by man himself. This was true whether he instinctively brought organisms into such an environment that they assumed certain forms, or whether he achieved this by experiments in breeding. The transforming influence of man on nature was immeasurably great at that time compared with the conditions of today. This was especially the case in the colony we have described, for there the leaders directed this transformation in a way of which men were not conscious. This was the case to such a degree that when men left the colony, in order to found the different Atlantean races, they could take with them a highly developed knowledge of the breeding of animals and plants. The labor of cultivation in Atlantis was then essentially a consequence of the knowledge thus brought along. But here again it must be emphasized that this knowledge had an instinctive character. In this state, essentially, it remained among the first Atlantean races. The preeminence of the feminine soul, which has been described, was especially strong in the last Lemurian period and continued into the Atlantean times, during which the fourth subrace was preparing itself. But one must not imagine that this was the case among all of mankind. It was true, however, for that part of the population of Earth from which the truly advanced races later emerged. This influence exercised the strongest effect upon all that which in man is unconscious. The development of certain constant gestures, the refinements of sensory perception, the feeling for beauty, a good part of the general life of sensations and feelings which is common to all men. All this originally emanated from the spiritual influence of woman. It is not an overstatement if one interprets the reports of the Akasha Chronicle in such a way as to affirm, quote, "The civilized nations have a bodily form and expression, as well as certain bases of physical soul life, which were imprinted upon them by woman." End quote.
What the Great Pyramids were based about too. They've told you all wrong on the Great Pyramids until recently, because they told you it was a burial place, and there's not one pyramid over in the Giza Plateau that was ancient that was ever used as a burial ground. You've had some lesser kings that tried to emulate that, and it was buried there. It was not. It was generators. Those are orgone energy generators, and that's why they're coming active again. If you've been over there recently, you'll find out there's a humming and a beat in the ground around there. The first thing you have to adapt to when you now go into modern Egypt is staying asleep at night with that boom, 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 like a humming going on there. If you remember, Andre Sawas over there, who is a curator, has built a wall around some of that area, because they're still doing research now, because they don't want you to understand the following thing. Granite structures, which contain piezoelectricity, and pyramids around the earth now are beginning to give off a resonant, a hum, a vibration. They're tuning into the new planetary vibration, and they don't want you to understand that. That's why now crystals are hard to get. Try to get some good crystals nowadays, big ones, and watch what you have to go through, especially if you get a bunch of them, because they now can generate that new energy, which can be very helpful to you if you understand how to use them, and they don't want you to know it. But granite, pyramid-shaped structures around our earth are beginning to give off a humming, vibrational resonance. Birds can hear it, animals can hear it, you can hear it too if you have melanin, and if you can get the drugs out of your system, you begin to feel it. Also, people now that have melanin can feel a tension and a higher vibration. It's like an uneasiness that's going on. People say, well, can't you sense it? Well, if you don't have melanin, it's hard to sense anything. This is where the problem comes in. We have a people who are senseless when it comes to spirituality, trying to direct you, who are spiritual people, having a hard time with their reality. It's a matter of what you think is real and what is a fact of what is real. And I don't mean Israel in the way I said that either. When you look at the history books about religion, you will find that there have been 13 people who have led religions around this planet, all of them black, except the one that heads the Christian religion. Isn't that a statement? But it's true. All of them black. Some of the titles that they're given even means black, which is also very interesting again. When you begin to check out in history again and you find Buddha, which is supposed to be an Oriental god, Buddha, if you would. Buddha means Buddha. It's a hail the black. Buddha is woolly-haired. You've never seen a straight-haired Buddha, no matter where you went to. They all have the big hara, as they call it again. And it represents a black person leading a religion. When you begin to look amongst what would be called the Japanese, they have Zahira. Zahira and Fuhai, which are sometimes interchanged, are both black ancient gods of the people now who worship there, if you would. When you begin to look at Scandinavia, because people say again, well, in Scandinavia you can't get anything there, you have King Tyr, or the god Tyr, T-Y-R, always shown as pug-nosed, big-lipped, big-eyed, looking what we now connotate as being Negroid. Now this is in Scandinavia, but you never see this again. When you go down to Mexico and you go down to some of the areas there in the, you might have called in the south of our border again, you have Quetzalcoatl and Ixtilton. Ixtilton and Quetzalcoatl always were shown as being dark with feathers showing wing flight. Either they had feathers as a headdress around their waist. Ixtilton just was shown as just a black person, period. These are two of the Mexican and South. These are two of the Mexican and South American gods, all of them, both of them, being black. If you look again at what do we call India, where you again have Krishna, and you had Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna is not only black, Krishna was blue-black, was black with an aura and nimbus around it that looked blue, and said that wherever he walked, things turned dark. And of course now, as we're going to end this lecture with tonight, dark matter is coming back again. Things go around and come around, but we have lost sight somewhere about our real history, trying to get it piecemeal from the wrong people who will never tell you the truth, even if they know the truth. Zeus was also from Ethiopia and from Greece. The original Zeus was a black god who had headed up the pantheon of lesser gods. In Greece, the highest god there was Zeus, and Zeus was always pictured as a muscular black man. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, or if I am, it's things that you should know, and at least I'm telling it to you now. What you have to do is to do the research too to find the truth. I'm telling you the truth, but until you decide what truth is, there is no truth. So consequently, I'm giving you information that I consider fact. You have to research it again. When you go again, of course, to Isis and Aset, and of course many of you are Hebrew Israelites and know of the Saraset Society again, same thing. There's a whole group now of Greek and Roman gods and goddesses that were original when they had Hathor and they had this 18th dynasty with Akhenaten and Tutankhamun and Queen Tai and Mu and At. All of these people were black people. These were people that are very interesting. One of the things, too, and I get into that very deeply on my tape that I have on the 18th dynasty, probably the most hierarchic, the most beautiful, the most magnificent, the most spiritual kingdom we've had here in thousands of years. And there's a big curse, of course, that is put on King Tut. And of course, they always talk about when they assumed the body there and why it was. The real reason is that we've got that history all wrong, the names all wrong, and I make that statement. I do not back off of it, and I'll take you on if you want to in that bagnackler. It simply comes down to this, and I'll drop this history on you very quickly. Usually I charge a lot for that, but I'm simply saying do the research, because other than that, you don't know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Akhenaten, who was Amenhotep the 16th, before he came back from his visit to Taxila, came back again from finding out about the black gods that were in Taxila and all like this again, which merely meant China. Taxila was the capital of China, and Singapore, near Singapore at that time. When he came back, he had converted from being a fighter to more of a spiritual person. He had found out and seen things that awakened his consciousness. And consequently, he changed himself to the one of Aton, or Aton, the one, the creator, and that everything else was a lesser god. Of course, the priest of Ra, who was part of the Egyptian society and Ethiopian society, which was Amun-Ra, that's where you get the word Amun-Ra or Amen-Ra, we say now miscountingly again. He came back and took away the power from the priesthood and said the people needed to become one, and consequently gave them a new religion of worshiping Aton, or the one, saying also you didn't have to go through any priests, you could go directly because you were part of the one, that you and the one were one. What is interesting, they killed him. Some say Nefertiti conspired to do so. Whether she did or not is debatable. And then they later on killed his son when he was 18 years old because he was very psychic. He was a communicator, and they feared him greatly for the powers that were beginning to awaken in his boyhood, if you would. Now here is the whole catch. Akhenaten was the father of Tutankhamun. Akhenaten did not like the priest of Amun. That's why, because he took the power away from them and gave it to the people. So why would he call his son after the priest of Amun, like Tutankhamun? His name should be Tutankhaten. And they even changed the name to try to hide that, and I know I'm dropping some heavy stuff on you. But if you look at the word Cairo, which is the capital there were no CHs at that time or C's. C's were brought in by the Greeks. Before that, there were nothing but consonants, and they started with the K, the crane, which meant it should have been Kahir, not Kahro. And Kahir means Mars. Came here, they were black, like the face on Mars, which is that of a black woman, and that the things that correspond on all planets with pyramids shaped in a triangle all means it's black controlled, because it was the people that were of a higher god who came into a people of a lower god, and this is where the biggest problem began to have on this planet, because then they brought in what are called the laggards. That gets into deeper metaphysics, telling you about what happened in this solar system, what happened on this planet, the things that they've hidden, and the things that we now have got to return around, because we're at a time when it's all coming back, either to haunt or to make heaven, either to elevate or to devalate. We're either going to go upward or downward. We're not going around in cycles anymore because the planet itself is changing.
The Pharaoh brings Joseph out of prison to interpret his dreams. Joseph declares that the dreams portend 7 years of abundance, followed by 7 years of famine. Joseph recommends that the Pharaoh preserve food from the time of abundance for use during the time of famine. The Pharaoh is so impressed by Joseph's plan that he places him in charge of his entire court, a role that is memorialized on the walls of royal tombs. Egyptologist Dr. Yasser Izzat gave me a guided tour in the Valley of the Kings.
This is one of the most beautiful tombs in this area.
So these are all the images of the
Yes, yes. As you see, and everywhere here they showed the title of the vizier. You see the blue circle up.
The circle with the dots in it.
Yeah, above it, you see the sign above it?
Yeah, now what is that sign?
Yeah, this is Emira, means the overseer of the city.
It's almost like you can draw a direct connection between these hieroglyphs on the wall and what's in this book.
is the most wonderful human being to have ever been born into the world.
Yes, sir.
He's the most precious, the most priceless.
That's right.
Because in the person of Jesus, every fallen soul has a chance to be redeemed, restored, reconciled again to God, and brought back into the family of God. I want you to understand what Jesus is all about. Jesus is the reconciler of man and God.
Think about it.
To reconcile the fallen man and woman back to God, so that you can recognize who you are. You are the family of God.
Yes, sir.
You are God's yourself. But you have fallen from the high place, spiritually, mentally, and morally,
yes, sir,
that God has destined for man and woman. We are no longer what we should be, and we are not what we were. This is a fallen man and a fallen woman. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So Jesus comes into the world to take away the sins of the world.
That's right.
So if the wages of sin is death, why ain't we dead? Or are we?
Now the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says to us, now I want you to pay good attention to this, that the whole human family is today considered dead. In the Islamic world, men and women are allowed to wear the names of God, not as an ornament, but because men and women actually have the power to reflect the wisdom and the power of God. You are not in your true nature. You are not acting according to the power that Almighty God has given to you and me as a human being. Where is that power? The power that brings up vision, where you can stay in one place and see what is going on in another without the effort of television. Where is the power to listen to men think without a radio or some CIA type mechanism? Men actually have the power to listen to each other. Women have that power. You have the power to vision, and sometimes you get it just in a brief moment. In a dream, you will lay down and see something you never saw before. Go places where you've never been before, and then go there in reality and say, I seen this. But you never really saw it. There is a power in the human mind to the power of God Almighty. But it is sin that robs us of the ability to use these divine powers. So sin is the burial and the death of the divine spirit. Do you hear what I'm saying? The wages of sin is death. When we sin or rebel against the will of God, we begin to go against the nature in which the cells of the brain are constructed. Your brain cells are constructed by the God of heaven, and He constructed your brains to think right. And to think right means you think on the basis of truth. But when you are lied to and given falsehood as a steady diet instead of truth, and then when we commit sin without any respect to the divine law and the consequence for breaking that law, then we begin slowly to draw the veil, the curtain over our powers and our abilities Do you know that the last frontier for human discovery is the power of the mind? You see young people who have these gifts where they can, with their minds, make trains move, because there is an energy in the human mind, if developed and focused, that can move stars and planets, brothers and sisters. Wait a minute, but you don't know this kind of power. The only power you know is the carnal power of white people, which is a mechanized power. But now they're getting into electronic power. But the greatest electronic source after the sun or before the sun is the human mind. You have the power to heal your own body if you know how to use your mind. But it is the mind that has been put to death by falsehood and wickedness. So the resurrection of the dead is not talking about people in the cemetery getting up, but it's talking about human beings who live in the grave of ignorance and sin and superstition and fear. When you get up out of that kind of grave and learn to use your mind as you should, then you can see on a clear day. With a clear mind, you can see tomorrow and plan for it today. The prophets of God were only signs of what each of us have in divine power if we would submit to God and cleanse our lives. The resurrection of the dead. Now there is a people more dead than all the rest. And Jesus rose from the dead. It does not mean that a man was dead in a grave and popped up after 3 days. It means that there would be a people who were so deprived of divine, human, and natural power that they are considered dead. Yes, sir. Go ahead. But a great man would rise from among that people into wisdom and power. It would come up from a dead people in the last days. Listen now. This man that would come up from among the dead would be called the first fruit of them that slept and the first begotten of the dead. And because he's the first born of God from among the dead, he is styled as the Son of God biblically, but the Quran just calls him the honored servant of Allah. Oh, I wish I had time to deal with this today.
These secret lessons are for all of those who love Jesus and desire to know about his life, works, and teachings. Dear readers, do not falsely use these lessons. They are for good, peace, and happiness for all those that love Jesus. Dear mothers, teach these lessons to your little ones, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Dear fathers, by these lessons you can set your house in order and your children will learn to love instead of hate. The lessons of this pamphlet are not for sale, but for the sake of humanity, as I am a prophet and the servant is worthy of his hire, you can receive this pamphlet at expense. The reason these lessons have not been known is because the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world, and when the time appointed by Allah they loosened the keys and freed the secrets, and for the first time in ages have these secrets been delivered in the hands of the Muslims of America. All authority and rights of publishing of this pamphlet of 1927. By the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The industrious acts of the Muslims of the Northwest and Southwest Africa. These are the Moabites, Hamathites, Canaanites, who were driven out of the land of Canaan by Joshua and received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle in that portion of Egypt. In later years they formed themselves kingdoms. These kingdoms are called this day Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, Tripoli, etc., creation and fall of man. Time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, a time would come when it would end. The thoughts of Allah cannot be circumscribed. No finite mind can comprehend things infinite. All finite things are subject unto change. All finite things will cease to be because there was a time when they were not. The bodies and the souls of men are finite things, and they will change, yet, from the finite point of view the time will come when they will be no more. But man himself is not the body, nor the soul, he is a spirit and a part of Allah. Creative fate gave to man, to spirit man, a soul that he might function on the plane of soul, gave him a body of the flesh, that he might function on the plane of things made manifest. Why did creative fate give to spirit man a soul that he might function on the plane of soul? Why did creative fate give to soul a body of the flesh that he might function on the plane of things that are made manifest? Here, now, ye worlds, dominions, powers and thrones. Here, now, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, ye angels and ye men. Here, now, O protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast. Here, now, ye creeping things of earth, ye fish that swim, ye birds that fly. Here, now, ye winds that blow, ye thunders and ye lightnings of the sky. Here, now, ye spirits of the fire, of water, earth, and air. Here, now, O everything that is, or was, or evermore will be, for wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. Man is a thought of Allah, all thoughts of Allah are infinite, they are not measured up by time, for things that are concerned with time, begin and end. The thoughts of Allah are the everlasting of the past unto the never-ending days to come. And so is man, the spirit man. But man, like every other thought of Allah, was but a seed that held within itself the potencies of Allah, just as the seed of any plant of earth holds deep within itself the attributes of every part of that especial plant. So spirit man, as seed of Allah, held deep within himself the attributes of every part of God. Now, seed are perfect, yea, as perfect as the source from which they come, but they are not unfolded into life made manifest. The child is as perfect as the mother is. So man, the seed, must be deep planted in a soil that he might grow, unfold, as does the bud unfold to show the flower. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah was full ordained to be the Lord of plane of soul, and of the plane of things made manifest. So Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul, it grew apace, and man became a living soul, and he became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. Hark, now, let every creature hear, the plane of soul is but the ether of the spirit plane vibrating not so fast, and in the slower rhythm of this plane the essences of life are manifest, the perfumes and the odors, the true sensations and the all of love are manifest. And these soul attributes become a body beautiful. A multitude of lessons man must learn upon the plane of soul, and here he tarries many ages until his lessons are all learned. Upon the boundary of the plane of soul, the ether began to vibrate slower still, and then the essences took on a final garb, the perfumes and the odors and the true sensations and the all of love were clothed in flesh, and man was clothed in flesh. Perfected man must pass through all the ways of life, and so a carnal nature was full manifest, a nature that sprang forth from fleshly things. Without a foe a soldier never knows his strength, and thought must be developed by the exercise of strength. And so this carnal nature soon became a foe that man must fight, that he might be the strength of Allah made manifest. Let every living thing stand still and hear. Man is the Lord of all the plane of manifest, of protoplast, of mineral, of plant, of beast, but he gave up his birthrights, just to gratify his lower self. But man will regain his lost estate, his heritage, but he must do it in a conflict that cannot be told in words. Yet, he must suffer trials and temptations manifold, but let him know that cherubim and seraphim that rule the stations of the sun and spirit of the mighty Allah who rule the solar stars are his protectors and his guide, and they will lead to victory. Man will be fully saved, redeemed, perfected by the things he suffers on the plane of flesh, and on the plane of soul. When man has conquered carnal things, his garb of flesh will then have served its purpose well, and it will fall, will be no more. Then he will stand untrammeled on the plane of soul, where he must full complete his victories. Unnumbered foes will stand before man upon the plane of soul, these he must overcome, yet, overcome them every one. Thus hope will ever be his beacon light, there is no failure for the human soul, for Allah is leading on and victory is sure. Man cannot die, the spirit man is one with Allah, and while Allah lives man cannot die. When man has conquered every foe upon the plane of soul, the seed will have full opened out, will have unfolded in the holy breath. The garb of soul will then have served its purpose well, and man will need it nevermore, and it will pass and be no more, and man will then attain unto the blessedness of perfectness and be at one with Allah.
The third great age of Lemuria can best be categorized into three main parts. A. The sweat-born life forms of proto-Lemurians. B. The egg-born life forms of Lemurians. And C. The womb-born life forms of Proto-Atlanteans. It also should be noted that when researching alleged events and stories from this age, one must be mindful not to be confused with the various names and descriptions that will ultimately be described for one central being. Proto-Lemurians came into existence. Lemurius and others expressed remorse for the very first time in millions of earthly years. They foresaw the potential evils that these new terrestrial beings now possess, and as a result, Amelius and others gathered them all together and prevented them from interfering with the surface world. Nevertheless, self-awareness still spread among the Proto-Lemurians. Eventually, they were all relocated to an isolated area on the surface because their materializing biorhythms were greatly affecting the harmony and collectiveness within the inner earth. On the surface, these newly self-aware Lemurians felt completely abandoned and isolated. Not only were they living in a strange new land, but they were also beginning to think independently and had no feelings or sense of their physical bodies yet either. In fact, it wasn't until a long time afterwards that the Lemurians finally gained full control over their mind, body, and feelings, and when they did, they quickly established communal cities, social patterns of predictability, and control over their environment. Here are some cultural examples of Lemurians that you maybe didn't even know about. Then, sometime during the third great age, a select group of Lemurians migrated to the continent we now refer to as Atlantis and gained a steep advantage over the rest of the evolving life forms on Earth because of the concentration of ley lines of energy in the area, as well as the synthetic grid line of energy that was instilled into the land by psychically inclined Lemurians. As a result, the beings on Atlantis evolved very quickly while also retaining their psychic third eye abilities. Thus, it was at Atlantis where the androgynous egg-born Lemurians slowly devolved into the first hermaphroditic humanoid beings called the Proto-Atlanteans. Now, at the start of the fourth great age, the eternal soul of Amelius, also called Yeshua or Jesus, took responsibility for what was happening on Earth, and despite many warnings of others, descended into a more physical form and restricted consciousness to personally guide the Proto-Atlanteans in their involution on Earth. And so for well over 100,000 earthly years, Amelius and the Atlanteans were a beacon of spiritual, scientific, and civic enlightenment on Earth, and they righteously prevented sin and evilness from pervading into the hearts and minds of others. Nevertheless, after thousands of centuries of peace and prosperity, a fateful day arose when self-interest apart from the whole started to spread like fire in the minds of others. Communal practices and sacred customs were being cast aside, and ever closer relationships were being formed with the naturally evolving animal beings on Earth. Incredibly saddened by these events, Amelius and other still androgynous Atlanteans began to establish altars around the world to remember and honor the one true God. They started to sacrifice a large portion of every crop that they received to God, and thereby placing God before any self. They also began to set up the first churches or temples on Earth. However, unlike our modern-day sanctuaries, these high-tech facilities allowed numerous life forms to experience out-of-body experiences to remind them of their former selves and realities. Nevertheless, it should be noted that despite their original intent, much later Atlanteans would manipulate and corrupt these altars and hospitals towards more selfish and oppressive beings. Then, around 106,100 BC, Amelius committed another sincere but naive act that forever changed the history of the Earth once again. Observing how self-awareness came about more quickly from the increased use of a body, Amelius psychically formed the first automatons, or golem-like beings on Earth, and collectively called them Lilith. These automatons were originally comprised of dirt, rocks, and trees, and were used as workers to prevent others from moving and becoming more self-aware. However, over time, these golems started to show signs of intellect and awareness, and they gradually formed smaller golems from themselves to share in the work. Now, shortly after the automatons were formed, Amelius received a vision to leave the Earth plane and return back to the Lyrian star system in order to prevent a great catastrophe that was unfolding there. Therefore, Amelius appointed Asua as leader and then left his earthly body behind to travel to the Lyrian star system. So when many observed and heard about the creation of the Lilith by Amelius, they too desired automatons for themselves. As a result, numerous golems started to form, and over a long period of earthly time they began to appear like animals, Lemurians, and even Atlanteans for more aesthetically appeasing reasons. However, only the Lilith that were made from the spiritually attuned beings were able to form other automatons from themselves too. Nevertheless, as with all things that Amelius originally intended for on Earth, others would later contort and manipulate for their own benefit, and this in turn would cause the first great schism in Atlantis. One group, later known as the Law of One, wanted to treat the automatons with respect and endearment, while the other group, who later became known as the descendants of Belial, felt that the automatons were non-conscientious things that deserved whatever they wanted them to do. Tragically, this schism only worsened when the golem-like beings unexpectedly began to show further signs of sadness, fear, and shame in their behavior. Then, sometime after the Great Schism occurred, the descendants of Belial started to redevelop Amelius' temple system into a globalized system of forming, harnessing, and storing energy for the use of light, heat, transportation, medical, and many more material functions that were being invented at this time. Then, thousands of earthly years later, after the discovery of an extremely rare quartz crystal, the descendants of Belial transformed their pyramids into the infamous Firestone Towers that were now able to transmit a seemingly limitless supply of energy for whatever desire or purpose they saw. They also had to form huge holes near the facilities that pierced through the earth in order to gain maximum use of the towers and crystal. Coincidentally, after the Firestone Tower system was set up, many Lemurians and even a few Atlanteans began to break sacred laws concerning the earth and other life forms. They began to taste and eat the flesh of already killed animals, and in doing so they noticed a stark difference in energy that they received. Gradually, they began to experiment with eating live animals, and as a result, they changed the mentality of all the animals on Earth. In time, the animal will become increasingly territorial, hostile, carnivorous, and even aggressive towards all other life forms. However, rather than making atonement for their sins against the animals, the Lemurians, Atlanteans, and other beings persuaded Asua and many of the Law of One to use their technologies to eliminate them. Now, never in the history of the Earth has such technology been openly used for such purposes, and as a result, the Second Great Schism occurred because of the disagreements involved in the debate. Nevertheless, Asua was convinced to use the Firestone Towers as weapons, and millions of animals were killed over a short period of time. Now, many still loyal to the Law of One were horrified of this situation and began to rescue, hide, and protect many of the creatures affected by the Firestone Towers. Over time, they also began to have strong feelings and close relationships with many of the animals too. Then at some point, a member or members broke one of the most sacred oaths and customs and began to have sexual relations with the naturally evolving life forms on Earth. From these sacrilegious experiences, a titanic race of hybrid-like beings began to exist and many years later warred against many of the Atlanteans. Now, due to the increased and continuous use of the Firestone Towers, a catastrophic event occurred in our ancient past, when the towers caused the Earth's axis to suddenly shift and the poles to drastically change positions. The whole world experienced earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, as well as drastic changes in the topography, weather, and the environment of the Earth. Most of Lemuria was lost, and Atlantis broke into 7 smaller remnants. Many Atlantean refugees went within the Earth, while others went to the Pyrenees, Himalayas, South America, and others flocked to the island of Pisidia, where an Atlantean named Aslan made the land a beacon of hope and promise to the survivors. As progress and technology evolved after the first destruction period of Atlantis, so did the descendants of Belial and their materialistic desires. Eventually, the separation of knowledge occurred on Earth, and a ruling elite was formed from the resulting inequality of wisdom and information. This was the time of the Third Great Schism of Atlantis. On one side was Aslan of Pisidia and the Law of One, and on the other side was most of the world and the descendants of Belial. Then around 50,722 BC, Asphia, ruler of Egypt, called together a global meeting of nations in order to form some type of treaty or peace among warring parties and establish territorial, commercial, and other international laws that each nation must adhere to or face punishments. However, not even 1,000 years later, in 44,949 BC, an elite group of Belarians plotted against the Scythians and the world and sought to gain power through the chaos and misfortunes of others. As a result, they secretly turned the global power system too high and once again disrupted the Earth's poles and axis. Thus, from this time until around 28,000 BC, marked the second destruction period of Atlantis. Great floods and hurricanes overwhelmed the Earth, and the 7 Atlantean islands splintered into even smaller pieces of land.
The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there was the second egress from the land owing to the destructive forces that had begun to become active. The entity was not of the ruler class, neither was it of what might be termed the peasant, or the working class, but rather was it among the instructors in the activities in the land. The sojourn from same brought the entity into that now known as the Yucatan land. And in those activities there did the entity gain much in the making for the establishing of the temple worship, the temple service, the temple activity. Not in the capacity of what would be termed a priest, nor a king. The entity was in the Atlantean land, or in that place or position called Poseidea, during those periods when there were the destructive forces, and when the tensions arose between the sons of Belial and those of the Law of One. The entity then was among the lesser priests, and a minister to the ills of the peoples who came for judgment and understanding. And when there was the egress to the now known Yucatan land, the entity was among those chosen to act in the capacity as the priest, or the minister of judgment, both as to the relationships of individuals among themselves, or one with another, and as to the spiritual and physical instruction of those people who journeyed to the land. The entity was in the land of the present nativity, in the early periods, when there were those activities established there by those from the Atlantean land after the destructions had come. The entity came to the south and west from what is now the Yucatan. The entity was in the land now known as the Atlantean, when there were the disturbances upon which those divisions arose. Throughout those periods the entity became, then, that one that led the first establishing of the activity in the varied lands that came to be known as later the Mayan, the Yucatan, the Inca, the Peruvian, and later the mound builders in the northern portions of the entity's present sojourn. Not that the entity remained there, but established those activities, which has become a part of the entity by those divisions. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the beginnings of the exodus owing to the destructive forces that had been begun by the sons of Belial. The entity was among the princes of the land that made for the separating of those influences wherein there might be established the journeyings to other lands, with the keepings of records, with the permanent establishments of activities that have become a part of the equal civilization in the present time. Hence we find the entity making for the establishments in the Yucatan, in the Luzon, in what became the Inca, in the North American land, and in what later became the land of the mound builders in Ohio, also the establishments of those activities in the upper portion of what is now the eastern portion of the land. The entity then was not only one skilled in aircraft and in watercraft, as an aviator and a navigator, but made great strides in keeping in touch with other lands through the forces of nature in the experience. Hence those things of nature that have to do with communications become a part of the entity's experience. The entity was in the land of the present nativity, during those periods when there were the spreadings of those teachings that had come from the lands from which those peoples came that were known as the lost tribes, as well as from Atlantis, Yucatan, the Inca, and the land of On. They were portions of the entity's people then, in that part of the land now known as the central portion of Ohio, during the early portion of the mound builders. There the entity was a priestess of those peoples that were part of the experiences there of those peoples. For while confusions arose from the tenets of the Hebraic as well as the Atlantean, as well as the Inca, these became centralized or localized in the expressions of those peoples and those groups in that particular period of their activity. Yet the greater blessings that the entity in its activity rendered the people in that experience were in the building of individual homes. And this will become a part of the entity's experience in this sojourn. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the journeyings to many another land. The entity was among those who were sent as the directors to what became the Yucatan land, and in the setting up of the temple and the temple service, the temple of worship, the temple of differentiation in the labor and the ruler. Then in the name Ikunla, the entity made for a great service to a great people, that made for the bringing about of the preservation of much that may some day make for a unifying of the understandings, as to the relationships of man to the creative forces. The entity was in the land now known as the Yucatan, or Central America, when there were those activities by those peoples who came from the Inca, or the land of Og, and the Atlantean land, when there were the attempts to re-establish those activities of not only the older portions of the Atlantean civilization, but also of those who sojourned in that particular experience. The entity was in the land now called the Atlantean. There the entity was a priestess, and the entity's experience there overshadows all of those experiences in the earth that even have an influence. For the entity was of the peoples of the Law of One, and with the breaking up of the land itself and the beginning of the exodus of those peoples, the entity was among those that journeyed to what is now called the Yucatan land, or the Isthmus land. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were those activities that brought about the last destruction of same through the war rings between the children of the Law of One and the sons of Belial. There the entity was among those who waned between the children of faith, or the Law of One, and those who sought the use of the spiritual forces for their own self-indulgences, self-aggrandizements. The entity was among those, though, who was sent to what later became or is in the present the Yucatan land of the Mayan experience. There the entity rose to one of power, yet with those very wavering experiences, there was not always peace brought to the entity. The entity was in the Yucatan or Mayan land, when there were those activities that destroyed the Atlantis land, or that portion of the Poseidian isle or city. The entity was among those who journeyed to other lands, knowing much of the activities of the sons of Belial, as well as the precautions and warnings that had been issued by the children of the Law of One. Hence we find the entity was among those who in the early portions of that material sojourn entered into the new buildings, the new activity that became destructive because of the influences from the land of Organon, and the activities that arose in the western portion of that particular period of sojourn. The entity was in the Atlantean land, when there were the breaking up and the separations of the children of the Law of One and the sons of Belial, the daughters of Belial. The entity was among those who were chosen for the westward activity, and in the Mayan or Yucatan land the entity was a princess of the Temple of the Sun. Hence in the present there is the love of the beautiful, the love of nature and the outdoors, the love of the crude, though it may appear to some as crude, there is beauty in same for the entity. The entity was in the Yucatan land, when there were those establishings of the peoples who had escaped from Atlantis. There we find that clothing, and things pertaining to precious jewels, were of special interest to the entity, the decorative art, and this applying to certain characters of textiles also was a portion of the activities. The entity was in the Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the land, and when there was the journeying of those to the various lands for activities. There we find the entity first coming into what was called the Mayan land, or what is now Yucatan. With the establishing of the associations of many of the peoples, in which the entity was closely associated in the Atlantean land, in the Pyrenees, and in the Egyptian land, the entity was the first, in that period of experience, to cross the waters in the plane or air machine of that period. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods particularly, when there was the exodus from Atlantis owing to the foretelling or foreordination of those activities, which were bringing about the destructive forces. There we find the entity was among those who were not only in what is now known as the Yucatan land, but also the Pyrenees and the Egyptian. For the manners of transportation, the manners of communications through the airships of that period were such as Ezekiel described of a much later date. The entity was in the Atlantean land, in those periods when the earth was being broken up, as far as the Atlantean land was concerned, and the entity came with those groups for search through other lands. The entity was among those who searched more than one place, to find those places to which there might be sent those who were to be saved. Hence there was a knowledge of the Yucatan land, as well as the settlings in the Pyrenees, as well as part of the activities in the Egyptian land. The entity was in the American land, as now known, during those periods when there were those who journeyed there from the Atlantean land. For the entity was among those who settled in what is now the Yucatan land. According to our information, the first major change in Atlantis took place hundreds of thousands of years ago. The continent of Lemuria and Atlantis broke up and the poles shifted. This left a group of large islands in the Atlantic, and in 17,000 BC a number of these broke up. This was the flood described in the Bible. About 10,500 BC the final destruction of Poseidia took place, and the people moved to Egypt and Yucatan. These migrations had been taking place for years before each destruction. All did not go smoothly after the beginning of the pure races. This is the basis for the purity of races, which has been so misinterpreted and turned to nationalistic purposes. The sons of God, the pure race, looked upon the daughters of man. Trouble continues right up to the present day. The entity was in the land now known as or called the Poseidian land, or Atlantean land, during those periods in which it was breaking up, and when the children of the Law of One, to which the entity was enjoined, journeyed from the land into portions of what is now the Yucatan land. The entity then was a princess in the Temple of the Sun, or the Temple of Light, though others have interpreted it as the Sun. In that land known as the Atlantean, during those periods when there were the breaking up of the lands following the destruction of the southernmost portion, in the first eruptions, when there was the journeying of many to the various lands. The entity then was among those who journeyed to that portion of the sphere now known as Yucatan. The entity rose from the small child then to the priestess in the temple there, and the entity gained and lost through the experience. In that land to which the entity again went, not of its own accord, known now as the Peruvian and Yucatan land. The entity then among those peoples that escaped from those persecutions in the Atlantean land, as well as from the upheavals as came a little later, becoming then a priestess in a temple that has, of the same peoples, recently been discovered in that of the southern portion of this present portion of the land. The entity was in the Yucatan land, when there were those groups and individuals who sought places of refuge and shelter when there was the breaking up of the Atlantean land. The entity was a priestess in the temple of the Mayans. Hence in the present all things pertaining to symbols, numbers, and things of rote, have been and are innate and manifested, and a hope and an experience of the entity. The name then was Shalmar. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there was the breaking up and the journeying to the various lands. The entity was among those who came to what is now the Yucatan land, later journeying with many of those peoples to the south and west, or in portions of Arizona, as now known. Through the experience the entity was among those who made use of spiritual laws for material affectation, not so much in the abuse as in the negligence in supplying or in aiding others, that were of the groups of things, to attain to a greater awareness. The name then was Esdo. The entity was in the land now known as the Yucatan, when there were those activities, as various groups were being organized by the upsetting of the Earth's surface, as well as the various groups that had come from parts of other lands. The entity then was the leader in a spiritual and a material activity, as founded upon not wholly an empire, or that of a local nature, but the attempt of a unified work. The entity was in that period known as the Atlantean, among the sojourners from Atlantis who came to what is now known as Yucatan, and was in the temple worship there. The entity was in Atlantis when there were those divisions, and the breaking up of the land had been promised through the activities of the children of the Law of One. The entity was among those that chose to enter as leaders in what is now called Yucatan. And the entity aided in establishing the temple, through which there was hope to be the appearance again of the children of the Law of One, as they listened to the oracles that came through the stones, the crystals that were prepared for communications, in what ye now know as radio. The entity was in the Egyptian land when there were preparations of individuals for activities in others' lands. Then entity was among those who were prepared in the temple beautiful for those activities in what is now Yucatan. There the entity may find much which would appear as a part of its own experience, just as it may among the peoples in the southern portion of this land, or the Indians who hold to the symbols of the ancients. The entity may gain much in study of custom, which may apply it in its own experience. The entity was in Atlantis during those periods when there was the breaking up of the lands, when individuals were apportioned, as it were, to the various centers from which it was hoped that there would be the spreading of the tenets and teachings. The entity became a princess in Yucatan. And in those tenets, and the temples that are even in ruins there, the entity might find much of interest, not only because of the tentative interest in the occult, but because of the abilities to organize activities for definite purposes. The entity was in the Yucatan land when the people settled there who came from Atlantis. The entity was a priestess among those who set up a form of activity there, being also then associated with records that were attempted to be preserved from the old order of things in Atlantis. The entity was in the Atlantean land during those periods when there was the abandoning of the land owing to the periods of destruction. The entity was among those that came to what is now the southern portion of the land of the present Nativity, or in what is called Yucatan, then it was called Yuc. In that sojourn the entity was among those that aided in establishing there the priests and the priestesses in the activity of the teachings of the peoples as related to the Law of One. In the latter portion of the entity's sojourn there, many of those lands now known as the Egyptian, then of Mu or Ra, came to pass the messages for the building of the activities, and of those things that made for the preservation of the thoughts and teachings of those people in that land. The entity was in the Yucatan land when there were those activities that brought the various groups from Atlantis, when the various upheavals of a physical as well as of a mental nature took place. Then in the name Yama, the entity was a leader, a teacher, an instructor. Thus a form of ritual becomes a part of the life, with those activities of orderliness ever about the entity, the neatness about the person, the abhorrence innately felt and those who are slovenly in their dress, or the like. These reactions are sometimes good, sometimes bad. The entity was in the land now known as Yucatan, when there were those establishings in the land from the Atlanteans. The entity was in the temples, set as the recorder, in the name then Asth. In the experiences, there were those periods of dissension with those in authority, when there were the decisions of most of the peoples to join with the movement in what is now portions of Arizona. The entity chose to remain in the experiences there. Records may eventually be discovered again. The entity was in the Yucatan land when there were those activities from the Atlantean land, when individuals came into that portion to set up or establish new regimes from the lessons gained in the Atlantean land. The entity was with the natives, in the name Kuzan. In the experience the entity gained, and thus in those things from other lands, other peoples, other groups may the entity still find lessons for self, the unfoldment of things to be given to more peoples. The entity was in the Yucatan land where the groups gathered from the Atlantean land. The entity was rather of the natives, but able to embrace and to become a part of the general activities there. Thus becoming an associate or companion to one of those who were set in authority in the land, and thus the unusual reading of stories of adventure, reading of things which pertain to the mystical. All are of special interest to the entity. The entity was in the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the gatherings of those in the various lands for the knowledge of the destructive forces that was soon to come about in the experience of those people in the Atlantean land. The entity then was among those who journeyed to what is now known as the central portion of America, or Yucatan, and in those activities there the entity rose to be one in power, from the abilities to apply and to use the physical things that had their import and activity from the inmost forces in nature itself. The entity was not among those to be sent to the Egyptian land, but rather among those that went to the western portions of the land and eventually to that known as the Yucatan and the Central American land, for in those sojourns the entity was active in establishing a development in the agricultural field, or the growth of those things that made for the sustenance in the new land. With the leavings of the civilization in Atlantis, in Poseidea, more specific, Ilta, with a group of followers that had been of the household of Atlan, the followers of the worship of the law of one with some 10 individuals, left this land Poseidea, and came westward, entering what would now be a portion of Yucatan. And there began, with the activities of the peoples there, the development into a civilization that rose much in the same manner as that which had been in the Atlantean land. Others had left the land later. Others had left earlier. There had been the upheavals also from the land of Mu, or Lemuria, and these had their part in the changing, or there was the injection of their tenets in the varied portions of the land, which was much greater in extent until the final upheaval of Atlantis, or the islands that were later upheaved, when much of the contour of the land in Central America and Mexico was changed to that similar in outline to that which may be seen in the present. The first temples that were erected by Ilta and his followers were destroyed at the period of change physically in the contours of the land. That now being found, and a portion already discovered that has laid in waste for many centuries, was then a combination of those peoples from Mu, Oz and Atlantis. Hence, these places partook of the earlier portions of that peoples called the Incal, though the Incals were themselves the successors of those of Oz, or Og, in the Peruvian land, and Mu in the southern portions of that now called California and Mexico, and southern New Mexico in the United States. This again found a change, when there were the injections from those peoples that came with the division of those peoples in that called the Promised Land. Hence we may find in these ruins that which partakes of the Egyptian, Lemurian and Oz civilizations, and the later activities partaking even of the Mosaic activities. Hence each would ask, what specific thing is there that we may designate as being a portion of the varied civilizations that formed the earlier civilization of this particular land? The stones that are circular, that were of the magnetized influence upon which the spirit of the One spoke to those peoples as they gathered in their service, are of the earliest Atlantean activities in religious service, we would be called today. The altars upon which there were the cleansings of the bodies of individuals, not human sacrifice. For this came much later with the injection of the Mosaic, and those activities of that area, these were later the altars upon which individual activities, that would today be termed hate, malice, selfishness, self-indulgence, were cleansed from the body through the ceremony, through the rise of initiates from the sources of light, that came from the stones upon which the angels of light during the periods gave their expression to the peoples. The pyramid, the altars before the doors of the varied temple activities, was an injection from the people of Oz and Mu, and will be found to be separate portions, and that referred to in the scripture as high places of family altars, family gods, that in many portions of the world became again the injection into the activities of groups in various portions, as gradually there were the turnings of the people to the satisfying and gratifying of self's desires, or as the Baal or Baalalor. Activities again entered the peoples respecting their associations with those truths of light that came from the gods to the peoples, to mankind, in the earth. With the injection of those of greater power in their activity in the land, during that period, as would be called 3,000 years before the Prince of Peace came, those peoples that were of the lost tribes, a portion came into the land, infusing the activities upon the peoples from Mu in the southernmost portion of that called America, or United States, and then moved on to the activities in Mexico, Yucatan, centralizing that now about the spots where the central of Mexico now stands, or Mexico City. Hence there arose through the age a different civilization, a mixture again. Those in Yucatan, those in the adjoining lands as begun by Ilta, gradually lost in their activities, and came to be that people termed, in other portions of America, the mound builders. The position as the continent Atlantis occupied is that as between the Gulf of Mexico on the one hand and the Mediterranean upon the other. Evidences of this lost civilization are to be found in the Pyrenees and Morocco on the one hand, British Honduras, Yucatan, and America upon the other. There are some protruding portions within this that must have at one time or another been a portion of this great continent. The British West Indies or the Bahamas, and a portion of same that may be seen in the present, if the geological survey would be made in some of these, especially, or notably, in Bimini and in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity, these may be even yet determined.
Moreover, new leadership traditions began to form during the Second Destructive Period, and emperors and monarchies began to rise in power. Also, secret societies became widespread, and the channeling of dark souls for guidance became prevalent among the so-called elite. Then around 17,000 BC, the Earth experienced mysterious changes in its weather, environment, and the land, while earthquakes and volcanic eruptions increased dramatically. Rumors began to spread of another great destructive period, and civil wars broke out throughout the world. Next, around 12,000 BC, Amelius finally returned to Earth from Lyria and called together all the leaders of the world as only Amelius could. Amelius informed everyone of his Lyrian experiences and also proposed a worldwide cleansing process so that all reincarnating souls can better adapt and transfer in and out of their physical bodies. Amelius retaught all the leaders that because there were many hybrid species with humanoid and animal characteristics, many souls that were meant for animal bodies were living as humanoids, and vice versa. Therefore, this had to change, and in order to do so, Amelius proposed a system of hospitals with high technology that would modify all hybrid-like species as best as possible, and also make sure that they couldn't reproduce anymore. Lastly, Amelius hoped that all nations would share in the responsibility of making a perfect body or species that would not crossbreed different species, be able to use high degrees of intellect, be able to express emotions, and be able to live and move in all terrains on Earth. Then, after much debate among the leaders, Amelius' proposals were eventually agreed upon by most but not all the leaders. As a result, many hospitals were set up, breeding restrictions were implemented, and 5 equal but unique body types were genetically created to be the most predominant vessels for the more evolved souls to reincarnate into, the so-called Adamic or human race. Next, Amelius and a select group of others volunteered to incarnate into this new Adamic race, and Amelius transitioned his being into dual aspects or twin souls that became Adam and Eve, while others became legendary figures in other ancient cultures too. Adam and Eve first resided in Pisidia until around 11,670 BC, when they dramatically experienced the events that are represented in Genesis chapter 3. After this event, Adam and Eve relocated to the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains.
It's a baby manifest from a woman, but the father is unseen. Do you understand? So there's a big secret around the man Jesus. In fact, Jesus is the key figure of both the Bible and the Quran, and in the life of Jesus is a secret that when it is manifested, the whole world will shake and reverberate from the manifestation of the Jesus. He's a man, a human being, but so powerful. He's a man born of a woman, but he grows up into the wisdom and power of God. Even though in the Muslim world we do not worship no one, any force, any power but God. And we don't recognize God having any partners or any equals. Yet Jesus is a very special and exalted human being that resembles Adam. And Adam was created by God to be his vicegerent on earth before his fall. Jesus comes up at the end of the world as one created similar to Adam and endowed with powers like Adam, crowned with wisdom, that he becomes an executor of the power of the Most High God in the heavens and in the earth. Yet he's a man born of a woman. Allah says to Adam, he created Adam from dust. Think of it. Formed him. Then breathed into him of his own inspiration, and he said, Allah, taught Adam directly, didn't have any intermediary. You don't read where an angel came and taught Adam. God taught him himself. Then after God taught Adam, who was a human being, then he said to the angels, bow down to him. Make obeisance to him. Well, what have you made, God? If you made Adam a human being, then taught him yourself. What have you made him? Some of the scholars call him prophet. Adam, you are wrong. You are wrong. God didn't need a prophet. There was no fallen humanity. God made what you call in the Quran Khalifa, one who is a successor, who rules in the place of, he made a human being to rule. Now you think about what I am saying. Then if God made that human being and taught him and told the angels, bow down to him, he made that man, Adam, his vicegerent, and forced the angels to make obeisance to him. He is making him a God. He is making him a ruler, not a prophet, but a God. That is the destiny of human beings. Not to be a basketball player, a football player, a singer of songs, a dancer, a clown, buffoon. Your destiny is to become Khalifa, vicegerent, the crown of God's creation, God in a human being. You didn't hear me. I want to say it again, because I will take on, by the help of Almighty God, any scholar or scientist on the earth to fight with me in what I'm teaching from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The argument is in the Quran. Man, woman, glorious beings. But Adam fell. When God personally instructs Muhammad, he makes Muhammad the second Adam. And from Muhammad, a whole new world comes into existence, even as it was with Adam. Well, just a minute. If Muhammad is the second Adam, what do you say about the scriptures of the New Testament of the Bible where it said that Jesus Christ was the second Adam? I'm telling the world that the Jesus Christ and the Muhammad are one and the same people or person. Not the man that lived 1400 years ago, not the prophet that lived 2000 years ago, one coming at the end of this present world that is considered death. Jesus and his mother Mary were to serve as a sign. And this Muhammad of the Quran was to serve as a sign of another Muhammad that would come at the end of the world. Now the scholars of Islam don't want to hear that. But if you look at the condition of the Islamic world, don't you open your mouth and tell me that you don't need somebody to come and reform you and teach you and guide you back to what you have already rejected. Your scholarship in the Islamic world can be summed up in one word: death. It has not led to the unification of the Muslim world. It has led to further fragmenting of that world. It is death. The scholarship of Christianity is death. The scholarship of the world, the education, is death. Death. How can you deny Allah? The Quran says, and you were without life, and He gave you life. How can you deny the existence of a mighty Creator when you were non-existent a few days ago? Just a short few minutes ago, you knew nothing, were nothing. Knowledge that takes it back to the origin. This is why the knowledge of God and the knowledge of self is like one knowledge. Because when you know your beginning, see, then you can see the beginning of all things. You weren't directing it. Another power was. Who is that power? What was that power? It is Allah, the originator of the heavens and the earth. Now hear me carefully, please. Allah says, how can you deny me when you were without life and I gave you life? So disbelief in God is a very grave sin, because you are not justified in denying the existence of a God when you had no existence until He gave you existence.
540 BC, Seth was born to Adam and Eve. At 11,070 BC, Adam passed away from his earthly body. In 11,048 BC, Adam, or Emilius, reincarnates as the prophet Anuk. Then, around 11,016 BC, and please forgive me my mispronunciation, Ahurahat became king at age 16 of a tribe in the Carpathian region. Soon after, the sleeping prophet Edgar Cayce incarnated as the prophet Rata among the same Carpathian tribe as the newly crowned king. Now, from a very young age, Rata had extraordinary wisdom, psychic and telekinesis abilities, and compassion for all. His teachings and way of life also greatly influenced the king. Then, when Rata was around 13 years old, he received a vision that instructed him to take the whole community and migrate to Egypt in order to lead a renewed period of enlightenment on Earth. So around 10,950 BC, the king, Rata, and their tribe came upon Egypt and overtook it quickly. Soon later, the king became the new leader of Egypt, and shortly later, a large migration of various people came upon Egypt and brought their own distinct cultures, religious practices, and customs too. In time, fractions arose throughout Egypt, and the land became nearly ungovernable. As a result, the king had to bring about a new government with new laws and regulations for civil, commercial, and public life. Now, at the top of this new government was the king. At the second in command were 3 equal regions: the king's son, an Egyptian scholar, and Rata. And each of these 3 had 12 top officials, who in turn had 12 subordinates who helped govern the land. Then, when peace and prosperity finally flourished in Egypt, the high priest Rata brought about 2 new laws that he had observed in other cultures. The first law was about the initiation of an exclusive or monogamous relationship between a man and a woman, and the start of private families within a community. Now, before this law, Egypt and much of the world had segregated men, women, and children from each other, and reproduction was always chosen by the state. However, now Rata hoped to start a new tradition, where small private groups or families consisting of a husband, wife, and their children would make up the community, rather than the communal and segregated way as before. And the second law that was established by Rata was that all ethnicities, cultures, and people were equal under the law of the land. No one was exempt, not even the king, from divine law. Anyone convicted of breaking the law was expelled from Egypt. However, many Atlanteans and other elitists disdained this law because they felt that they were superior to others and should not be categorized with everyone else. Now, after these two laws were established, Rata began to travel the world in order to gather knowledge and secret wisdom for future generations. As Rata was gone, many in Egypt eventually turned away from the laws and Rata's teachings. Nevertheless, when Rata returned, a great turmoil arose when Rata re-implemented all laws and threatened to expel anyone who broke them. As a result, a select group of Atlanteans, Egyptians, and other powerful people decided to conspire against Rata and his laws. They found the most beautiful person in the land, Isis, and began to purposely place them closer and closer together. Over time, they influenced Rata to break his own law and have sexual relations with her. Then, after she became pregnant and secretly conceived a baby girl, the conspirators finally made Rata's contradictory actions known to all, and civil disputes broke out. Thus, with great hesitation and personal strife, the king banished Rata, Isis, and 200 of his close followers from Egypt. After being expelled, Rata and his companions migrated to the land we now call Nubia. Now, during this time, the Nubians were very aggressive and warlike people. However, soon after Rata arrived, the people miraculously reformed. Almost overnight, Nubia transformed into a beacon of order, promise, and compassion. As a result, wise men and rulers from around the world came to Nubia to see how Rata was able to change everyone and everything so quickly. However, in contrast, Egypt became much more chaotic and dysfunctional, and it wasn't until a long time later that the king was finally able to order an official apology and decree for Rata's return. However, at this point in Rata's life, he was very old and fragile, and many worried that he could not make the trip or lead the wayward people of Egypt like he did before. Nevertheless, Rata accepted the apology and decree and called together his closest associates and told them to always help others despite their living situations. Then, in 10,556 BC, Rata and 166 followers came back to Egypt to finish what was started many years before. He re-implemented the rule of law. He punished and/or expelled any who went against it. He appeased the Atlanteans, local Egyptians, and many other ethnicities. He clarified and unified many cultural beliefs and religious traditions. He established a common language, an Egyptian-Atlantean hybrid for better communication and understanding between all. He started many new venues of commerce and livelihood for families. And he set up many other initiatives to inspire, enlighten, and empower all people. Then, after everything was set up and flourishing, a grand ceremony took place, and the old Rata and Isis entered into the Temple of Beauty, and through a secret process Rata learned in Nubia, he completely regenerated their bodies, and they both left the temple as young teenagers. Now, this event was seen as a divine miracle around the world because never had the Temple of Beauty transformed a body to a younger version of itself. Therefore, to signify this moment, Rata became known as, and Isis became, and they both led Egypt and the world towards a more spiritual path in life. Then sometime after Rata became Ra, he and the prophet Enoch, who was in fact a reincarnation of Emilius or Jesus, both received a vision that influenced them to set up a select breeding program in order to conceive another earthly body type, along with the black, brown, blue, red, and yellow bodies of the world. Thus, after numerous generations of selected breeding and spiritual preparations, a righteous young lady named Aria was anointed by divine signs to be the mother of a new body type that would usher in the fifth age on Earth. As a result, Ra, Enoch, and many others stayed and prayed with her the entire time of her pregnancy, and also began to summon a righteous being to incarnate into this child. Then the moment finally arrived, and Aria immaculately conceived a baby girl whose soul and being had never lived in the physical world, and whose aura protruded out of her earthly body. They named her Tar-Elu, or Body of Light, and made a worldwide proclamation that a new body type was conceived on Earth. Soon afterwards, many beings came to see the child for themselves and were amazed by her exterior form, glow, and beauty. However, Tar-Elu, who was fully conscious and mobile at birth, was very startled and confused by her new body, physical senses, observations, mobility, and the worshipping behavior of throngs of people towards her every day. Yet Ra and Anuk tried the best they could to normalize her life and protect her innocence and righteousness from others. Then from 10,490 to 10,390 BC, under the leadership of Ra, Anuk, and others, the Giza Initiative was engineered and constructed in the same sacred area as the much older Sphinx. They built the Grand Pyramid to be a natural but multifaceted machine that could be a hospital, an interstellar and interdimensional communicator, a chakra resonator, a history book, a computer, an astrological calendar, and a beacon of the past for future generations on Earth. Moreover, under the paw of the Sphinx, they built a huge underground facility that hid away many ancient technologies, texts, and artifacts from the previous ages on Earth. However, soon after the completion of the pyramids and the subterranean facility, Ra, or Edgar Cayce, passed away from the Earth, and even though he instructed everyone not to do so, later generations would deify him as a god. Now, after the bodily death of Ra, Ta-Elu fell into great despair, and despite the numerous pleas and interventions by Anuk and others, she left Egypt to wander the world with a single companion. What had originally begun as a grand endeavor ended as an epic tragedy. And when Tar-Elu passed away in 10,300 BC, her soul went straight to the realms of Saturn to purge all experiences of this incarnation, and then she journeyed for eons to reascend into the more spiritual realms of existence. After the passing of Tar-Elu, Anuk constructed a huge public library at Alexandria and then dedicated it to her. And sometime after the completion of the library, Anuk received numerous visions that another catastrophic period was coming to the Earth, and a rapid descent of consciousness would soon follow. As a result, many within present-day Middle East believed in Anuk and took shelter within mountains and within the Earth, while other populations mocked him and continued with their daily lives. Then in 10,014 BC, true to Anuk's vision, the third and final Atlantean destruction began on Earth, and for nearly 1,000 years the Earth's poles, climate, environment, and topography continuously changed. Millions of beings and species perished, while the remaining islands of Atlantis, including Pisidia, sunk into the ocean. Most of the renowned architecture and engineering marvels of the day were destroyed, and many high-technology devices were either lost, broken, rendered useless with no sustainable power supply, or hidden away by Anuk and other righteous-minded beings. Nevertheless, a few spaceships, weaponry, and other technology were held by the Dark Brotherhoods of the world, especially the Shem-Sahara. Now, it should be noted that the biblical account of the Great Flood is actually a conflagration of the first, second, and third destructive periods of Atlantis, and that Noah and the Ark came from the last destructive period. Also, the Ark still exists today in Turkey for those interested. Then around 9000 BC, the poles finally obtained equilibrium, and the Earth became stable once again. As a result, the soul of Amelius reincarnated as, in present-day Iran, and helped many re-remember their divine origins in existence, and lead righteous lives. He also had a son named Zed, who established the first public religion of the Fifth Age, Zoroastrianism, which openly taught and received any gender, age, ethnicity, or family lineage, so long as they adhered to the sacred laws. The next incarnation of Amelius came as the high priest Melchizedek during the time of Abraham of the Bible. Also, please note that Abraham was the soul of the angel Michael, who in truth was an astral companion of Amelius before they entered into the physical world. The same as Isaac, who was the soul of Uriel, and Jacob, who was the soul of Raphael. Melchizedek spent most of his time battling against the Shem-Sahora, or the followers of Horus, that soon began after the final destructive period of Atlantis. This ancient version of the Illuminati sought to control the world through any means necessary, and in order to combat them, Melchizedek started the original order of the Freemasons, who for over 10,000 years defended the earth from the Shem-Sahora until they eventually became corrupted and a part of the Illuminati around 1200 CE. Moreover, Melchizedek also established the original community of Essenes in order to preserve a spiritually and physically pure group of people that would later be able to conceive a future incarnation of his being, aka Jesus. Essentially, it was a backup plan in case the followers of Abraham lost their way, for there is a difference between a Hebrew, Israelite, and Jew. Lastly, before passing away, Melchizedek wrote the book of Job for Abraham, and it contained many metaphysical teachings on karma, fate, and will. However, our present-day versions of Job are corrupted shadows of its former wisdom. The next incarnation of Amelius was Jacob's 11th son, Joseph, who, according to the Bereshit, or Book of Genesis, was sold into slavery by his brothers, but rose to become the second in command of all of Egypt. However, it should be noted that the biblical Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, and later Moses, and the Hebrew people were also called the Hyksos tribe of the ancient world, and they were renowned for their intelligence, strict religious principles, fighting abilities, craftsmanship, numerous prophets, and their large noses too. Now let me just say this again. The Hebrew people are one and the same as the Hyksos, and there's a lot of evidence for the existence of Abraham, Joseph, Moses, and the Hebrew Hyksos people in Egypt, including the Exodus. You just have to know where to look. Now after Joseph, Amelius reincarnated as Joshua, a psychic scribe and follower of Moses, who wrote what would later become the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. However, this Joshua should not be confused with the Hebrew general also named Joshua, who in reality conspired against Moses and Amelius and took control of the Hebrew people. Ironically, it was Amelius from a later incarnation who caused this confusion, as we shall see. After Joshua, Amelius reincarnated as Asaph, the musical director and personal seer of King David, who was in fact the soul of Uriel. During Asaph's life, he greatly financed, strengthened, and supported the Freemasons and Essenes that were originally set up by him as Melchizedek. Also, Asaph trained King David's son Solomon, who was the incarnation of the angel Michael, in many mystical arts that he later became famous for. After Asaph, Amelius reincarnated as Jeshua, who became the high priest of Israel and guided many followers back to Israel after the Babylonian exile. Jeshua worked closely with Ezra to make the Hebrew Bible, but unfortunately their earnest attempts of translating and deciphering Amelius' ancient writings as Joshua proved erroneous at times, as mentioned before. Then around 40 BC, within the last pure remnant of the Essenes in Mount Carmel, a miracle occurred and a very elderly woman became pregnant for the first time ever. This was seen as a sign that a special soul and future leader was to be born through this woman. However, when the child was born a girl, many in the Essenes refused to be led by a female leader, even though they claimed to be the most righteous people on earth. Nevertheless, the girl named Judy became a renowned healer, psychic, and prophet. She also re-implemented communication with trusted groups of Freemasons around the world, and brought hope and promise to the Essenes for the first time in a long while. Then around 20 BC, another miraculous event occurred, and an elderly woman named Elizabeth became pregnant, while her husband Zechariah received a vision that made him mute. Fortunately, Judy was able to read his mind and believed that their child would become a special prophet of the world. Then after the birth of the child, Zechariah went straight to the temple and shouted for all to hear that his wife had just given birth to a baby boy, and that an angel told him that he would become a prophet of Israel in the world. However, rather than receiving his beliefs, Jewish authorities quickly went against him and eventually stoned him to death for blasphemy. Afterwards, they tried to kill Elizabeth, the child, and all the members of the Essene community at Mount Carmel. Nevertheless, Mount Carmel was also a haven for many criminals and zealots of the day, and when authorities tried to pursue the Essenes further into the area, they were met with violent resistance and had to retreat. Then a few months after the martyrdom of Zechariah, Judy received a vision that instructed her to send the little boy John to the leading Freemason schools of the world to study and learn to be a righteous prophet, and to secretly begin a special breeding program where for 12 years, 12 of the most righteous maidens among the Essenes would continue to keep their minds, hearts, and bodies pure of sin, selfishness, and desire, until one would be chosen to immaculately conceive the Messiah. As a result, Judy reluctantly sent the infant John to Egypt, where he began his training, and then for the next 12 years, she selected, trained, and supervised every aspect of the young 12 girls' lives. Then one day, during morning prayers, a cloud of lightning and thunder quickly came upon the group, and an angel suddenly appeared, and immediately flew to a girl named Mary, who became radiant from their interactions. Then, in the blink of an eye, the cloud and the angel were gone, but Mary was still glowing with the divine aura. After this event, anyone privy to this information secretly rejoiced in the coming of the Messiah. Judy sent secret dispatches to all the uncorrupted Freemason orders of the world, and they in turn prepared for emissaries to witness the reincarnation of Emilius. Then the Essenes voted upon who was going to be the husband and companion to Mary. After much debate, a widowed man 20 years her junior was chosen, and his name was Joseph. He was a righteous man who was very skilled in numerous trades and languages, and he never remarried after the death of his wife. However, at first Joseph refused this responsibility because he felt he was unworthy, and he already had adult children and grandchildren to look after. But soon later, a reoccurring dream and the reassurances of Judy and others helped him change his mind. Now, after Mary and Joseph officially became husband and wife under Jewish law, Judy and others started to plan specific agendas and activities that Mary and Joseph must do in order to fulfill the prophecies of the prophets in the scripture. One of these requirements was that the Messiah had to be born in Bethlehem, and fortunately, years before, Judy instructed a loyal Freemason to buy land in Bethlehem so that Elizabeth could give birth to her child, the future John the Baptist, who Judy first assumed was the Messiah until her later vision. Furthermore, the land was still owned by the same man who also established an inn and tavern for commerce, as well as secret lodgings for clandestine meetings and hiding spots for the initiated. Also, it should be noted that many of these same secret areas were built within hollowed-out hills on the property, and even the doors were invisible until they were revealed or previously known. Then, after everything was prepared, Mary, Joseph, and a large caravan of defenders surrounded them but did not give the impression that they were all together, traveled from Mount Carmel to Bethlehem, where Mary, Joseph, and Judy and a few bodyguards hid away in a large secret hill house, while the others dwelled nearby. Next, as soon as they all arrived and settled in, King Herod, the vassal king of Israel, heard rumors that a Messiah was to be born in Bethlehem, and immediately brought the city under martial law. He conducted rigorous surveys of all the people and surrounded the area to prevent and monitor any pregnant woman trying to leave or enter into the area. Then, around 2 weeks before Jesus was born, many tribal kings, priests, and other esteemed people entered into Israel, and as ancient customs dictated, they went to King Herod to ask permission to visit the land he ruled. When asked why they wanted to visit Israel, all gave truthful but incomplete answers on the real reason for their visit. However, the last three emissaries who were from the Orient and were also in close correspondence with Judy were instructed to tell King Herod that they came to bear witness to the Messiah being born in Bethlehem soon. They did this because they knew King Herod would bring about the unbelievably evil but faithfully prophesied events surrounding the birth of the Messiah, the massacre of the innocents. Now, it should be noted that many in the Essene and Jewish communities were aware of Judy's actions and never forgave her for implementing this horrific event and the loss of thousands of infants, including their own children. However, Judy always insisted the karmic debt was solely on Herod and not herself. Then, despite Herod's overwhelming tyranny in the area, Yeshua was born, and at first the infant child glistened like a glowing star, because his aura couldn't be contained in his new earthly body. Afterward, for 21 days, Mary recovered while trusted sages, kings, and priests visited Jesus under the cover of night. Next, after 3 weeks, the family left Bethlehem using an ancient underground tunnel system that was revealed to them by one of their trusted visitors. At night, many secretly accessed an entrance to these tunnels underneath Abraham's original altar in Bethlehem and traveled the majority of the way to Egypt underground. Upon reaching Egypt, they first lived for 3.5 years in Memphis, where Jesus was taught by the local Freemason priesthood. Then Mary, Joseph, Judy, and Jesus relocated to Alexandria, where Jesus was taught how to read, write, and speak many different languages for 3.5 years. Next, after 7 years in Egypt, Jesus left Mary, Joseph, and Judy for the first time and traveled to Persia, where he was retaught his former teachings. Now, during Jesus' time in Persia, Mary and Joseph had conceived a child named James. Then after Persia, Jesus went to India, where he openly studied for 4.5 years, and then he had to secretly study for 2.5 more, because Jesus upset the ruling Brahmin priesthood by not observing the social laws and class-based interactions they had. For example, after 4 years among the Brahmins, Jesus began to socialize with the poor, the crippled, the morally unclean, and he also started to preach against segregation, or the classification of any person or natural form on earth. So after Jesus' tumultuous but enlightening stay in India, he traveled to Tibet and lived among the masters of healing and psychic abilities for 7 years. In Tibet, Joseph passed away from the earth, but Jesus never found out until he went back to Egypt to finish his training. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately went to see Mary, and for the first time he saw many of his siblings and family members. Then after paying respect to Joseph, he returned back to Egypt and spent another 2 years there until he finished his completion of the 30-year training. Upon graduation, Jesus was selected to participate in an ancient secret ceremony that was originally set up by himself as Anuak and reestablished by himself as Melchizedek for worthy and righteous members of the Freemason order. Past members including Pythagoras, Plato, Archimedes, and others were all specially chosen to experience this great awakening. Thus, Jesus entered inside the Great Pyramid of Egypt and lied down in the large tomb-like coffin or container within it. Then, through a technological process that is described in great detail by Christopher Dunn, the pyramid was able to emit certain frequencies inside the coffin that allowed Jesus to have an out-of-body experience and suddenly remember all of Amelia's past lives and experiences on Earth. As a result, it was at this moment that Amelius, as Yeshua, pledged to fulfill all karmatic debt that occurred because of his actions, no matter how many reincarnations it would take. Then after the pyramid was turned off, Jesus could only recall selective moments from this experience, but a deep impression of making amends was instilled in his consciousness. After Jesus experienced the Great Awakening, he traveled back to Israel and the Essenes, and upon arriving, as fate would have it, he came across John the Baptist near the River Jordan and was baptized by him. Afterwards, they talked a great deal, and John invited Jesus to stay with him and his community of like-minded people. Jesus accepted and began to live, pray, and baptize others. However, over time, Jesus and John began to have disagreements with each other. At first, it was minor scriptural issues, but it later became more involved with the religious beliefs in daily life. For example, John cared little about the physical world, including his appearance, activities, and small talk with others. He also believed all speech, thought, and activity should be concentrated on the glory of God, and also for the spiritual enlightenment of the willing. In contrast, Jesus cared about his appearance. He enjoyed drinking, eating, and socializing with others, and he liked discussing a wide variety of topics from the mundane to the divine. Therefore, it was respectfully decided by John and Jesus that Jesus continue his ministry elsewhere and take with him any who wanted to follow. As a result, Jesus and 26 disciples left the group and slowly began their own movement in Israel. Now, at this point in Jesus' life, his physical appearance can be described as such: 6 feet tall, thin but muscular physique, long red hair that curled towards the end, bluish-gray eyes, and at most times clean-shaven. He was also considered to be very good-looking, due in part from his exotic features. Furthermore, it should be noted that Yeshua's ministry had thousands of disciples and hundreds of close followers of all ages, genders, and ethnicities. In fact, the 12 apostles were actually the voted upon guardians, judges, or administrators of the thousands of disciples that followed Jesus. There was Judas Iscariot, a very handsome, charismatic, intelligent, and outspoken Judean who was very sympathetic to the zealot calls of the day. He was also very well connected with many influential people, and his nickname was the Twin because he mimicked many of the same mannerisms and speech patterns as Jesus. He was also one of the most trusted members of the group and was appointed the treasurer by all. However, shortly after listening to Jesus' message during the Last Supper, he sought to force Jesus' hand, so to say, against the Romans and the corrupted Jewish leadership. As a result, he secretly sent his aide to tell the Jewish authorities where Jesus was hiding, and because he also assumed that Jesus would respond with resistance rather than submission, he never fathomed that Jesus would so passively let others do what they did to him. Then there were James and John the Beloved, whose father was a very wealthy businessman who owned properties throughout Israel where Jesus and others often stayed. Both James and John were very ambitious people with explosive tempers and stubborn minds. They also grew a very special bond with Peter because of their similar views in life, religion, and politics, and it wasn't until their later lives that a more nonviolent and non-aggressive approach towards others became dominant in their lives. Furthermore, a great prophecy was attached to John, and many, including himself, believed that the end of days would come before he died. Thankfully, Armageddon never came to be. Next was Simon Peter, who was of medium height but was exceedingly burly and strong. He had long hair and short beard and was usually unkempt and dirty. He was very strong-minded and spoke very bluntly, directly, and some might say crudely to others. His belief system was entrenched in Jewish tradition, and it wasn't until after Jesus died that he finally became enlightened and allowed the Spirit of truth to take a hold of him. In contrast to Peter was his older brother Andrew, who had short, balding hair but had a long beard and was always trying to look his best. He was a lot less reactionary than his brother and was often a calming voice of perspective to Peter, even though he was also strong-minded too. Originally, he was a disciple of John the Baptist, but later became a trusted follower of Jesus and introduced his brother to Jesus too. Next was Nathanael, whose nickname was Bartholomew, and whose family were direct descendants of King David. He was introduced to Jesus by Philip, and his temperament was mostly reserved and quiet, but when he spoke, others listened and usually reflected. After Jesus' passing, he migrated to Armenia and later India because of his deep curiosity and desire to understand the more mystical realms of Jesus' teachings. He collected many ancient books and compiled them together, and they later influenced many renowned scholars and sages. Then there was James, the younger brother of Jude and a cousin to Matthew. He became the least renowned of the three, even though one of his letters later influenced the writing that became known as the Epistle of James. Next was Jude, who, just like his brother James, was of Persian, Roman, and Jewish descent. It was referred to by many names because of his multiple citizenship. He was very sympathetic to the Zealot cause. However, truth be told, he often tried to influence Jesus and others to leave Israel and migrate to an unclaimed land and start a new country that would later bring truth and justice through future generations on earth. Then there was Matthew, or Matthias, who was a tax collector before becoming a follower and scribe to Jesus. His nickname was Levi because of an inside joke where he could remarkably see and identify others from far away. Next was Philip, who was a childhood friend to Peter and Andrew, and influenced both of them, as well as Nathanael and others, to become disciples of Jesus after John the Baptist was incarcerated but not yet killed. Philip was stoic and wise, and knew a lot about Greek philosophy, Jewish lore, and other ancient knowledge too. However, this Philip is not the same Philip as described in Acts chapter 6, 8, and 21. Then there was Simon the Zealot, who was born in Canaan and converted to Judaism later in his life. He was the most fervent supporter of the Jewish nationalist movement among the followers and was also the unofficial bodyguard of Jesus, who protected him from many hostile confrontations in his ministry. It wasn't until the time when Saul became Paul that Simon finally abstained from violence and hatred and allowed the Spirit to guide him towards enlightenment and salvation. Lastly was Thomas Didymus, who apart from Mary Magdalene was the most enlightened member of Jesus' closest followers and was also Jesus' most trusted scribe. However, after the crucifixion, Thomas became greatly depressed until Jesus spoke to him in a dream and urged him to travel as he had done and learn from the Freemason orders of the world. At first he went to Egypt but was turned away, and then he went to India where he was welcomed and trained within the Freemason order there. Later he became a legendary engineer, architect, and planner in India, and despite what false traditions state, he did not die a martyr's death. He actually lived to a very old age in India. However, later rulers did not want a foreigner being so esteemed in Indian history, so they censored and manipulated Thomas's achievements and made them their own. So all in all, this is just a glimpse of the 12 disciples mentioned in the 27 books of the New Testament. Yet missing from the New Testament is the fact that there were more women disciples than men, and that women played an essential role in Jesus' ministry and early Christian beliefs. Moreover, nowhere does it mention that Jesus' closest disciple was Mary Magdalene, or that she played a central role in spreading Christianity to the world too. Rather, the Flavian dynasty of the 1st century and the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD rewrote Christianity and the New Testament as they saw fit. For example, many of the texts, teachings, and traditions of Christianity actually started around 69 AD when Vespasian came to power as Emperor of Rome. You see, after the crucifixion and enduring through the murderous and oppressive periods of several Roman emperors, the early Christian faith grew and grew, especially among the middle to upper class in Rome. Many were discussing past lives, reincarnation, the physical nature of reality, as well as the evilness of Rome. Therefore, when Vespasian became emperor, instead of trying to eliminate the new religion, he sought to control it and use it for his own nefarious purpose, a 1,000-year Flavian rule of the world. Thus, he secretly murdered any known group, associate, apostle, or witness of Jesus, John the Baptist, and other prophetic people of the times. Then he confiscated and destroyed all available source materials on them, including the original Mark, Luke, and Matthew texts. Next, he secretly commissioned new Gospels, writings, and other so-called evidence to appear as the original writings of Jesus and others. However, this time they were written in Koine Greek, not Hebrew or Aramaic, so they could be understood and spread easier in the Roman world. He also excluded any teachings on reincarnation, chakras, the nature of God, ourselves, and existence, but included information like Rome was not responsible for John or Jesus' death. people should continue to pay unto Caesar what is Caesar's to keep the money flowing, and turn the other cheek to promote passive and submissive will to power. Furthermore, he included many ancient Roman parables, like the sower and the seeds, the prodigal son, the lost sheep, and so much more to gain further acceptance among the Roman world. Lastly, he patronized many Jewish, Roman, Greek, Persian, and other scholars like Flavian Josephus, Tacitus, Suetonius, and Pliny the Elder, and forced them to rewrite history and make John, Jesus, and others appear as minor footnotes in history, while portraying Vespasian as the true prophetic Messiah of ancient prophecies. Nevertheless, 2 sons later, the Flavian dynasty would end with the assassination of the son in 96 AD, but the secret suppression and oppression of history still continued by the Roman elite. Thus, in truthful theory, this is why the original 3 Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke are dramatically different from what is known today. And despite the book of John escaping the Flavian conspiracy, the Council of Nicaea ended up deleting many stories and terminology from it. The oldest book of Matthew was written by Matthias, who was heavily influenced by the first book of Luke, which was written by Lucius, or Edgar Casey, who was ascribed to the Apostle Luke and then Paul. Lucius's story in turn was influenced by the book of Mark, which was written by Peter and Barnabas with the help of John Mark in the form of a letter concerning important moments in Jesus' ministry. Moreover, the original Matthew, Luke, and Mark are more similar to the current version of the book of John than to the ones that bear their names right now.
Chakra is a wheel of life. It spins to the right in most cases. Centrifugal force versus centrifugal force, which is to the left. Things that are bad on the spin to the left. Things that are right spin to the right. Top of your planet spins to the right. Bottom of your planet spinning to the left. It's out of balance. Equatorial, out of balance. The chakras are energy centers. We're seeing one energy center, which we call the sun, which is a complex of so many other chakras. It's a shame. But when that chakra center is generating energy, it sends that energy into the planet, which sends it into you. And this is why they used to teach you to go barefooted and bareheaded when you could in the grass, because now you're grounding out and pulling in energy at the same time. When the last master race was here, when I say master, I'm not talking about what Adolf Hitler said. By the way, it was not even his name, by the way. By the way, his name was Adolf Schicklgruber. You look up Schicklgruber, the grouper for shekels. His astrologer's name was Hitler. When his astrologer died, he took his name. He's Jewish. I didn't say a Jew, I said Jewish. But let's go on again with this other. When you have now a chakra sending you in energy in the form of a sun, it must be absorbed. So when the planet needs help, it takes all that energy through its polar openings and through its cave entrances, absorbs it, sends it down to its soul, which is a cell governor, another luminous body deep inside the earth, not molten lava like they're teaching you. It then re-radiates it out as magnetic energy, which comes up through the poles and through surfaces, just like in Gabon, West Africa now. And that energy comes up. It then begins to correct all the electrical circuitry, which makes you act crazy and makes you act on a lower vibrational plane, and begins to give the spirit a chance to live and helping to renew and revigorate your own planet. That's why you have 2 suns. In lieu of that, what are they doing? Putting up more towers. The towers of terror, the towers of power. Everywhere you look around, you see these big towers. You think they're there for nothing? You think they're there so you can better, can you hear me now? Just in passing, to go just a little bit further with that, the Zulus, as well as the Dogons, have very interesting legends. We say they're legends only because we are not writing the books anymore. And when we are writing the books, so just over the last really 50 years have our books been published that really mean something. Other than that, our books, which we're at the library at own, have been rewritten, destroyed, coveted in some professors' basement down there where they go and study and see what they can discern and then come and give you a bunch of lies and call it history. I can understand people who don't like history, but study it anyway so then you know what you don't have to believe in. Just simply read what's in their books. Then search for the truth, and that's what constant life is here. Searching for truth, searching for spirituality, and finding out again where the mistake was made, and let's hope that we don't make that mistake again. When you deal again with the Zulus, like the Dogons, tell you a story. They say that they came from the Salton Sea, which is now called the Mediterranean, that there was a great battle that was fought there. And where there was verdant plains and forestries and jungle, it became overnight, or really shall we say overnight, within a month's time, there was a war that was fought there. And they used crystals as death rays, and it burned the area there. When I had classes, when I taught in school, I used to ask my students for a question, a trick question, on what desert is the Great Pyramid of Egypt built, or the Great Pyramid of Giza built? And of course, they all say the Sahara. That's not the truth. It was built on the Libyan desert. But the enroachment of the Sahara and the Libyan desert has now made it one big Sahara, and it is still being enroached. If you would check that sand there, it is radioactive. It is still radioactive. There are carbon and deuterium in there, and a new metal that is hard to even find because they created an element there by taking into what they call microcosmic energy and pushing it in a death ray. That depleted, and disintegrated everything that could grow life around there. Nothing would grow there, and that's why it now is a desert. If the definition of desert is the bottom of an ocean which is now dried out, then that means that there had to be a big ocean there in part of North Africa that has long since gone back. Some people say it's true. I don't believe so. What happened was that there used to be a small stream that flowed to the Nile, and that complex in which the Great Pyramid of Egypt is now built was built there to not only have boats that came up and down there, but it was very fruitful. Lots of things grew there. It was very beautiful to behold. But when that war was fought there, all that was changed. They're telling you pretty much that the pyramid and the Sphinx are about 3,000 years old. 2,860 they call for the pyramid, and the Sphinx, no. All of that's a big lie. The pyramid there may have been 100,000 years old. The Sphinx at least 25,000 years old. A civilization that has come there and forwarded, gone back, gone down again, until you now have the migration of people that are there, which are Arabic, which are mixed folks. The people there were not mixed before. And as I say, it was a satellite of Mars, whether you want to believe that or not. But let's go back to this legend about the Zulus and the Dogons. They both said they migrated from the Salton Sea down to the Cape of Hope, where they now are near Mali, in those caves that are there at Mali. If you notice again, it is the Zulu that said that they had there without their women, and once they migrated, that God brought forth their women that came in a van. Now, how many have heard the word van before? Just raise your hand. All right. A van is what? An object that has four wheels, goes along a little bit bigger than a car, may not be big as a over-the-road 18-wheeler, but it's a van. But that van is only the last syllable of the vehicle in which they traveled, which was called the Merkava. The Merkava van, or the Mer of the Ka and the Ba of the Van. It was a van that moved by light, sound, and spirit. When you say raising now the Merkaba, and all those who seek to do it, they're now seeking to get the vehicle of light once more as they did before. And it was said that the woman came in the vehicle of light. Nothing like what we're talking about now, a spaceship, but the souls that came in then were so advanced, they created their own ship, the ship of light, which has nothing to do with metal and metallurgy and thrust and carbon dioxide and fossil fuel. It was a vehicle of light which we still use if you have melanin each night when you come out of your body and travel in what they call astral projection. And the best they can do is remote viewing, and they take away the biggest privilege you've ever had. You misuse it by taking their drugs, and then you wonder what has happened to you and what's wrong. Reawaken. The light is still inside. It's just that the vehicle you no longer know how to master. So they're now trying to do what you're supposed to do, and the very pyramids that they're using were the ones where you could instruct a person, find out if the person was an initiate, because when they sat in that king's chamber, which was never used as a tomb, it was used as a sepulcher to separate the light body by showing you that you were fasted enough, were strong enough to separate that body and go on your journey of the soul. So then they had to watch over your body when you were gone, because in time out in space, and the time in that vehicle was not the same as Earth time. So to keep it calibrated, they used to project into pyramids to pyramids, and that's why you will find on all planets under the belief of Atan, on the one, have pyramids on them, because that was a vehicle and a means of transportation by which the light body could be aroused if you were not able to do it yourself. How many have heard anything like that, completely like that before? Now don't lie, because I'm going to ask you down where and all. Just tell me if you have. Just raise your hand, that's all. Most people haven't, because that has been taken out of the textbooks, because you're reading the wrong books, as they say, started again by Sir Flinders Petrie, by the first president, I forget his name now, at the University of Chicago, backed by David Eisenhower, which all of that was taken. They're still trying to do that. Question: why is it that in the Valley of Luxor, where they have the real burials, you will find canoptic jars containing the eviscerated remains of those kings and so that were there? Why did they save their organs in canoptic jars? Why did they not spoil? And what secret were they giving? Well, now that they have put the Human Genome Project, and I knew when they started that we were in deep trouble again, that they now can explain the origin of life, you can begin to see that with one cell from your fingertip, you can reproduce the whole on a physical plane. Not a spiritual plane, a physical plane. If that is the case, then each of those canoptic jars could bring back 100 Akhenatons, 1,000 Anaktons, Tutankhamons, Queen, Nut, Nefertiti, any of them could be brought back. Because the soul travels, but the vehicle of life, the spirit, is caught up in the cells, and those cells can reproduce. Think about what that means.
And that's part of the secret, to uncover the secret, so that we all can lock into this power that Jesus has locked into. The secret to your rise is the unveiling of Jesus. The secret to your rise is to understand Jesus. Same way with the whole Muslim world. The Muslim world is awaiting the return of Jesus. Jesus is the only prophet that the Quran and the sayings of Muhammad bear witness will come back again. Not even the beloved Muhammad is to come back again, but Jesus, they look for him. And they look for Jesus and the Mahdi to appear together at the end of the world. You're just looking in the wrong place, Muslims. Because he don't want you bound down worshiping flesh. Because it's what is in the flesh that the flesh cannot contain. That when the flesh goes, that essence is no prophet's name. Recognizing only God alone, to make sure that our worship was not to any deity, any being other than the creator of the heavens and the earth. Think of this now. We didn't mention Jesus' name because there would be no Jesus if there were not God himself. We didn't mention Muhammad's name because there would be no Muhammad. And since God told us not to make any distinction between the prophets, we can't mention Muhammad and not Jesus and Abraham and all of the prophets, because we are commanded by Allah to make no distinction among his servants. All of them are his servants, and he gave them degrees of wisdom to manifest. But God and God alone is the object of worship, and there is no partner that he has. He has nothing in between him. You don't need to worship Jesus. You worship the God that Jesus worshiped.
Chapter 2. Education of Mary and Elizabeth in Zoan, Egypt. 1. The son of Herod, Archelaus, reigned in Jerusalem. He was a selfish, cruel king. He put to death all those who did not honor him. 2. He called in council all the wisest men and asked about the infant claimant to his throne. 3. The council said that John and Jesus both were dead. Then he was satisfied. 4. Now Joseph, Mary, and their son were down in Egypt in Zoan, and John was with his mother in the Judean hills. 5. Elihu and Salome sent messengers in haste to find Elizabeth and John. They found them, they brought them to Zoan. 6. Now Mary and Elizabeth were marveling much because of their deliverance. 7. Elihu said, It is not strange, there are no happenings, law governs all events. 8. From olden times it was ordained that you should be with us and in this sacred school be taught. 9. Elihu and Salome took Mary and Elizabeth out to the sacred grove nearby where they were wont to teach. 10. Elihu said to Mary and Elizabeth, You may esteem yourself thrice blessed, for you are chosen mothers of long-promised sons. 11. Who are ordained to lay a solid rock, a sure foundation stone on which the temple of the perfect man shall rest, a temple that shall never be destroyed. 12. We measure time by cycle ages, and the gate to every age we deem a milestone in the journey of the race. 13. An age has passed, the gate unto another age flies open at the touch of time. This is the preparation age of soul, the kingdom of Emmanuel, of Allah and man. 14. And these, your sons, will be the first to tell the news, and teach the gospel of goodwill to men, and peace on earth. 15. A mighty work is theirs, for carnal men want not the light, they love the dark, and when the light shines in the dark they comprehend it not. 16. We call these sons revealers of the light, but they must have the light before they can reveal the light. 17. And you must teach your sons, and set their souls on fire with love and holy zeal, and make them conscious of their missions to the sons of men. 18. Teach them that Allah and man are one, but that through carnal thoughts and words and deeds, man tore himself away from Allah, debased himself. 19. Teach that the holy breath would make them one again, restoring harmony and peace. 20. That naught can make them one but love, that Allah so loved the world that he has clothed his Son in flesh that man may comprehend. 21. The only Savior of the world is love, and Jesus, Son of Mary, comes to manifest that love to men. 22. Now, love cannot manifest until its way has been prepared, and naught can rend the rock and bring down lofty hills and fill the valleys up, and thus prepare the way, but purity. 23. But purity in life men do not comprehend, and so, it, too, come in flesh. 24. And you, Elizabeth, are blessed because yours is purity made flesh, and he shall pave the way for love. 25. This age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost, for in the book of Allah's remembrance a registry is made of every thought and word and deed. 26. And when the world is ready to receive, lo, Allah will send a messenger to open the book and copy from its sacred pages all the messages of purity and love. 27. Then every man of earth will read the words of life and language of his native land, and men will see the light, walk in the light and be the light. 28. And man again will be at one with Allah. Chapter 3. Elihu's Lessons, the Unity of Life. 1. Again Elihu met his pupils in the sacred grove and said, 2. No man lives unto himself, for every living thing is bound by cords to every other living thing. 3. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will love and not demand love in return. 4. They will not do to other men what they would not have other men do unto them. 5. There are two selves, the higher and the lower self. 6. The higher self is human spirit clothed with soul, made in the form of Allah. 7. The lower self, the carnal self, the body of desires, is a reflection of higher self, distorted by the murky ethers of the flesh. 8. The lower self is an illusion and will pass away, the higher self is Allah and man, and will not pass away. 9. The higher self is the embodiment of truth, the lower self is truth reversed and so is falsehood manifest. 10. The higher self is justice, mercy, love, and right, the lower self is what the higher self is not. 11. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. The higher self is mother of the virtues and the harmonies of life. 12. The lower self is rich in promises, but poor in blessedness and peace. It offers pleasure, joy, and satisfying gain, but gives unrest, misery, and death. 13. It gives men apples that are lovely to the eye and pleasant to the smell, their cores are full of bitterness and gall. 14. If you would ask me what to study, I would say, yourselves, and when you well have studied them, and then would ask me what to study next, I would reply, yourselves. 15. He who knows well his lower self, knows the illusions of the world, knows of the things that pass away, and he who knows his higher self, know Allah, knows well the things that cannot pass away. 16. Thrice blessed is the man who has made purity and love his very own, he has been ransomed from the perils of the lower self and is himself his higher self. 17. Men seek salvation from an evil that they deem a living monster of the nether world, and they have gods that are but demons in disguise, all-powerful, yet full of jealousy and hate and lust. 18. Whose favors must be bought with costly sacrifice of fruits, and of the lives of birds, and animals, and humankind. 19. And yet these gods possess no ears to hear, no eyes to see, no heart to sympathize, no power to save. 20. This evil is a myth, these gods are made of air, clothed with shadows of a thought. 21. The only devil from which men must be redeemed is self, the lower self. If man would find his devil he must look within, his name is self. 22. If man would find his savior he must look within, and when the demon self has been dethroned the savior, love, will be exalted to the throne of power. 23. The David of the light is purity, who slays the strong Goliath of the dark, and seats the savior, love, upon the throne. Chapter 4. Death and Burial of Elizabeth Mathenose lessens the ministry of death. 1. When John was 12 years old his mother died, and neighbors laid her body in a tomb among her kindred in the Hebron burying ground, and near to Zachariah's tomb. 2. And John was deeply grieved, he wept. Mathenose said, It is not well to weep because of death. 3. Death is no enemy of man, it is a friend who, when the work of life is done, just cuts the cord that binds the human boat to earth, that it may sail on smoother seas. 4. No language can describe a mother's worth, and yours was tried and true. But she was not called hence until her tasks were done. 5. The calls of death are always for the best, for we are solving problems there as well as here, and one is sure to find himself where he can solve his problems best. 6. It is but selfishness that makes one wish to call again to earth departed souls. 7. Then let your mother rest in peace. Just let her noble life be strength and inspiration unto you. 8. A crisis in your life has come, and you must have a clear conception of the work that you are called to do. 9. The sages of the ages call you harbinger. The prophets look to you and say, He is Elijah come again. 10. Your mission here is that of harbinger, for you will go before the Messiah's face to pave his way, and make the people ready to receive their king. 11. This readiness is purity of heart, none but the pure in heart can recognize the king. 12. To teach men to be pure in heart, you must yourself be pure in heart and word and deed. 13. In infancy the vow for you was made and you became a Nazarite. The razor shall not touch your face nor head, and you shall taste not wine nor fiery drinks. 14. Men need a pattern for their lives, they love to follow, not to lead. 15. The man who stands upon the corners of the paths and points the way, but does not go, is just a pointer, and a block of wood can do the same. 16. The teacher treads the way, on every span of ground he leaves his footprints, clearly cut, which all can see and be assured that he, their master, went that way. 17. Men comprehend the inner life by what they see and do. They come to Allah through ceremonies and forms. 18. And so when you would make men know that sins are washed away by purity in life, a rite symbolic may be introduced. 19. In water wash the bodies of the people who would turn away from sin and strive for purity in life. 20. This rite of cleansing is a preparation rite and they who thus are cleansed comprise the temple of purity. 21. And you shall say, You men of Israel, hear, reform and wash, become the sons of purity, and you shall be forgiven. 22. This rite of cleansing and this temple are but symbolic of the cleansing of the soul, which does not come from outward show, but is the temple within. 23. Now, you may never point the way and tell the multitudes to do what you have never done, but you must go before and show the way. 24. You are to teach that men must wash, so you must lead the way, your body must be washed, symbolic of the cleansing of the soul. 25. John said, Why need I wait? May I not go at once and wash? 26. Mathenose said, 'Tis well, and then they went down to the Jordan ford, and east of Jericho, just where the host of Israel crossed when first they entered Canaan, They tarried for a time. 27 Matheno taught the harbinger, and he explained to him the inner meaning of the cleansing rite and how to wash himself and how to wash the multitude. 28 And in the river Jordan, John was washed, then they returned unto the wilderness. 29 Now in Engedi's hills Matheno's work was done, and he and John went down to Egypt. They rested not until they reached the temple of Saqqara in the valley of the Nile. 30 For many years, Matheno was a master in this temple of the Brotherhood, and when he told about the life of John and of his mission to the sons of men, the Hierophant with joy received the harbinger, and he was called the Brother Nazarite. 31 For 18 years John lived and wrought within these temple gates, and here he conquered self, became a mastermind, and learned the duties of the harbinger.
Years mean nothing. Time is nothing. It's what is learned that is different. You won't be doing it down here. You may try to do it up there, but dimensions have no parallel. They have no ups, no downs. This planet you will not be doing it on, because this planet, and now I'm going to get into some able to explain this planet. The planet is going from the third dimension to the fifth dimension. It simply means you're going from kindergarten to advanced degrees. No, to college and universities. You skip middle school and high school. If you do that, then you are supposed to have a little bit more knowledge, which is supposed to be leading toward wisdom, and a little bit more perfect than when you were as a child. Remember the old thing? I was a child, I spoke as a child, I was a child, as a child, and I became a man or a person in consciousness. I put away childish things. The planet is putting away childish things. It's begged for it. It's asked for help, and that help has now been granted. The planet has been allowed to go from the third to the fifth dimension. On the fifth dimension, they don't war. On the fifth dimension, they don't have a lot of evil, negative things. On the fifth dimension, they can travel in mind anywhere they want to go. On the fifth dimension, they create as they go if they want, but they understand whatever they create, they're responsible for, so they don't use creative energy silly, like we do. We throw away our sperm, we throw away our egg, we throw away our energies, we throw away our minds, we throw away everything on drugs. You cannot make a mistake on the fifth dimension because you won't remember how to do it. You had to relearn and recall how to continue to do the stupidity and this ignorance that we practice here. That will be taken away. But it will be taken away because now you're willing to have that being done.
Chapter V. After the feast, the homeward journey, the missing Jesus, the search for him. His parents find him in the temple. He goes with them to Nazareth, symbolic meaning of carpenter's tools. 1. The great feast of the Pesh was ended, and the Nazarenes were journeying toward their homes. 2. And they were in Samaria, and Mary said, "Where is my son?" No one had seen the boy. 3. And Joseph sought among their kindred who were on their way to Galilee, but they had seen him not. 4. Then Joseph, Mary, and a son of Zebedee returned and sought through all Jerusalem, but they could find him not. 5. And Mary asked the guards had they seen Jesus, a little boy about 12 years old. 6. The guards replied, "Yes, he is in the temple now disputing with the doctors of the law." 7. And they went in, and found him as the guards had said. 8. And Mary said, "Why, Jesus, why do you treat your parents thus? Lo, we have sought 2 days for you. We feared that some great harm had overtaken you." 9. And Jesus said, "Do you not know that I must be about my Father's work?" 10. But he went round and pressed the hand of every doctor of the law and said, "I trust that we meet again." 11. And then he went forth with his parents on their way to Nazareth, and when they reached their home he wrought with Joseph as a carpenter. 12. One day as he was bringing forth the tools for work he said. 13. These tools remind me of the ones we handle in the workshop of the mind, where things were made of thought and where we build up character. 14. We use the square to measure all our lines, to straighten out the crooked places of the way, and make the corners of our conduct square. 15. We use the compass to draw circles around our passions and desires to keep them in the bounds of righteousness. 16. We use the axe to cut away the naughty, useless, and ungainly parts and make the character symmetrical. 17. We use the hammer to drive home the truth, and pound it in until it is a part of every part. 18. We use the plane to smooth the rough, uneven surfaces of joint, and block, and board that go to build the temple for the truth. 19. The chisel, line, the plummet and the saw all have their uses in the workshop of the mind. 20. And then this ladder with its trinity of steps, faith, hope and love, On it we climb up to the dome of purity in life. 21 And on the 12-step ladder, we ascend until we reach the pinnacle of that which life is spent to build the temple of perfected man. Chapter 6. Life and Works of Jesus in India among the Muslims. One a royal prince of India, Ravana in the south, was at the Jewish feast. 2 Ravana was a man of wealth, and he was just, and with a band of Brahmic priests sought wisdom in the west. 3 When Jesus stood among the Jewish priests and read and spoke, Ravana heard, and was amazed. 4 And when he asked who Jesus was, from whence he came and what he was, Chief Hillel said, 5 We call this child the day star from on high, for he has come to bring to men a light, the light of life, to lighten up the way of men and to redeem his people of Israel. 6 And Hillel told Ravana all about the child, about the prophecies concerning him, about the wonders of the night when he was born, about the visit of the Magian priests. 7 About the way in which he was protected from the wrath of evil men, about his flight to Egypt planned, and how he then was serving with his father as a carpenter in Nazareth. 8 Ravana was entranced, and asked to know the way to Nazareth, that he might go and honor such a one as Son of Allah. 9 And with his gorgeous train he journeyed and came to Nazareth of Galilee. 10 He found the object of his search engaged in building dwellings for the sons of men. 11 And when he first saw Jesus he was climbing up a 12-step ladder, and he carried in his hands a compass, square, and axe. 12 Ravana said, All hail, most favored Son of Heaven. 13 And at the inn Ravana made a feast for all the people of the town, and Jesus and his parents were honored guests. 14 For certain days Ravana was a guest in Joseph's home on Marmion Way. He sought to learn the secret of the wisdom of the Son, but it was all too great for him. 15 And then he asked that he might be the patron of the child, might take him to the east, where he could learn the wisdom of the Brahms. 16 And Jesus longed to go, that he might learn, and after many days his parents gave consent. 17 Then, with proud heart, Ravana with his train, began the journey towards the rising sun, and after many days they crossed the sand, and reached the province of Orissa, and the palace of the prince. 18 The Brahmic priests were glad to welcome home the prince, with favor they received the Jewish boy. 19 And Jesus was accepted as a pupil in the temple Jagannath, and here he learned the Vedas and the Manic law. 20 The Brahmic masters wondered at the clear conceptions of the child, and often were amazed when he explained to them the meaning of the law. Chapter 7. The Friendship of Jesus and Lamas. Jesus explains to Lamas the meaning of truth. One among the priests of Jagannath was one who loved the Jewish boy. Lamas Brahmas was the name by which the priest was known. 2 One day as Jesus and Lamas walked alone in Plaza Jagannath, Lamas said, My Jewish master, what is truth? 3 And Jesus said, Truth is the only thing that changes not. For in all the world there are two things, the one is truth, the other is falsehood, and falsehood that which seems to be. 5 Now truth is aught and has no cause, and yet it is the cause of everything. 6 Falsehood is naught, and yet it is the manifest of right. 7 Whatever has been made will be unmade, that which begins must end. 8 All things that can be seen by human eyes are manifests of aught, are not, and so must pass away. 9 The things we see are but reflexes just appearing, while the ethers vibrate so, and when conditions change they disappear. 10 The holy breath is truth, is that which was, and is, and evermore shall be, it cannot change nor pass away. 11 Lamas said, You answer well, now what is man? 12 And Jesus said, Man is the truth and falsehood strangely mixed. 13 Man is the breath made flesh, so truth and falsehood are conjoined in him, and they strive, and naught goes down and man as truth abides. 14 Again Lamas asked, What do you say of power? 15 And Jesus said, It is a manifest, is the result of force, it is but naught, it is illusion, nothing more. Force changes not, but power changes as the ethers change. 16 Force is the will of Allah and is omnipotent, and power is that will and manifest, directed by the breath. 17 There is power in the winds, a power in the waves, a power in the lightning's stroke, a power in the human arm, a power in the eye. 18 The ethers cause these powers to be, and thought of Elohim, of angel, man, or other thinking things, directs the force. When it has done its work, the power is no more. 19. Again Lamaz asked, of understanding, what have you to say? 20. And Jesus said, it is the rock on which man builds himself, it is the gnosis of the ought and of the not, of falsehood, and of truth. 21. It is the knowledge of the lower self, the sensing of the powers of man himself. 22. Again Lamaz asked, of wisdom what have you to say? 23. And Jesus said, it is the consciousness that man is ought, that Allah and man are one. 24. That naught is naught, that power is but illusion, that heaven and earth and hell are not above, around, below, but in, which in the light of ought becomes the naught, and Allah is all. 25. Lamaz asked, pray, what is faith? 26. And Jesus said, faith is the surety of the omnipotence of Allah and man, the certainty that man will reach the deific life. 27. Salvation is a ladder reaching from the heart of man to heart of Allah. 28. It has 3 steps, belief is first, and this is what man thinks, perhaps, is truth. 29. And faith is next, and this is what man knows is truth. 30. Fruition is the last, and this is man himself, the truth. 31. Belief is lost in faith, and in fruition is lost, and man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one. Chapter 8. Jesus revealed, and man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one. Chapter 8. 29. And faith is next, and this is what man knows as truth. 30. Fruition is the last, and this is man himself, the truth. 31. Belief is lost in faith, and in fruition is lost, and man is saved when he has reached deific life, when he and Allah are one.
And this is why the originator of the heavens, you don't get no picture of him. And that's why when Moses taught the people, he said, make no image, no graven image, and don't bow down to any image, because any image or any likeness is not God. Did you hear me? Because that you cannot see with these eyes. I have had out-of-the-body experiences. Now, I'm not off, brothers and sisters. I'm not drunk. But I have traveled. This is true. This is true as I'm looking at you. Traveled and seen places that I've never been before, and my eyes were back in my bed. And I've heard people talking, and my ears were back in my bed. So you don't hear with these ears, nor do you see with these eyes. Your ears give you limited sight or a limited hearing, and your eyes give you limited vision, only that which comes within the sphere of your eyes. To be able to focus on it by the light enables you to see it physically. So your physical sight is limited, your physical hearing is limited. But there's another ability to see, and there's another ability to hear, that even though these physical eyes do not see it, yet the mind is able to vision and perceive and pick up sound and form and color. Yeah, it's true. Some of you, in fact all of you in this room, you ain't strange to what I'm saying, because every one of you have had dreams. Some dreams you're foolish, but there are others that are very real, where you actually see color, hear sound, and visit places, and then go someplace and say, I've been here before. How many of you have had that kind of experience? All praise is due to Allah. Well, what does that show you? It is this, brother. This is the power. This is the place where God will live if you will let him come in. That's what the scripture said. He knocks. And whosoever will open up unto him, he will come in and sup with you. He will stay with you. He will abide with you. And lo, I will be with you forever, even to the end of the world. This is your scripture. But you got to let the Spirit of God, the wisdom of God come in. You got to open up your ears. You got to empty the vessel out of the filth and garbage of the world. And this is why prayer and fasting and eating the right foods is absolutely necessary to bring you back to your original powers. You are a powerful human being. You're not that dumb, dizzy, dead, Negro, nigger, colored boy, coon, shine, and ham bone. You are the people of Almighty God, and you just have to recognize, look, wait a minute, but I don't have it and you don't. That's the problem. See, you got to have an object that you believe in more than yourself, then you can walk when you don't think you can walk. You can throw away your cane when you don't think you could throw it, but you need an object to believe in. I say believe in the one God. Yes, sir. Believe in the originator of the heavens and the earth, and he already has in you a built-in hospital. You didn't hear me. You got within you a built-in fountain of youth. You just have never tapped it. You're sick because you want to be. You don't want to be sick. Stop eating the wrong kind of foods. Stop thinking the wrong kind of thoughts. Put your mind on the power that originated the heavens and the earth, because you're from that power. And let that tap into that power, and you will regenerate yourself like a battery that's tied into the solar energy of the sun. You tied into God and his spirit. There's no age in God's spirit. The things that I'm saying, even if you've never heard it before, you already know it. And all I'm saying is something that you've been thinking. If it's not in your conscious mind, it's in your subconscious mind. You know that there's more to you than what you have been told. And you don't need preachers. You don't need people just to take your money. You know, and you looking at the preacher as though he got a power that you don't have. God didn't fix it like that. He fixed you with power too. And any good teacher, and I say this to all of you who will teach, don't try to make slaves of the people of God. They've been slaves long enough. Don't try to get them to look to you as though you and I are more than what they are and have the potential to become. Your and my job is just to serve. Serve the people into their potential, because when they realize their potential, they'll do the thing for themselves that they've been looking to preachers, and you can never do for them what they can do for themselves. Then you know that he's not the originator of the heavens and the earth. So when you say your prayer, you say, surely I turn myself to thee, O Allah. Huh? Trying to be upright to him who originated the heavens and the earth. Thinking of the being that originated creation. Though has grown into that kind of knowledge by the permission of the originator. He comes into it. You understand? Yes. He is a God, a great God, and a mighty God. And he's a sign to you and me of the power that is in man if man submits. He said to prove what he has come into the knowledge of, he'll take a slave right out from the foot of the white man and give him power to destroy his civilization. And that's the whole messianic mission, to raise one man from among a people that are no people at all and give him juice and make him a judge. And that's the story of the Jesus. Born of a woman, a natural human being, suffered all the vicissitudes of life, but he overcomes and he overcomes, and he finally has a battle with death, and he overcomes death, and then he's resurrected and ascended.
Chapter 8. Jesus reveals to the people of their sinful ways. 1. In all the cities of Orissa Jesus taught. At Katok, by the riverside, he taught, and thousands of the people followed him. 2. One day a car of Jagannath was hauled along by scores of frenzied men, and Jesus said, 3. Behold, a form without a spirit passes by, a body with no soul, a temple with no altar fires. 4. This car of Krishna is an empty thing, for Krishna is not there. 5. This car is but an idol of a people drunk on wine of carnal things. 6. Allah lives not in the noise of tongues, there is no way to him from any idol shrine. 7. Allah's meeting place with man is in the heart, and in a still small voice he speaks, and he who hears is still. 8. And all the people said, teach us to know the Holy One who speaks within the heart, Allah of the still small voice. 9. And Jesus said, the holy breath cannot be seen with mortal eyes, nor can men see the spirits of the Holy One. 10. But in their image man was made, and he who looks into the face of man, looks at the image of the Allah who speaks within. 11. And when man honors man, he honors Allah, and what man does for man he does for Allah. 12. And you must bear in mind that when man harms in thought or word or deed another man, he does a wrong to Allah. 13. If you would serve the Allah who speaks within the heart, just serve your near of kin, and those that are no kin, the stranger at your gates, the foe who seeks to do you harm. 14. Assist the poor, and help the weak, do harm to none, and covet not what is not yours. 15. Then, with your tongue the Holy One will speak, and he will smile behind your tears, will light your countenance with joy, and fill your hearts with peace. 16. And then the people asked, to whom shall we bring gifts? Where shall we offer sacrifice? 17. And Jesus said, our Father, Allah asks not for needless waste of plant, of grain, of dove, of lamb. 18. That which you burn on any shrine you throw away. No blessings can attend the one who takes the food from hungry mouths to be destroyed by fire. 19. When you would offer sacrifice unto Allah, just take your gift of grain, or meat, and lay it on the table of the poor. 20. From it an incense will arise to heaven, which will return to you with blessedness. 21. Tear down your idols, they can hear you not, turn all your sacrificial altars into fuel for the flames. 22. Make human hearts your altars, and burn your sacrifices with the fire of love. 23. And all the people were entranced, and would have worshipped Jesus as a god, but Jesus said, 24. I am your brother man just come to show the way to Allah, you shall not worship man, praise Allah the Holy One.
You shape-shift every night. Every night we go to sleep, and nobody questions where do we go. I've often asked, do you punch a ticket? Do you have a transfer? What vehicle do you use? How much fuel does it take? And where do you go? Everybody on earth that has a soul sleeps, unless you're very refined, and even then you may sleep at least once a month. Sleep merely means that your body can no longer hold the soul because it's run out of energy. And the body becomes so despicably horrible to the soul that until it cleans up itself, the soul leaves. So each night you die. You will die every 3 days, or you will die standing up. People go to sleep standing up. People had guard duty, just going to, they're still there. But you have to go to sleep because the energy in your body is not strong enough to maintain you. So you have to get out so the body can renew itself. You, as a soul, go out and receive some energy, jump back into the body, and then you go. Now, if that is the case, then you have to ask, what trip did you take? Where did you go? What is the action? And what is the reaction? That is another whole case of study. But I simply say, each night we die. So death is only death when it's final, for what we think is final. When we die each night, we're going to be reborn. If not, then you got obsequies, funerals, and everybody's mourning. If you do, hey, you made it back. But sometimes we get back with trace memories. We have a dream. I said, oh, I had a REM state, and a rapid eye movement state, and I dreamed this, and I dreamed it. It seemed so real. It was real. Because you got out of the false reality, which doesn't exist on this planet, to the real reality that does off this planet, where you came from. That's why many people don't like to return. Many people get lost out in space and consciousness. This is why when you start talking about the speed of something, it's incalculable, the speed of something on a planet like this, because this planet is so low in vibration. Speed of light, speed of sound, no such thing. It doesn't exist in the internal world that is external to the Creator. Only exists then. When you're next to the Creator, there is no such thing as time. So for a soul, there's no time. But time, it must remember when it comes back into the body, and that's when you say, I don't know how long I was asleep. I don't know where I went. Man, it was so real, was there? Because she really became real. Here is a confinement. Here is where you're here to do one thing, learn. And then the time is to show what you've learned and what you're willing to practice. So encapsulating it back to the original question. When David Icke and so are talking about people with souls and people without souls and shapeshifters and all, he's telling you the truth. There's a soulless wonder and there's souls. In many cases, the shapeshifters don't have souls. I usually classify them into womb-born versus egg-borns. All womb-borns have souls. They gestate, trimester into a female mammary, in this particular case a mammal, and then they're born at the time when they reach the frequency where they can now become physical. But they were still existing, and if you notice in the first trimesters with some people, they even look like a tadpole. Shows you that reptile organ. I'm talking truth. I don't talk lies, and I don't talk about stuff I don't understand. Many people go up half-cocked. They haven't spent enough study. That's why I tell you I'm not a master, and neither are the ones that tell you they're masters, because masters will not talk to you like this. We're students. You're a student. Whatever grade we're in is the grade of consciousness that we choose to be in. Back to the original point. There are shapeshifters, from my perspective. They operate from the fourth dimension into the third dimension. Our planet and all on this planet are presently in the third dimension, and in so doing, they are not reaching down and they're manipulating it, like a laboratory science with the guinea pig, or some other form of creature he feels or she feels is lower than him, and they do whatever they want to do. This is why they've been doing that. The catch is that if you have a soul, even though you are now on that dimension, you have no dimension that can bind you for long. Only in a state of death or sleep do you need to transform. That's why when yogams, rishi men, different, whatever you want to call the magician or the shaman, they can go into a state by which they feel no pain, because they really take the soul away from the body, stay in that dimension, and the wiring is disconnected even though the wiring is there. So they don't feel anything there. You feel this because you're now earthbound. You believe it. It's been incorporated into you, and so therefore you're part of that physical thing. But each time you leave, when you go to sleep, if you don't wake up, you don't know what's happened to your body. Which lets you know that the connection is what you have to make. When all the wiring is back in and you settle it all in, you're now physical and completely awake. There are shapeshifters, there are walk-ins, there are walkouts, and there are souls and there are soulless. That's my criteria. That's what I'm basing my consciousness.
You don't worship the Messiah. You don't worship the Mahdi. You worship Allah alone. So the Quran says to Jesus on the day of judgment that God would ask him, did you tell the people to take your mother and you for gods beside me? And Jesus will answer saying, if I had, you surely would have known it. For I know not what is in your mind, but you know what is in mine. I told them only what you commanded me. Worship my Lord and your Lord. Jesus never told you to worship him. He told you worship the Father in spirit and in truth. And when you worship Jesus, you are guilty of setting up a God beside God. And there is no God but he who originated the heavens and the earth. You cannot make Jesus the equal of God. Say, well, the scripture says, he thought it not robbery to be equal with God. Hey, you better be careful of what people write in and add in to scripture. How can Jesus be equal with his creator? And if the creator gives him power over the heavens and the earth, he didn't take it himself, it was given to him. And if the Lamb, which is in the book of Revelations, which you style as the Jesus, or is the Jesus, walks up to him that sat on the throne and takes a book out of the man's hand and begins to open the seals thereof. Remember, he didn't write the book. He just took a book. So he who wrote the book is better than he who took the book. He who teaches one to have control of heavenly powers is greater than he who now exercises control. And he only exercises it by the permission of him who has created the power. So Jesus is to show you your own powers, that you are born to evolve into a godly being with power on earth. But if you worship Jesus, you do a disservice to yourself. If you worship Muhammad, you do a disservice to yourself. If you worship Elijah Muhammad, you do a disservice to yourself. If you worship Mahdi, you do a disservice to yourself. Worship Allah alone, not the manifestation of his power.
Less, feel less, but hear better. They're playing with you. Those towers not only can conduct low frequency better and amplify it, they stop the higher frequency of spirit from coming in and distort that field within you, which is going to make you sick and imbalanced because you have a soul. The wars that they want you to fight now are only to stop you from ascending. They're giving young men and women at the cream of their life, 17 to 30, 34 shots before they can come back, and if they come back, you don't want them. They give 7 shots at birth to all melanated babies that are not born with a midwife and stay out of their hospitals. It's now a mandatory law to give it to all babies, melanated or not now. They give them 7 shots within 3 days, including a hepatitis C shot, which is for homosexual and heterosexual promiscuous adults. The baby comes out of the womb making love, right? Having sex, right? Why else would you give it a hepatitis C shot? Insane. Then they give it DPT, diphtheria, tetanus, full of venom from animals. You're giving it to your child because you're such a bad mother and a stupid father, so low in grade that you can't protect your own children through your own immune system. You got to go to an animal, and then they gave my baby the shots, and I got to carry it back for some more shots, and I got to carry back some more shots because the lab coat told me to. He had a white coat on, and I respected him. I got a white coat too. Would you respect me if I put on a white lab coat? Don't you understand that in gestation, during the first, second, and third trimester, everything that the mother and father has that is good is passed on to that child? And nowadays, with the crystal children being born, they will differentiate and won't even take it if it's not good, send it back to the mother until the mother cleans up her act. And will tell the mother in the womb why they're doing it. That's why the woman goes through all kind of eating habits and stuff, because she's not in synchronicity with the fetuses within her. Get in harmony, and you direct the child directs you, and you both benefit. But let's say you're smart enough to not take the shots, not have your amniotic fluid put in with depleted uranium or barium, that you're smart enough to give birth outside of that, in a prone position, again, in a sitting position rather than a prone position, and that you don't give the child any shots, but then you rear it so it can go to fight for the United States of America. And defends you against what? That you're not already not defended against. Your planet is speeding up its vibrational rate. It's creating a magnetic field. Magnetism is for the spiritual people. It's for people with souls. It's what our planet used to have. It's a time when you're going backwards instead of forwards. And as you try to awaken, they put more stress on you. Taxes, overtaxing, depleted uranium, shots, vaccines. Here comes the next flu. Here comes the next epidemic. Here's something going to fall on your head from space. Anything to keep you so stressed out that you cannot take time to meditate and to think. Anything to make you think that material things are the only thing you have in life, when you were born here to learn that the spiritual value is what you really must come back.
Jesus spake on the unity of Allah and man for the Hindus. One Benares is the sacred city of the Brahms, and in Benares Jesus taught. Yudrika was his host. 2 Yudrika made a feast in honor of his guests, and many high-born Hindu priests and scribes were there. 3 And Jesus said to them, With much delight I speak to you concerning life, the brotherhood of life. For the universal Allah is one, yet he is more than one, all things are one. 5 By the sweet breath of Allah all life is bound in one, so if you touch a fiber of a living thing you send a thrill from the center to the outer bounds of life. 6 And when you crush beneath your foot the meanest worm, you shake the throne of Allah, and cause the sword of life to tremble in its sheath. 7. The bird sings out its song for men, and men vibrate in unison to help it sing. 8. The ant constructs her home, the bee its sheltering comb, the spider weaves her web and flowers breath to them a spirit in their sweet perfume that gives them strength to toil. 9. Now, men and birds and beasts and creeping things are deities, made flesh, and how dare men kill anything? 10. It is cruelty that makes the world awry, when men have learned that when they harm a living thing, they harm themselves. They surely will not kill, nor cause a thing that Allah has made to suffer pain. 11. A lawyer said, I pray to Jesus, tell who is this Allah you speak about, where are his priests, his temples, and his shrines? 12. And Jesus said, the Allah I speak about is everywhere, he cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. 13. All people worship Allah, the One, but all the people see him not alike. 14. This universal Allah is wisdom, will and love. 15. All men see not the triune Allah. One sees him as Allah of might, another as Allah of thought, another as Allah of love. 16. A man's ideal is his God, and so, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God today, tomorrow is not God. 17. The nations of the earth see Allah from different points of view, and so he does not seem the same to everyone. 18. Man names the part of Allah he sees, and this to him is all of Allah, and every nation sees a part of Allah, and every nation has a name for Allah. 19. You Brahmans call him Parabrahm, in Egypt he is Thoth, and Zeus is his name in Greece, Jehovah is his Hebrew name, but everywhere he is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. 20. When men are afraid of Allah and take him for a foe, they dress up other men in fancy garbs and call them priests. 21. And charge them to restrain the wrath of Allah by prayers, and when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, to buy him off with sacrifice of animals or birds. 22. When man sees Allah as one with him, as Father Allah, he needs no middleman, no priest to intercede. 23. He goes straight up to him and says, my Father God, Allah, and then he lays his hand in Allah's own hand, and all is well. 24. And this is Allah. You are, each one, a priest, just for yourself, and sacrifice of blood Allah does not want. 25. Just give your life in sacrificial service to all of life, and Allah is pleased. 26. When Jesus had thus said he stood aside, the people were amazed, but strove among themselves. 27. Some said, he is inspired by Holy Brahm, and others said, he is insane, and others said, he is obsessed, he speaks as devils speak. 28. But Jesus tarried not. Among the guests was one, a tiller of the soil, a generous soul, a seeker after truth, who loved the words that Jesus spoke, and Jesus went with him and in his home abode. Chapter 11. Jesus and Bharata together they read the sacred books. One among the Buddhist priests was one who saw a lofty wisdom in the words that Jesus spoke. It was Bharata Arabo. 2. Together Jesus and Bharata read the Jewish Psalms and Prophets, read the Vedas, the Avesta, and the wisdom of Gautama. 3. And as they read and talked about the possibilities of man, Bharata said, for man is the marvel of the universe. He is part of everything, for he has been a living thing on every plane of life. 5. Time was when man was not, and then he was but a formless substance in the molds of time, and then a protoplast. 6. By universal law, all things tend upward to a state of perfectness. The protoplast evolved, becoming worm, then reptile, bird and beast, and then at last it reached the form of man. 7. Now, man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience, and mind is often manifest in fleshy form, and in the form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as worm, or bird, or beast, or man. 8. The time will come when everything of life will be evolved unto the state of perfect man. 9. And after man is man in perfectness, he will evolve to higher forms of life. 10. And Jesus said, Bharata Arabo, who taught you this, that mind which is the man, may manifest in flesh of beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 11. Bharata said, from times which man remembers not our priests have told us so, and so we know. 12. And Jesus said, enlightened Arabo, are you a mastermind and do not know that man knows not by being told? 13. Man may believe what others say, but thus he never knows. If man would know, he must, himself be what he knows. 14. Do you remember, Arabo, when you were ape, or bird, or worm? 15. Now, if you have no better proving of your plea than that the priests have told you so, you do not know, you simply guess. 16. Regard not, then, what any man has said, let us forget the flesh, and go with mind into the land of fleshless things, mind never does forget. 17. And backward through the ages master minds can trace themselves, and thus they know. 18. Time never was when man was not. 19. That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the time will come when he will not exist. 20. From Allah's own record book we read, the triune Allah breathed forth, and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrews call these 7 spirits, Elohim. 21. And these are they who, in their boundless power, created everything that is, or was. 22. These spirits of the triune Allah moved on the face of boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its form of life. 23. These forms of life were but the thought of Allah, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. 24. Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplast, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel, and of cherubim. 25. These planes with all their teeming thoughts of Allah, are never seen by eyes of man in flesh, they are composed of substance far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. 26. And with the eyes of soul all creatures see these ether planes, and all forms of life. 27. Because all forms of life on every plane are thoughts of Allah, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and, in its measure, has the power to choose. 28. And in their native planes all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. 29. And so it was with every living thing until the will became a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplast, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, began to vibrate very slow. 30. The ethers all became more dense, and all the creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which men can see, and thus this coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. 31. And this is what is called the fall of man, but man fell not alone, for protoplast, and earth, and plant and beast were all included in the fall. 32. The angels and the cherubim fell not, their wills were ever strong, and so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with Allah. 33. Now, when the ether reached the rate of atmosphere, and all the creatures of these planes must get their food from atmosphere, the conflict came, and that which the finite man called, survival of the best, became the law. 34. The stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifests, and here is where the cardinal law of evolution had its rise. 35. And now man, in his utter shamelessness, strikes down and eats the beast consumes the plant thrives on the earth absorbs the protoplast. 36. In yonder kingdom of the soul this carnal evolution is not known, and the great work of masterminds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he has lost, when he again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. 37. The thoughts of Allah change not, the manifests of life on every plane unfold into perfection of their kind, and as the thought of Allah can never die, there is no death to any being of the 7 ethers of the 7 spirits of the triune Allah. 38. And so an earth is never plant, a beast, or bird, or creeping thing is never man, and man is not, and cannot be, a beast, or bird, or creeping thing. 39. The time will come when all these 7 manifests will be absorbed, and man, and beast, and plant, and earth, and protoplast will be redeemed. 40. Barada was amazed, the wisdom of the Jewish sage was a revelation unto him. 41. Now, Vidyapati, wisest of the Indian sages, chief of Temple Kapavistu, heard Barada speak to Jesus of the origin of man, and heard the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he said, 42. You priests of Kapavistu, hear me speak, we stand today upon a crest of time. 6 times ago a master soul was born who gave a glorious light to man, and now a master sage stands here in the Temple Kapavistu. 43. The Hebrew prophet is the rising star of wisdom, deified. He brings to us a knowledge of the secrets things of Allah, and all the world will hear his words, will heed his words, and glorify his name. 44. You priests of Temple Kapavistu, stay, be still and listen when he speaks, he is the living oracle of Allah. 45. And all the priests gave thanks, and praised the Buddha of enlightenment.
Trying to get you to start thinking 98% of your biblical scriptures are talking about on the inside other than the outside. You see, because your biblical scriptures came from where? It came from the Kabbalistic scriptures. And your Kabbalah is what? The tree of life, the autonomy of the body of God, which also comes from Egypt, which I'll show you the actual picture of the Kabbalah coming off the walls of Egypt of the temple of Como-Ombo. And this is the same tree of life with the 10 Sephiras, the same tree of life, and all that comes from the temple of Como-Ombo in Kemet. So this predates the Hebrew Kabbalah, but we understand now that the Hebrews was nothing but northern Ethiopians, and it was all black people, and it was different schools, just like you got a Clark, a Morehouse, a Morris Brown, where you would have Dendera, you would have Philae, you would have schools in Ethiopia. So we talking about a whole educational system, which they did not discriminate against each other, saying, oh, this your God is foul and this God is that. It was all one God. And you're talking about different schools of theology that later time we misconstrue as a war against as far as different gods and one God becoming corrupt. That's the biggest bullshit ever. This is the Kabbalah. This is the tree of life. As you can see, this is Keva, which is the top scale. This is you down here. You are the lowest, you are the root. But anything is the root is the more primal or the most potent. You are the lowest, so therefore you are the lowest, but on the other hand, because you are low, the other planets are waiting on you. Because if you understand the Kabbalah, the root chakra rises to the top. Now remember, this is just like your body. Just like you have your Kundalini chakra, which rises to the top, to Kether, which is your crown chakra. So he says that you are the highest deity in the omniverse. And he says this here, they put you over all the animals. So by you being the brother's keeper, it's just like your mother or something. She has to wait and sacrifice for you because the other ones are not as fortunate as you. Check? Now, it says that the earth was a school for gods. The earth is a school for gods. Man shall harvest upon the earth. Man who has lost the vestige of the human, and those who are on earth today, it is written that the harvest is great. That's talking about you, black people. Now it says that the earth is a classroom for gods, or the godhood. Not Mars, not Venus, not Jupiter, not magnificent Saturn, nor spiritual Neptune, nor Pluto, nor Mercury, nor even the sun and its bodies. Thus the lotus rises from the earth. The lotus is the lotus that you see that grows along the Nile Valley, the lotus that you see papyrus. It rises upon the earth. So they're saying that in actuality, this was a classroom for gods. So what happened is this. They put you here as an experiment, and they took the vibratory rate and they made it go down to a lower level. So therefore, when you first came here, you were gods. And you had these 12 cosmic power, these 10 cosmic power zones that was open in you. And you were gods. And everything that you see the superheroes could do, you could do tenfold or 1,000 times. What happened was the vibratory rate fell after so many thousands of years, and you got encased into this mummified body. And this is the mummified body, which is the vessel that you have been limited with, and this is the prison house as well as the earth being colony earth. And all you got to do now, what you're going to do is you're going to go and get, you say, well, I ain't never read that stuff in my Bible, because your Bible comes from the Kabbalah. Now the precursor to the Bible is the Kabbalah. Now if you want to get a Bible, the Kabbalah understanding, let's say, the spheres and the sephiras and the cosmos and the actual chakras and the centers in your body, then you're going to get William Gray's book, Ladder of Lights. Or you're going to get Dion Fortune's book, Mythical Kabbalah. Now, if you want to understand biblical scriptures, now you want to find out, because that's the Kabbalah, that's the scientific Kabbalah that the ancient priests used. Now remember, you have in spirituality, you have esoteric religion, exoteric religion. In esoteric religion, exoteric would be your major world religions. But the Christians, they have the Gnostics, where the priests went and learned how to be Christ. You know, Jesus went, the Essenes, the Sethians. The Hebrews had the Kabbalistic, and also they also had what you would call the ancient Egyptian mystery system. The Islamic has what? The Sufi Muslims. The Buddhists have what? The yogis. So each time you have a school that is on the exoteric level, you have an esoteric school where the priests learn how to go and raise themselves up to godhood. So now you have your esoteric Bible or Torah. Your exoteric is the Kabbalah, or your book of coming forth by day. That's your esoteric, which should be your hidden. Now, you have several Kabbalists that's going to tell you how to go up these spheres, and each sphere represents a chakra, represents a planet, it represents an angel and all of that. But if you want to understand the scriptures out of your Bible, you're going to get Waite's Holy Kabbalah. This is Waite's Holy, A.E. Waite is his name. It's called a Holy Kabbalah. The study of the secret doctrines of Israel as unfold as the sons of the doctrines and the benefit and the constellation and of the elect and the dispersed through the greater lands of exile or greater exiles. Now this is coming from Citadel Press. So now this is the book that you want to get that is dealing with the scriptures.
Founders of the Egyptian priesthood understood man as a force of energy contained in a physical vehicle containing 7 centers. See Plate 2.6. These centers, running from the base of the spine to the top of the head on man's physical body, were hinted at by early Christian painters. When they artistically portrayed a young, martyred, Aramaic-speaking carpenter and his disciples with glowing auras or halos surrounding their heads. Jesus spoke Aramaic, but like Moses and other great teachers, Jesus spoke several languages. The priesthood of Egypt in 4000 BC taught that the halo glow or aura surrounding man's minus a body had 7 centers, swirling rings of colored lights, or chakras as the Hindu called them, clearly observable to a person with spiritual development. In the ancient Greek language, the word halos meant a luminous ring of white or colored rays surrounding man's physical body. Hebrew and Aramaic are related to Greek. In the ancient Greek alphabet, the letter P symbolically represented a man, one who, having overcome his lowest nature, his sexual minus Ter, joined his emotional nature, his heart center, with his intellectual center P, in his physical body P, thus representing a man in control of his physical, emotional, and mental nature. Thousands of years before, early Christian painters depicted Jesus with a halo, knowledge of the aura field, chakras and kundalini fire. Spirit energy, which the ancients believed ascended from the base of the spine, the lowest chakra, to the topmost chakra in the head, was taught in the temples of India. The symbol of kundalini energy is seen today as a physician's staff, caducus, a winged rod twisted by 2 serpents. Could the early Christians have been taught these concepts by Jesus? If not by him, then by whom? Through the study of ancient symbolism, one may learn the name Muson, sons of Mu, the motherland, is where the ancient name of the Order of Freemasons originated. What ancient legends, truths, or inner teachings could the Order of Freemasons have continued to pass on to this day? Is it even possible by the farthest stretch of one's imagination that an ancient order or brotherhood might know certain behind-the-scenes stories that have had a most profound effect on the history of mankind on this planet? It is recorded in ancient scrolls that there have always been tilers, or keepers of the temple. For before the Hebrew tribes were brought into Egypt by Joseph, before Moses received his final lesson in the law of Frank. Judges 5 from the mysterious high priest of Midian 6, before the Greeks studied in Egypt, Phoenician scholars, architects, and sailors had studied in Egypt's oldest temple, the Sanctum Sanctorum or King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. The mathematical, astrological, religious, and astronomical reasons for the architectural connection between the ground floor plan of the temple of King Hiram of Tyre, a Phoenician king and intimate friend of King David, Solomon's father, the ground floor plan of King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, and the ground floor plan of the king's chamber in Egypt's Great Pyramid will soon become obvious, as all 3 are the same. It is written that tilers, keepers of the temple, were the ones who tiled, repaired, and closed the door of the Great Pyramid shortly after a global destruction during which Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt. Velikovsky dates the exodus of the Israelites in 1495 BC, during a great natural devastation of the earth, an occurrence of a shift in the bodies of the heavens which brought Egypt's Middle Kingdom to a close. Knowledge of the movements of heavenly bodies was not restricted to Egypt alone. The high priest of Rama in India, a prodigiously old man called Manu, a name concealing Aum, is responsible for the law of eternal recurrence. It was during this worldwide cataclysm that Moses was to lead his people out of Egypt, taking the mummy of Joseph with him and thereby fulfilling the oath of Joseph to the children of Israel. God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence. Genesis 50:25. So Joseph died being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Genesis 50:26. Man today assumes that everything to be seen is visible on the surface, a one-dim and minus sign of view. Moses took Joseph's mummy with him when he departed Egypt, and Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry my bones away hence with you. Exodus 13:19. Moses, within the framework of Akhenaten's great release of knowledge, was instructed and educated into the secret Egyptian mysteries by the high priest of Egypt, the high priest of a mysterious religious system instituted by a band of rulers of foreign countries who, working unobtrusively in the foreign country of Egypt, instituted and re-established in 4000 BC the ancient brotherhood of man. Moses subsequently reburied Joseph with grand honors as his brethren. Led by Moses, moved from the right to left around the tomb 3 times as was practiced in that age. Historians unencumbered by religious superstitions, perverted God, ignorance, in other words uncurbed desire and fear in the form of destructive actions, will remember that the writings of an Egyptian scribe and the writings of a Hebrew scribe, both at the same time in Earth's history, both in the same geographical location, are not necessarily minus solely direct proof that such a worldwide destruction occurred. If indeed such a gigantic worldwide disturbance actually occurred as Immanuel Velikovsky describes and as the editors of Pensée suggest happened, then a gigantic, celestially influenced disturbance in the Earth's tectonic plates would certainly have been reported by scribes in countries all over the surface of the Earth, even in Mexico, a land of pyramids. The sky rained not water, but fire and red-hot stones, we read in the Mexican annals of Cuautitlan. The Mayan manuscript Quiche states that the earth quaked and water in the rivers turned to blood. One reading Velikovsky's books, exhaustive in their documentation and detailed in their arguments, remembers the words of one of the ancient priests of Egypt, a prodigiously old man, to Solon Plato's Timaeus Conminus. Starting certain perturbations in the movement of heavenly bodies. O Solon, you Greeks are always children. There is no such a thing as an old Greek. And on hearing this he asked, What mean you by this saying? And the priest replied, You are young in soul, every one of you. For therein you possess not a single science that is hoary with age. And this is the cause thereof. There have been and there will be many and divers destructions of mankind, of which the greatest are by fire and water, and lesser ones by countless other means. For in truth the story is told in your country as well as ours. How once upon a time Phaeon, son of Helios, yoked his father's chariot, and, because he was unable to drive it along the course taken by his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth and himself perished by a thunderbolt. That story, as is told, has the fashion of a legend, but the truth of it lies in the occurrence of a shifting of the bodies in the heavens which surround the earth, and a destruction of the things on the earth by fierce fire, which recurs at long intervals. And when, after the usual interval of years like a plague, the flood from heaven comes sweeping down afresh upon your people, it leaves none of you but the unlettered and uncultured, so that you become young as ever, with no knowledge of all that happened in old times in this land, or in your own. Certainly the genealogies which you related just now, Solon, concerning the people of your country are little better than children's tales, for, in the first place, you remember but one deluge, though many had occurred previously. Man in the middle is always capable of choosing whether he wishes to go towards spirituality or towards materialism. If he goes off the bottom of the steps of the pyramid, he gets chewed up by Tezcatlipoca the jaguar, and he'll have to go through the cycle again, and that's where we're heading with our gross materialism. If you turn around and go the other way, you return off the top to the plumed serpent, Quetzalcoatl, symbol of wisdom and spirituality. So all of this and a cosmology which is very close to what modern science is finally coming up to was played out on the steps of these pyramids, and apparently in a much more ethical manner as part of a more ethical and social civilization which gradually got obliterated. And what Cortez found when he arrived was a degradation of ancient rites which no longer made any sense, any more than our rites bear relation to what was said by Muhammad the Muslim, Moses the Hebrew, Lao Tzu of China, Mahavira the Jain, Buddha of India, or Jesus of Nazareth. So just because this is a new form of energy relatively, though I suspect it's the same energy discovered by Paracelsus, Mesmer, Reichenbach, or Drive, Wilhelm Reich with his orgone, I think that's what's going on. But the fascinating thing is that the shape of things, and this is what the Mesoamericans knew already, the Maya, the Olmec, they knew that the shape of things, old Masonic lore, affects energies in that wave. Lengths do travel between humans. Everything radiates on wavelengths, and the conjunction and overlapping and forming of them is what really makes reality out of what is, actually, unsubstantial. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, pure and simple. It's only because we look at it through materialistic eyes that a table is solid to us, and we can't go through a wall, but analyze it, and it's just a lot of wavelengths. 3.8. Bas relief from Palenque with Masonic symbols drawn by Waldeck. Jean-Frédéric Maximilien Waldeck at the age of 56 traveled from France to Palenque, Mexico. Waldeck, initially financed by his publisher Berthoud, spent a year in situ at Palenque and produced some 90 extraordinary drawings. He smuggled his original drawings back to England with the aid of the British consul. Arriving in England, Waldeck was abandoned by his publisher because his story was too complicated to be believable. 3.9. Waldeck's drawing of the tower at Palenque. Waldeck's book and drawings, although financially abandoned by his publisher, soon became a collector's item, fetching 3,300 francs per book. Waldeck in this drawing shows the Tower of Palenque, the eastern galleries on the left, and the western galleries on the right. Waldeck chose sunset deliberately to draw attention to other bas-relief figures on the front of the eastern galleries. The Caracol Tower at Chichen Itza, an ancient astronomical observatory. That the Caracol Tower was used as an astronomical observatory was discovered as early as 1875 by Drive. Augustus Leblongan, one of the first explorers of the Mesoamerican pyramids. Dr. Leblongan, author of Sacred Mysteries, among the Mayas and the Quiches, lived for 12 years among the descendants of the ancient Maya. Leblongan was a 33 degrees Freemason, the first white man to learn the ancient Maya language, the first explorer initiated into the Maya secret society of Sh. Dahl brothers, the first outsider to witness their shamanic ritual, carefully hidden from non-Indian eyes for hundreds of years after the Spanish invasion. Leblongan, much like Carlos Castaneda of today and the ethnobotanist Robert Gordon Wasson before him, discovered many extraordinary remains of a prior advanced civilization. The day following Leblongan's initiation into the ancient sacred mysteries of the Maya, or mysteries of Xibalba, described in the second book of the Popol Vuh, Leblongan wrote that the elders, or those who know, were able to surround themselves with a cloud-like white light and to materialize certain strange and mysterious scenes of the past. Later that same day, Leblongan fell into a trance. Suddenly jumping up, he cried, "Dig here." His Maya helpers began to dig. They dug 10 feet into the earth, sweating profusely in the jungle heat and loving this crazy Americano H-man's wise man. They dug another 10 feet into the damp, stinking earth. Leblongan confidently urged them on. The air in the hole became harder to breathe. Leblongan stressed, just 4 more feet. 24 feet into the earth, spade bit into stone, and Leblongan was the proud discoverer of the Chak Mole, an astonishing sculpture not in relief, but in the round. And as long as you have that intercourse between the two yin-yang, negative positive, you have some fun. But when it gets all on one side in the game, you've got to reshuffle and start again. It's not so much that Tezcatlipoca the jaguar is necessarily the villain, and Quetzalcoatl the plumed serpent is the hero. One is playing the hero role, and the one is playing the villain role, because if you go to the movies and there's no villain, what kind of a movie have you got? But I think you're going to find pyramid remains all over the United States. You're going to find remnants of ancient civilizations that we have simply bulldozed over and put concrete over and not looked at. Why archaeology in this country is so neglected when there are apparent vestiges of perhaps an Atlantean civilization all up and down the east coast of America and up and down the Mississippi. There are plenty of pyramids for the next generation to go dig in. Newgroup, still a lot to learn for the ambitious researcher then. We've been talking to Peter Tompkins, the author of a sequel to his Great Pyramid Study, this one entitled Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. Tompkins' books on the pyramids remain the most intelligent, uncensored. The Book of Mormon is primarily the religious history of 2 Hebrew colonies who left Jerusalem nearly 600 years before Christ, just prior to the capture of Jerusalem by the warriors of Babylon, and settled in Mexico. The Book of Mormon states that these colonies built pyramids, and that Jesus, after the resurrection, visited them. The visit of Jesus, they believe, inspired the legend of Quetzalcoatl, the white and bearded god of ancient Mexico, whose symbol was a winged and feathered serpent representing wisdom or someone who could achieve the union of opposite deciphering of some hieroglyphs in the tomb of Tutankhamun, King Tut, which make reference to the supernova Vela X. The wide range of speculation inspired by the discovery of Vela X is rapidly growing in importance in the field of history and especially in the discipline of historical climatology, an important subject to which we will return later when we talk with Drive. Colin Bowl, director of the Institute of Polar Studies. This chapter has raised many questions. Did the explosion of Vela X decisively influence Western religious symbolism and star mythology? Is there a Masonic connection between Vela X, a star which exploded within a triangle, and the ancient religious symbolism and star dates of Freemasonry? Is there a connection between Vela X and the laborious calculations of the learned Christian Archbishop James Ussher, who fixed the date when God said let there be light as 4004 BC? A date only 4 years different from the Masonic Year of Light. What secrets would the female branch of Freemasonry know about the visit of the Egyptian Queen Hatshepsut with King Solomon? Why is the middle chamber of the Great Pyramid encrusted with salt? Why is a bearded face of a man strikingly similar to the face imprinted on the Shroud of Turin, imprinted on the wall approaching the middle chamber 18, the chamber which according to the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the religious text of the early empire, is named the Chamber of Second Birth? Did Jesus visit and teach in Mexico after the Resurrect Minus? As the Mormons believe, or did Jesus visit Mexico before the crucifixion as Edgar Cayce and others believe? Why did Jesus say, "Be ye therefore wise as serpents"? Why did Moses, who was trained in all the wisdom of the Egyptians, set a serpent of brass upon a pole? Why is Freemasonry's 25th degree named Knight of the Brazen Serpent? Why did the writer of the Sumerian star catalog state that Vela X would be seen again? For example, 2,000 years ago the word meek was a word used to describe a chariot horse so well disciplined that with the lightest touch of the rein on the right side of its neck the horse would instantly respond and turn to the right. At that time the word meek meant well disciplined. So when the Master Adept Jesus said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth," we can understand that he was saying, "Blessed are the well-disciplined, for they shall inherit the earth." A fascinating subjects the relations among members of the Brotherhood such as Pharaoh Akhenaten, Moses, King David, Elijah, Isaiah, Buddha, and Jesus. The adventures and travels of Jesus between his 12th and 30th years as reported from contemporaneous records preserved by the Brotherhoods. The geology of the ancient sunken continent in the Pacific Ocean called New or Lemuria, and the evidence of its once majestic civilization, the coming trials of mankind during the remainder of this century, and the part the Brotherhoods will play in preserving the finest in our culture.
Separate, not so much as separate spirituality from religions, and understand that out of our spirituality came the world's religions. The God concept of those religions, of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, came out of what I refer to as three-God religions. I don't use that anymore because people don't understand what I mean about three-God religions. They are so accustomed to the word God, they cannot understand that there was a time when man thought of a force in the universe presiding over the universe, and while he meant God, he did not use the word God, and man had more spirituality before he consistently used the word God. He used the God force and the God concept without using the word. He meant the same thing, and ultimately Western man interpreted that as meaning the same thing.
Spirituality is a way of accepting the fact that there is a spiritual force in the universe larger than all of mankind.
Not having a religion, but they had a spiritual way of life that included the ancient Egyptians also. They paid homage to their ancestors. They paid homage to nature. They knew the laws, the cosmic laws of the universe, and they lived their lives according to these various laws of the universe.
Man must be in harmony with nature. Man must not be in a violent struggle against the elements. And that man and God and nature are in partnership one to the others. And all of the elements work with man, and all life is linked together in cause and effect. In a harmonious chain, there was no death, but a continuation of life. And the European concept of life is a violation of harmony. When you look at Russia and the United States, look at their struggle to control the world, it makes no sense. It is out of harmony. Not only with nature, it is out of harmony with common sense. It is a violation of nature to poison the air, to endanger babies. Nature gave you fresh air to breathe. You throw everything out of harmony when you put poison in the air. God created the spring, God created wind to purify the air. He didn't do this for man to put chemicals and spoil the air so that the child couldn't breathe. The African thought about all of this as part of the totality of life. So his religion stemmed out of bringing life in line with the harmony of God's creation. And if we are to create a new way and a new harmony and a new decency for all people, we must bring things in harmony with nature. Because this is the basis of what this ancient African did. This is why he could have 3,000 years without a war.
Now when we see something like this again, where our ancestors were into something deep. But again, look very closely. Now that we have broken that down, you see that this person has become what is called a netter, or a spiritual one, or has become God-like. Because he rose up his pineal gland, as you see the serpent here, now his third eye is open. His spiritual eye is open. Okay? So again, we looked at nature. We used symbols. Why did we use symbols? Because symbols operated on the collective consciousness of the mind. Okay? We still have, as Brother Dr. Richard King pointed out, which he expounds on this very well from his research, that even though they have destroyed our libraries, they have not destroyed our genetic libraries that's in us. It's just lying there dormant. All we have to do is open it up.
It is here that our ancestors had us study from the 42 books of Tahuti, representing science, law, and intelligence, who was represented as the ibis bird that you saw. We saw those little white birds that we saw come over here. So our ancestors looked at nature. We didn't worship the bird, but it was an attribute of science, attribute of intelligence. Tahuti writing down the deeds of our life on earth as we lived here. This is where the Western philosophical thought, Greeks took their concept of Hermes Trismegistus from Tahuti, now called thought too.
Again, our ancestors looked at nature to symbolize various attributes of nature. We did not worship insects. We did not worship animals. Okay? They represented various attributes of nature. For instance, the little scarab beetle was symbolized as the great mind. Why? Because the top of the little scarab beetle was identical to the top of the cranial cavity of the brain. So the little scarab was looked at as the great mind of Ptah. That was Ptah's symbol, the scarab that created the universe. Also how the scarab, okay, would roll up his dung, okay, and make the sun. That was a symbol of being self-created, because the eggs would have to feed from the dung, and that was a symbolic as being self-created. Now, what you see here
Remember I said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and the Spirit of God moved across the deep. Okay? So we see nothing but darkness. The scarab symbolized Ptah, black. The red body symbolized the sun that was created. Our ancestors saw ourselves in relationship with that of nature. We were totally connected with nature. We did not worship animals and insects. They were various attributes because we looked at nature for our communication. Okay? That's why we were not destructive towards nature. So what we see is mind over body. And that's how we see the little scarab creating the sun, because it's red like you see the body here as being red. The body was looked at as the great sun. That's why you call your sun the sun today. Symbolized as that sun. Okay? So here we see the little scarab rolling up the dung, was symbolic as how Ptah rolled up the sun in the universe and created the light. This was all symbolic and all various attributes. Now you can see all three pyramids. Now on the further back is the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, that our ancestors had astronomical science, astrology, where they studied the stars and so forth. One of the things that's been brought to astronomers' attention is that they noticed that the pyramid of Khufu and Khafra, if you notice right here, are in a perfect alignment. Okay? It's a perfect alignment. But the question is that why would such a perfect alignment and perfect structure where they built the small pyramid of Menkaure off course? Can you see it off course? Yeah. But what they found, though, is that our ancestors were building the pyramids in alignment with the stars. That they were in rhythm with the astrology and the astronomical science of the universe, science of astrology, or the study of the stars. And what they found is that the star system Orion was the star system of Osiris. Remember, the king wants to become one with Osiris. So by aligning the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure with Orion, and that's why they built the pyramid of Menkaure slightly over and not in alignment, because the pyramids were built off of the alignment of the star system Orion. The star system Ceres was Isis. So our ancestors, in essence, were building heaven on earth. They were taking the science of the stars and building the pyramids exactly as they saw the heavenly body, or the cosmological universe. Figure out why Menkaure's pyramid was not in a perfect alignment, but it fits with the alignment of the star system Orion. As well as the other pyramid layout, it fits into the constellation that our ancestors saw of Osiris. And that is the constellation of the man that they have today as a figure of a man. So you can take and put the star system Orion right over the pyramid of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, and see why they had the alignment of Menkaure slightly over, because it fit with the star system Orion, because the purpose was for the soul to ascend into heaven, for the spirit to ascend into heaven, to become one with Osiris. And the star system Orion was connected with Osiris. Keep in mind that the star system Orion was aligned perfectly with the chambers of the pyramids that we're going to deal with later on in our lecture series when we get into it. So this is serious knowledge to show you how profound our ancestors saw that they were building and with the constellation of the universe. Tomorrow when you go into Saqqara, you're also going to see the pyramid of Unas, showing the first concept of ascension into heaven. Long before there was Christianity, long before there were little white angels with wings under, that we get a concept that we're going to go to heaven, Unas already had the concept of ascension into heaven, or a spirit going into heaven, known as astrotheology. So this is what our ancestors saw, the soul becoming one with the great god Osiris in the constellation of Orion, which was the symbol for Osiris. And the star system Ceres was for Isis. Powerful astronomical knowledge that our ancestors had, showing how in tune our ancestors were with the heavenly bodies. In essence, building heaven on earth.
Spirituality is a way of accepting the fact that there is a spiritual force in the universe larger than all of mankind. But someone had to come along and invent a word called God. And someone had to say of another God and say, mine is better than yours. And someone had to create faith. Someone said, I have the true faith. religion is the organization of spirituality into something that became the handmaiden of conquerors. Nearly all religions were brought to people and imposed on people by conquerors and used as the framework to control their minds. My main point here is that if you are a child of God and God is a part of you, then in your imagination, God's supposed to look like you. And when you accept a picture of the deity assigned to you by another people, you become the spiritual prisoners of that other people.
A dead man may neither be burned nor buried within the walls of the city. Such was the decree of Roman law between the 2nd and 4th century AD. This strict rule about how corpses were to be disposed of was imposed on all residents of Rome. Most Romans were pagan and preferred to be cremated. Their ashes were stored in small urns above ground. But the ancient Christians and Jews of Rome insisted on burial of their dead. Wealthy citizens had lined the roads just outside the city with family tombs. These tombs were called catacombas, which is Greek for "at the hollows." The name came from the natural hollow spaces that lined the Via Appia, one of the ancient roads that led to and from Rome. Into these hollow spaces, the first Christian cemetery was built above ground. It is from these early catacombas that the catacombs of Rome evolved. More clues about these early practices come from nearby paintings.
The paintings in the catacombs give us some of our best clues to what early Christian practice really was. And you have pictures of mixed groups of people sitting around tables, drinking wine, and eating bread. And this was a very touchingly simple kind of a ceremony.
Scholars believe that this simple communal meal of the early Christians freely adopted Greek and Roman symbols and mythology for inspiration in the catacombs. Many walls depict Hercules, the great mythological hero who was famous for his courage and strength. Here, Hercules is killing the multi-headed Hydra of Lerna, which could grow 2 new heads for each one it lost. Of the Good Shepherd.
The Good Shepherd can be understood in a sense as an image of Christ that reflects if he described himself as the Good Shepherd. And the use of the Good Shepherd in the Christian catacomb is a way of depicting Christ without actually portraying him.
For example, Jonah, in the 3 basic things, he sees the whale, he gets swallowed by it, and then he's spit out into the ocean. That's a very common scene, and it is, of course, a clear reference to
the biblical story of Daniel in the lion's den is represented by a nude person standing between 2 lions. The ancient Christians believed Daniel conquered this danger with prayer. Symbolic painted figures. This tomb is called the Crypt of the Coopers, so named because these ancient coopers, or barrel makers, were entombed behind a painting that depicts a group of men posed with one of their barrels. The principal Jewish catacombs are Via Torlonia to the north and Via Rondinini, which lies under the road called Via Appia Antica, site of the original catacombas burial places. Walls also depict the image of sailors buried here. Perhaps these hearty souls manned the vessel.
Moses figures very highly in the Jewish non-Christian catacombs. The scenes are gods and gods.
The Middle Ages saw the catacombs visited by the thoughtful and the destructive. But their true value as a time capsule. But who were these people? The images on the walls of Via Latina tell their story. These fragments from an ancient culture preserve for us the beliefs of a simpler time. To look upon these walls is to look deep into the past.
Joy and a kind of expectation of life in the world to come. There was an immediacy to their faith that is not to be found very often in people's religious beliefs today.
Today, the catacombs confront us with a difficult challenge: to preserve the great legacy left to us by those early believers for the next 2,000 years. It is a challenge that must be faced by all those who go in search of history.
Chapter 12. Jesus teaches the common people at a spring, tells them how to obtain eternal happiness. 1. In silent meditation Jesus sat beside a flowing spring. It was a holy day, and many people of the servant caste were near the place. 2. And Jesus saw the hard-drawn lines of toil on every brow, in every hand. There was no look of joy in any face. Not one of all the group could think of anything but toil. 3. And Jesus spoke to one and said, "Why are you all so sad? Have you no happiness in life?" 4. The man replied, "We scarcely know the meaning of that word. We toil to live, and hope for nothing else but toil, and bless the day when we can cease our toil and lay down and rest in Buddha's city of the dead." 5. And Jesus' heart was stirred with pity and with love for these poor toilers, and he said, 6. Toil should not make a person sad. Men should be happiest when they toil. When hope and love are back of toil, then all of life is filled with joy and peace, and this is heaven. Do you not know that such a heaven is for you? 7. The man replied, "Of heaven we have heard, but then it is so far away, and we must live so many lives before we can reach that place." 8. And Jesus said, "My brother, man, your thoughts are wrong. Your heaven is not far away, and it is not a place of metes and bounds, is not a country to be reached, it is a state of mind." 9. Allah never made a heaven for man, he never made a hell, we are creators and we make our own. 10. Now cease to seek for heaven in the sky, just open up the windows of the hearts, and, like a flood of light, a heaven will come and bring a boundless joy, then toil will be no cruel task. 11. The people were amazed, and gathered close to hear this strange young master speak. 12. Imploring him to tell them more about the Father God, Allah, about the heaven that men can make on earth, about the boundless joy. 13. And Jesus spoke a parable. He said, "A certain man possessed a field, the soil was hard and poor. 14. By constant toil he scarcely could provide enough of food to keep his family from want. 15. One day a miner who could see beneath the soil, in passing on his way, saw this poor man in his unfruitful field. 16. He called the weary toiler and he said, "My brother, know you not that just below the surface of your barren field rich treasures lie concealed? 17. You plow and sow and reap in a scanty way, and day by day you tread upon a mine of gold and precious stones. 18. This wealth lies not upon the surface of the ground, but if you will dig away the rocky soil, and delve down deep into the earth, you need no longer till the soil for naught." 19. The man believed. The miner surely knows, and I will find the treasures hidden in my field. 20. And then he dug away the rocky soil, and deep down in the earth he found a mine of gold. 21. And Jesus said, "The sons of men are toiling hard on desert plains, and burning sands and rocky soils, are doing what their fathers did, not dreaming they can do aught else." 22. Behold, a master comes, and tells them of a hidden wealth, that underneath the rocky soil of carnal things are treasures that no man can count. 23. That in the heart the richest gems abound, that he who wills may open the door and find them all. 24. And then the people said, "Make known to us the way that we may find the wealth that lies within the heart." 25. And Jesus opened up the way, the toilers saw another side of life, and toil became a joy. Chapter 13. Life and works of Jesus in Egypt among the Gentiles. 1. Jesus with Elihu and Salome in Egypt. Tells the story of his journeys. Elihu and Salome praise Allah. Jesus goes to the temple in Heliopolis and is received as a pupil. 2. And Jesus came to Egypt land and all was well. He tarried not upon the coast, he went at once to Zoan, home of Elihu and Salome, who 25 years before had taught his mother in their sacred school. 3. And there was joy when met these three. When last the son of Mary saw these sacred groves he was a babe. 4 And now a man grown strong by buffeting of every kind, a teacher who had stirred the multitudes in many lands. 5 And Jesus told the aged teachers all about his life, about his journeyings in foreign lands, about the meetings with the masters and about his kind receptions by the multitudes. 6 Elihu and Salome heard his story with delight. They lifted up their eyes to heaven and said, Our Father God Allah, let now thy servants go in peace, for we have seen the glory of Allah. 7 And we have talked with him, the messenger of love, and of the covenant of peace on earth, goodwill to men. 8 Through him shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, through him, Emmanuel. 9 And Jesus stayed in Zoan many days, and then went forth unto the city of the sun, that men call Heliopolis, and sought admission to the temple of the sacred brotherhood. 10 The council of the brotherhood convened, and Jesus stood before the Hierophant. He answered all the questions that were asked with clearness and with power. 11 The Hierophant exclaimed, Rabboni of the Rabbinate, why come you here? Your wisdom is the wisdom of the gods, why seek for wisdom in the halls of men? 12 And Jesus said, In every way of earth life I would walk, in every hall of learning I would sit, the heights that any man has gained, these I would gain. 13 What any man has suffered I would meet, that I may know the griefs, the disappointments, and the sore temptations of my brother man, that I may know just how to succor those in need. 14 I pray you brothers, let me go into your dismal crypts, and I would pass the hardest of your tests. 15 The Master said, Take then the vow of secret brotherhood. And Jesus took the vow of secret brotherhood. 16 Again the Master spoke, he said, The greatest heights are gained by those who reach the greatest depths, and you shall reach the greatest depths. 17 The guide then led the way, and in the fountain Jesus bathed, and when he had been clothed in proper garb he stood again before the Hierophant.
We have now, say and choose my words carefully, 2 sons. I always say, well, some people have 3 daughters. But I mean son with S-U-N. Our planet needs magnetism. It is magnetic energy that was interfered with when the moon was steered into to do this. This is what the draconic forces did. Under a moon, things don't go right. In fact, original sin was the moon. That was the name of it. Sin. It's called in sin. Later on, the natives here call it Luna. And of course, from Luna, you get the word lunatic. It meant that any time that generating thing that was called a moon was in place, it changed the frequency to electrical. Electrical is not what you need. There are 3 types of energy that a planet under a sun can utilize. Each one will decree what will be born on it and what will happen to it. Org energy is the highest one under a sun. Org means organic, orgasm, organism, original. It is org. It is from the Creator. It is the highest form of energy of a planet to use under a sun. Step down from that is magnetism. 3 forms, north, south, and null, or polarities. The null in there is where all these wonderful ships operate on that people don't believe in again, because it nullifies everything else, and in the null void you can go to higher or lower. The magnetism has a high frequency and a lower frequency. Beneath that is electricity. We're not only now operating on one of the lowest principles to still operate on, but the lowest part of that, extra low frequency. I have a tape out called elves, not elves, are killing you. Extra low frequency, elf waves, not elves, these what they call gnomes and trolls and things like that in the inner world, are killing you. Extra low frequency can give you nothing of value. It takes everything of life force from you. I have a presentation while in town, and I hope I can even give it. We'll find out, called Life Force. Once you get to that kind of operative level, you're so low in frequency that everything that's a higher plane almost you forget or you can't even channel to handle. To get that done, the earth started crying out and said, enough. I've gone through this. Earth is a being. By the way, a planet is a life form just like you. Like life forms live within and on you, you live within and on this earth. This planet got help from the Creator, from the Creator gods, from the Universal Prime Creator, and was given the dispensation to have a second son be brought in here. And the second son is now brought in here. I don't know when this tape will be shown, but tomorrow, as I speak to it, I'll be getting into that even more so in a lecture that I'm giving, thanks to you brothers bringing me in. But on this frequency of Earth, the magnetism is what was asked for and given. So another sun came in. It was first seen. It was seen about 2002. It actually came in 1999. That's when they started this big diversion, which they now call the wars that were fought because of supposed 9/11. Another big tragedy that never should have been, really didn't happen the way it was possessed to happen anyway. But from that, it was seen at that time, but people didn't believe what they're seeing because they were distracted. Since that time, it has ceased to exist. It exists now on a magnetic plane, and not everybody can see that. There are certain little tricks that you can do to see it, which I'm not going to give on this tape, but there's certain ways you can even see it, or you can photograph it. Normally we don't see it because the frequency is of a higher magnetic order. At time to time, under certain things that they've done to our Earth through chemtrails, we get a glimpse of it. But the energies you can feel. Magnetic energy is restorative, balancing, healing, helpful, positive. That energy now is flowing throughout our planet and is causing people to be restored, to be balanced, to begin to think deeper, to be more spiritual. Electricity is what they're putting up at these towers. And that's one of the things I talk about, the towers of terror. These towers where we started our whole conversation earlier, thanks to you, Brother Rich, that are causing the frequency of Earth to remain low and trying to stop it from going high. That's why they have to have so many, because they're now not only fighting the planet, they're fighting the second sun. They're fighting a planet who says, our time has come. They're fighting a planet. If you are a tenant in a building, you tear up the electricity, you tear up the plumbing, you break the gas pipes, you deface and mar that, you curse, you scream, you affect your neighbors, and you do not own the building, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when you're going to be discharged. We're getting discharges now. The landlord is coming back to claim the planet. You didn't own the place, you broke your lease, no time for it. And not only that, but there's going to be original refurbishing of this particular building and you're not fit to live in it. Therefore, you're going to see mass deaths now. It's going to hurt. You're going to see people leaving here so fast in all kind of ways. Because once you cannot synchronize the vibrations of your molecular structure and body with that of the planet, your physical body cannot exist. Your soul wants to get away anyway. Any excuse, you just gave it one. I'll tell the brothers and sisters or whatever race they think they're in, if they have souls, to hear these words. You cannot do pharmaceutical drugs if you have melanin. And the better your grade of melanin, the stronger your vibration of melanin, you can't even play with it. You play with it, you die or get sick. Because death is dis-ease. Dis-ease is imbalance in the magnetic field. Easement is when, it's like an easement you take property with. Dis-easement is when you get one out of line. Our planet seeks balance. You must seek balance. And you cannot get balance through pharmaceutical drugs.
The very first time that I heard about melanin was in Washington, D.C., from the mouth or from the person that promotes melanin, and before her, the black people were totally unaware of melanin. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. But as we know that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing is repeating as a student what she learned from her teacher. And her teacher told her that melanin exists. But when I questioned her, I said, Dr. Welsing, what is melanin? Her response to me was that melanin is a substance that is produced by the neuron of the nerve. Oh my God, Dr. Welsing, the nervous system doesn't produce any hormone or chemical. The only way that hormones are produced in the body are produced by glands, not a conduit. Central nerve system is a conduit. to convey a message, an electrical message from your brain to the rest of your organs in your body. That is what the central nerve system is there for. Nowhere in the diagram of the central nerve system that you find anything else but transmission, not production. So, I didn't want to press the issue any further because remember, I'm the uneducated boy. Dr. Francis Cress Westing has a doctorate degree. I have no degree, but I have what our parents had then and we have now. We call that consensus gentium, knowledge of the people, or common sense. So I put my common sense against science many, many times. Remember, science claimed there is no cure for AIDS. I cure AIDS. Science claimed that God gave us sickle cell to fight malaria. And I know science said that because Dick Gregory repeated that to me. But I know that God didn't say that God gave us malaria to fight sickle cell anemia. So as we come to melanin, they tell us, remember that now, they tell us not that we did research to know these things. They tell us that melanin is what makes us black. When, and again, a contradiction. Why? The only thing in science, the only thing in life, or biochemically, that could make us black is what?
Carbon.
Thank you very much. And nothing else. But they don't want to say that. They don't want to say it's carbon that we're exhibiting, because that elevates us to a higher level. But science justifies our position that it is carbon. The concentration of carbon determines the quality of life. Whatever substance that exists, if it's carbon less, it has less life. The more the concentration, the higher the concentration of carbon, the higher is the expression of life. Melanin, well, if melanin is in the human body, you would find it also in the ground. And you will not find melanin in the soil. The pineal gland, what did the pineal gland secrete?
Yes.
The pineal gland doesn't secrete anything. The pineal gland is made of carbon. The pineal gland is the gland that produces electricity. Doesn't secrete anything.
Okay.
The pineal gland, the pineal gland is carbon. It's the blackest part of you, am I right?
Yes.
It is the blackest part of you. And the cerebral cortex is made of what? Carbon. No, it is made of copper. The pineal gland is carbon, and the cerebral cortex is copper. So the friction of carbon and copper is what produces the resonance we call today as electricity. And if you go to a generating plant right there in New York, you have them, go to an electric plant, go to the generators and ask the operator, Mr. Engineer, what is it that produces electricity? The friction of carbon and copper. The copper wheel is turning, and those carbon brush is pressing against the copper wheel. The friction of copper and carbon is what produces the resonance known as electricity. I should know. I used to operate those generators on the ship. I'm a steam engineer. But in our head, we can't see that connection because we never understood the mechanics of the body. We have to be told by some doctor. We don't know those things. But yes, the pineal gland, the pineal gland, and the cerebral cortex is made of copper, the pineal gland, carbon, and the friction of each produces electricity. This is what makes you move. This is why you could move your mouth to talk like I'm talking now, and move your arms, move your legs, also move your heart. The electric food we should be eating, oh, there are many, there are many.
You are herbalist, you do seeds, you use roots, you use leaves, you use sunshine, you get natural fermentation. When you do the drugs, and if you notice now on these commercials and advertisements, they'll tell you use this particular drug to get this results. And then in the background, it takes them a whole 2 minutes to tell you all the side effects that are happening.
Yeah.
They're telling you the truth. But even so, if you're already doing the drug, you will not hear the truth because you're living a lie. When you live a lie, you will hear the lie. Your vibrations are what you create within your mind. Now you must go back to natural. You must use focused thought. You must use magnets. You must use gold. You must use diodes to block these other things to give yourself a chance to even get the power in you to pull down the higher resources. We have a second sun. It's magnetic. Our planet is more and more becoming magnetic each day. That's why the poles are melting. Everything materialistic is dissolving. But you can get through that if you can raise your vibrations to match that of your planet. If you follow the false teachers, the false drugs, the false methodology, and the falsity that is theirs, you will stay there captive. But worse than that, they even vamp you. If you will stop it, they will not be able to even touch you. You cause too much offensive, and what they'll have to do, they have to send your own kind to get you because they can't. And they have many readily people that come to soldiers and policemen and everything else and take you out even when they can't. So you never see them because they work on the middle plane. When you see them, they will now be transforming. And that's what the Ikes and so are trying to tell you now. They now will not be able to hide their shape any longer because the magnetic field will make them not possible. They can't live on the fifth dimension. A quickened soul can.
21 John the Baptist taught some creed older than Christianity, and the body of evidence points out that he was a member of the Essenes. The sect of Essenes, which parallels Christianity, believed that truth was scattered among different religions throughout the world. The Essenes were studious and hard workers, who refused to use or make weapons. They were skilled in the healing arts, practiced benevolence, organized their order into 4 degrees each with secret rituals, and hid a part of the Great Pyramid's message in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which they deposited for future generations. Baptism was a distinctive ritual of the Essenes, who taught the doctrines of reincarnation and the immanence of God. It is an interesting question as to how much Christianity owes to the Essenes. Baptism is a link between modern Christianity, the Essenes, the mysteries of the Kabari, and the ancient Egyptian mysteries of Osiris. Speaking on the Egyptian mysteries, Herodotus said, "Upon this lake are represented by night the accidents which happened to him whom I dare not name. The Egyptians call them their mysteries. Concerning these, at the same time that I confess myself sufficiently informed, I feel myself compelled to be silent." 22 men have formed secret societies, made use of ceremonies of initiation, employed symbols and emblems and means of recognition in all ages. Occult teachings and the traditions of the mystic religion state the following: John and Jesus were cousins, and when Jesus arrived to be baptized, John did not recognize him, as they had not seen each other since childhood. Jesus made himself known to John by giving John a secret sign or token. Then John returned the appropriate sign or token, to which Jesus gave another secret sign or token, until they had worked their way through a whole system of challenges and counter-challenges. This continued until Jesus, the secret master of the Essenes, passed on to higher orders or degrees which John the Baptist had not attained. John, or Johanna, which means in Hebrew Yahweh is gracious, the prophet later became known as John the Baptist because he practiced the rite of baptism, a distinctive mystical Essene ritual. In AD 212, Mynasius Felix, a Roman lawyer, wrote a defense of Christians and Christianity in which he said, "Many of them know each other by tokens and signs, notice et insignibus, and they form a friendship for each other almost before they become acquainted." 23 Besides secret handshakes, the early Christians would flash the sign for the Piscean age, which was usually a small fish carved out of bone. The symbology is obvious: Jesus, the fisher of men. In fact, Christianity in the beginning was a secret religious order. Contemporary writers of the period attest to the secrets of the Church. 27 That the ancient mysteries of Egypt were incorporated into Christianity may be glimpsed in the writings of Theodoret, bishop of Syropolis in Syria, born 393 and made bishop in 420. 30 To be eligible to receive the teachings of the hidden sciences, Pythagoras consented to be circumcised, a practice brought out of Egypt by the Hebrews. The great secrecy observed by the initiated Egyptian priests for many years, and the lofty sciences which they professed, caused them to be honored and respected throughout all the world. Egypt was regarded by other nations as the college, the sanctuary, of the arts and sciences. The inner circle of the Egyptian priesthood knew all the secrets of the Hindustani, Persian, Syrian, Arabian, Chaldean, and Phoenician mysteries. These mysteries were taken to America thousands of years before Columbus by Egyptian astronomer priests. That the Egyptians visited and colonized America is today known with certainty thanks to the genius of Harvard professor Barry Fell. In his landmark book, America BC, Professor Fell presents myth-shattering evidence that Libyans, Celts, Basques, and even Egyptians had in some ancient time established colonies in North America. Professor Fell's book was finished in 1976 and published in 1978. The early Christians were initiated into the Christian mysteries in 3 degrees. Members of the first degree were called auditors. Members of the second degree were called catechumens. Members of the third degree were called the faithful. Archelaus, bishop of Cascara in Mesopotamia, when questioned about the secret mysteries of the early Christian church, replied, "These mysteries the church now communicates to him who has passed through the introductory dominus." Greek auditors. They are not explained to the Gentiles at all, nor are they taught openly in the hearing of catechumens, but much that is spoken is in disguised terms, that the faithful who possess the knowledge may be still more informed, and those who are not acquainted with it may suffer no disadvantage. Established dogmas, one of which held that ancient people crossed neither the Atlantic nor the Pacific before the voyage of Columbus. 55 Her book, pale ink, with great precision recounts the Chinese exploration of North and Central America by Buddhist missionaries 4,000 years ago. 23 years passed before a courageous commercial publisher, Valentine Books, published her book under the new title Gods from the Far East, How the Chinese Discovered America. In the Buddhist mysteries, the symbol of the sun is a circle with a dot in the center. This symbol is universally the same, from the underground caves of Peru to the catacombs of Rome. It is found in the underground labyrinths of Egypt, and in every lodge where Freemasons perform their secret mysteries. Passing the second girdle stone, we are moving upward in the hall of truth and darkness on our chronological graph, and perhaps as we continue upward some of the gloom cast by 2 dark ages will be held. In 1973, James Bailey published his book The God Kings and the Titans. In this book we learn that Christopher Columbus, before sailing to America, worked as a cartographer for the Portuguese for 7 years, and Bailey tells us further. The half-Inca historian, Garcilaso de la Vega, records that Columbus had given hospitality to a Spanish crew which had been blown off its course on the way to the Canary Islands, and after 28 or 29 days had been blown into the Caribbean. Only 5 survived the trip to America and back, and they stayed with the famous Chinese cartographer Christopher Columbus. He received them kindly, but, enfeebled by their sufferings, they perished in his house. So that he became heir, de la Vega says, to their sufferings and adventures. This experience, de la Vega says, was what really prompted Columbus, and led to his first voyage. From this it is a fair surmise, therefore, that he crossed the Atlantic with reasonable knowledge that he would make land ahead. He virtually said so himself. North America by people from India, China, Greece, Phoenicia, Palestine, and Egypt, over a period in excess of 5,000 years prior to the voyage of Columbus. In his book we learn the myth of Jason and the Golden Fleece is no more a myth than the famed city of Troy. In Appendix I of his book, The Voyage of the Ship Argo is traced geographically. The Golden Fleece turns out to be a lambskin with a map of the South American gold mines on it. Jason crosses the Atlantic, enters the Caribbean, sails south to the Amazon River, from which he makes his way to Lake Titicaca and the Andes Mountains of Peru, where the remains of stone-lined canals that once served as a connection between the Pacific Ocean and the geologic Amazonian Sea may still be seen. These canals are built along the same lines as the canals on the Pacific island of Ponap. Buildings around Lake Titicaca, the most ancient, stand obliquely, thick at the base and tapering at the top like ancient Egyptian buildings. Today one does not see the ancient canals that at one time surrounded the Great Pyramid. Dr. J.C. McCohen in his book Egypt, published in 1882, writes, "The excursion to the pyramids, which was once almost formidable from the inconvenience of crossing the Nile by a ferry and then riding on donkey back for 7 or 8 miles along a tortuous track, broken at frequent intervals by ruinous canals emphasis added or patches of submerged ground, is now a pleasant carriage drive of an hour and a half over the fine iron bridge from Kasrin Nil to Giza." In Mexico, the reservoirs, canals, drains, and other water controls of the Maya civilization have been recently unearthed. 58 at both the La Venta and the San Lorenzo sites, huge basalt stones, some weighing 30 tons, were imported from the Las Tuxtlas Mountains over 100 miles away. The canals also provided food, since fish, edible water snails, and other forms of aquatic life could be harvested throughout the year. In addition to aquatic life, the canals attracted geese, ducks, doves and quail, as well as deer and other forest animals. The canals could be used to transport crops from the fields to the market, as well as trade goods and building materials. Vegetable mulch, along with canal muck, was used to revitalize gardens. The similarity between the canal systems of Ponap, Lake Titicaca, Egypt, and Mexico is striking. Bailey, in God, Kings and the Titans, presents evidence of the Egyptian presence at the ruins at Tiwanaku near Lake Titicaca. From the research of Fell, Mertz, Bailey, and Tompkins, to name a few, we can see there was a great deal of intercourse between the Mediterranean and the Caribbean thousands of years ago. And as Tompkins says above in Chapter 3, all of this nonsense about Columbus discovering America is garbage. With so many people coming to the Americas, one may wonder why, at the time of Columbus, the location of the Americas was not common knowledge to everyone. At that time, trade routes were secret, and one does not walk around talking freely about the location of one's tin, copper, silver, and gold mines. The way to the Americas was known to several peoples in several different countries, which lends credence to the Mormon belief that Jesus visited Mexico and inspired the legend of Quetzalcoatl, the white and bearded god of ancient Mexico who, after teaching in Mexico for some time, left Mexico, sailing east towards Jerusalem, the direction he had arrived from. Dr. Augustus Laplongan, see plates 310, 311, 312 in his book Maya/Atlantis, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, writes, "Let us take for instance the last words, according to Matthew and Mark, one spoken by Jesus on the cross. When a sponge saturated with Pascha wine was put to his lips, Eli, Eli, ixma sabachthani. No wonder those who stood near him could not understand what he said." To this day the translators of the Gospels do not know the meaning of these words, and make him play before mankind a sorry and pitiful role. He spoke pure Maya. He did not complain that God had forsaken him when he said to the charitable individual who tried to allay the pangs of the intolerable thirst he suffered in consequence of the hardships he had endured and the torture of the chastisement inflicted on him, Hell, lama zabak tani, that is now. I am fainting, darkness covers my face, or in John's words, it is finished. 100 years ago drive. Laplongan's Orthodox contemporaries did not believe him when he wrote that Egyptians and Phoenicians had visited Mexico. They did not believe him when he wrote that the Caracol Tower at Chichen Itza, home of the Holy Ones, was an astronomical observatory, see plate 311. And as none of them spoke Mayan, which Laplongan wrote and spoke fluently, they were not about to believe the last word spoken on the cross by Jesus belonged to an elegant and mystical tribe of Central American Indians, the memory of George Custer's disaster being fresh in their minds. Each inch of our straight line is equal to a year of 365.242 days, and the date we have is 4 BC, the birth of Jesus. We remember the face, like the face on the Shroud of Turin, imprinted on the wall at the entrance of the chamber of second birth, plate 6-3. The first thing one thinks is, wasn't Jesus born on December 25th, Christmas 0 AD? Of course there was no 0 AD, and as Valentine points out, when Dionysius Exiguus was calculating the Gregorian calendar we use today, he figured that the birth of Christ took place in the 20-8th year of the reign of Augustus Caesar. However, he overlooked the fact that Augustus had ruled Rome for 4 years under his true name, Octavian. Therefore Dionysius made a 4-year mistake. 60 the 25th of December is the winter solstice, the time of year at which, owing to the annual revolution of the earth around the sun is at its greatest distance north or south from the equator, and begins to turn back, which happens at mid-60 Summer and midwinter June 21st and December 25th, either of the 2 points in the ecliptic at which the sun appears to be at these dates. In the ultimate frontier we find 1 Dionysius Exiguus who, in 533 AD proposed that the calendar years be counted from the birth of Christ instead of from the founding of Rome. His researches indicated that Christ had been born during the 28th year of the reign of Augustus Caesar. But here is where the Brotherhoods interfered with Dionysius' reckoning. He failed to uncover the fact that Augustus reigned for 4 years under his own name of Octavian before he was proclaimed Augustus by the Roman Senate. The Brotherhoods know that Jesus was born on October 4, 4 BC, but it would have been awkward for Doomsday to fall on the year 2004 AD since certain prophesies make May 5, 2000 AD the preferred year. The time of the great earthquakes is not being brought about by higher intelligence but is merely the natural consequence of geophysical forces. However, it suits the purposes of the Brotherhoods to make their plans for mankind coincide with this scientifically predictable cataclysm. 61 The festival of Christmas is a survivor of a pre-Christian festival Natalis in Victi Solis, which originally coincided with the winter solstice, December 25th. In the early empire this festival was the birthday of the unconquerable sun, which to the ancients was a symbol of God just as the cross is a symbol to the Christian of Christ. Christmas was not a part of the Christian church until the 3rd century when the Roman church, attempting to attract new dues-paying members, incorporated this ancient Egyptian, or pre-Egyptian, festival into Christianity.
Because in your consciousness and your soul and your heart of hearts, you know you did the right thing, or attempted to do what you thought was right. That's all that registers in your soul matrix. That's the light that shows you tried to do the right thing, and that's the difference between those who will pay for what they know they did wrong versus those who tried to do the right thing. There's a big difference. And how you feel about yourself nowadays is everything. If you can't love yourself nowadays, you're in bad trouble. Find fault with everybody, but who you should find fault with, yourself. Because that's the hardest thing to efface. Critical analysis of self leads to that statement from that movie, you can't handle the truth. Start your war in yourself. Win that battle before you start fighting somebody else's and telling them what they should do. I'm not here telling you what you should do. I'm here giving you facts that I hope you'll find are truths. And you must make that final decision because there is no truth until you decide what truth is. And that's a long statement that I have. Sometime I'll read it if asked to. Getting down to summation points. We now have 2 sons. You may have 8 daughters, I don't know. But I have 2 sons, and so do you, if you're on this planet. When have they told you about the second son? All they tell you is that there is a growing magnetic field and a growing energy coming from the sun that is something else. Magnetism can be cold. Electricity is always hot. Cold magnetic force is a strong force because you don't realize the energy behind it because it comes to you as cold and you think therefore it's not much energy. We have 2 sons. I have pictures of the 2 sons here. I should have had slides. I didn't. Forgive me. But you can order them from our site. And for those of you who have a little time later, I will try to show you a few of them. But we have 2 sons now. Take my word for it. The reason why they're talking about that the sun spots and increasing sun radiation is just going up off the charts is because it is. These are ways they have played with your mind because you're sons of the sun, but you don't understand that that's literally. Why do you think the Japanese and the Chinese have been fighting each other for so long? Because they said they're sun people. They have 7 rays of consciousness, the land of the rising sun. Before Tojo came into being and Hirohito was there, they were going to go back to the priest of Osaka, where they have their pyramids, to the suns, because they said that the people who are distasteful, these Chinese people, are trying to take away from our heritage. And the original Japanese people were the Ainus, which they tell you are white. They were not. Ainus came from the Ryukyu Island. They were black people who worshiped the sun and the 7 rays of consciousness, which you're supposed to have at this time, only they've taken 4 of them away from you. The sun is not hot, the sun is not bright. The sun is a energy governor. That's why they tell you it's nothing new under a sun. Any planet under a sun cannot govern itself until it can begin to be part of a sun itself, or the people get so illuminated that the planet begins to shine like a sun. Illumination cannot come with those who don't have souls, because your lumen orbit in you is that little bright light that is your sun, shined up here in your hypothalamus through your pineal gland. Can I make it any plainer? I don't think so. Our Earth asked for help. It was tired of the draconic snake, alligator people running it, and felt that it has suffered enough. And seemingly the Creator, or whatever intelligent life form might be out there, said, you're right. So you're going to go forth, but the only mitochondria on you allowed to go forth will be those that adapt. The working part of your cell, good as any. You are the working part of this cell, which you call a planet. And as you go, if you're cancerous, so will this cell become. If you're stable and not a free radical, the cell may be stabilized. The cell is trying to fight off its cancers, so it's called for the biggest X-ray machine, the biggest energy provider, and said, I need 2. I need 50, and you're going to get 50 suns if necessary before 2012 to make this planet what it must be. Cold, magnetic, spiritual energy, which don't like light and magnetism, cannot exist on the same planet with you. That's why you're on the surface and they're in the bowels, because they can't take the light. They can't handle the shine of truth. You can, but not when you're dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, inoculated, vaccinated, and encrypted, any two of which makes you useless to a spiritual cell like our planet. Are you hearing me? Sunspots, solar prominences, solar flares come out when people down here start fighting, get all upset, and turn non-spiritual. It causes a flare to come out from the sun because the earth is asking for help, and that energy is what keeps the earth going, because there's another sun inside the earth, and we're part of sons of the sun. It is now asking for help because already people down here are acting up. That's what causes the sun to act up too, because you're not acting in harmony with your planet. Your chakra of the Creator, you've just misaligned, and your chakra planet cell must be corrected. How many heard me?
Jesus goes to the wilderness for self-examination, where he remains 40 days subjected to 3 temptations. He overcomes, returns to the camps of John, and begins teaching. 1. The harbinger had paved the way. The Logos had been introduced to men as love made manifest, and he must now begin his divine ministry. 2. And he went forth into the wilderness to be alone with Allah, that he might look into his inner heart, and note its strength and worthiness. 3. And with himself he talked. He said, My lower self is strong, by many ties I am bound down to carnal life. 4. Have I the strength to overcome and give my life a willing sacrifice for men? 5. When I shall stand before the face of men, and they demand a proof of my messiahship, what will I say? 6. And then the tempter came and said, If you be son of Allah, command these stones to turn to bread. 7. And Jesus said, Who is it that demands a test? It is no sign that one is son of Allah because he does a miracle. The devils can do mighty things. 8. Did not the Gentile magicians do great things before the Pharaoh? 9. My words and deeds in all the walks of life shall be the proof of my messiahship. 10. And then the tempter said, If you will go into Jerusalem, and from the temple pinnacle cast down yourself to earth, the people will believe that you are the Messiah sent from Allah. 11. This you can surely do, for did not David say, He gives his angels charge concerning you, and with their will they uphold lest you should fall. 12. And Jesus said, I may not tempt the Lord, my God, Allah. 13. And then the tempter said, Look forth upon the world, behold its honors and its fame. Behold its pleasures and its wealth. 14. If you will give your life for these they shall be yours. 15. But Jesus said, Away from me all tempting thoughts. My heart is fixed. I spurn this carnal self with all its vain ambition and its pride. 16. For 40 days did Jesus wrestle with his carnal self, his higher self prevailed. He then was hungry, but his friends had found him and they ministered to him. 17 Then Jesus left the wilderness, and in the consciousness of holy breath, he came unto the camps of John and taught. The system of metaphysical thought which emerges from the Edgar Cayce readings is a Christianized version of the mystery religions of ancient Egypt, Chaldea, Persia, India, and Greece. It fits the figure of Christ into the tradition of one God for all people, and places him in his proper place, at the apex of the philosophical structure. He is the capstone of the pyramid. The mysteries were concerned with man's problem of freeing his soul from the world. In the mystery symbologies, the earth was always represented as the underworld, and the soul was lost in this underworld until freed from it by wisdom, faith, and understanding. In the Greek mysteries, Persephone was abducted by Pluto, lord of Hades. Persephone represents the soul of man, whose true home is in the heavens. One Christian Gnosticism is the highest form of Christianity. Jesus said he came to fulfill the law, and part of that law was the Kabbalah, the secret doctrine of the Jews, their version of the mysteries. It is interesting to speculate on the fact that Cayce was raised in strict 19th century Bible tradition, and suffered the greatest mental and emotional shock of his life when he discovered that in his spiritual readings he declared the truth of the mysteries and acclaimed Jesus as their crowning glory. Cayce had only a 7th grade education and consciously knew nothing of what he said under self-hypnosis. He was only versed in the Bible and had no high school or college background of any kind. Up until his revelations, Cayce had never heard of the mystery religions. Yet his readings check with everything about them that is known to be authentic. He spoke at length on Christian Gnosticism well before the Gnostic writings were discovered. Cayce affirmed that Christian Gnosticism is the type of Christianity that was taught by Jesus. The mystery religions were a preparation for the coming of Jesus. He was the fruit of their efforts, and his message was a fuller revelation to the people at large of the mysteries themselves. In the scramble which Christianity made to establish itself as the dominant religion of the decaying Roman Empire, the mysteries were denied their proper place, since to grant that they had truth in them would justify their further existence. The complex symbology employed by the mystery religions has survived fragmentarily in Christianity, notable in church architecture and in the sacrifice of the Mass. The early Christians used every means possible to conceal the pagan origin of their symbols, doctrines, and rituals. They either destroyed the sacred books of other peoples among whom they settled, or made them inaccessible to students of comparative philosophy, apparently believing that in this way they could stamp out all record of the pre-Christian origin of their doctrines. The lost Christian doctrine of reincarnation and the Gnostic mysteries of Christ were declared heresies by the Church in 553 AD. Jesus the Christ, according to the Cayce readings, is the central instrument of God to make it possible for all souls to fulfill the original purpose of their creation. Cayce affirmed that the Trinity of the Godhood, the so-called Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, is actually three-dimensional consciousness when viewed from the level of earth consciousness, which itself is a three-dimensional realm in one. The Godhood in its multiplicity can be perceived as more complex than three-dimensional when viewed from the perspective of higher levels of consciousness. Nevertheless, the Christ, whether one speaks of the Godhead as three-dimensional or multidimensional, is seen as an essential part of the Godhead. Indeed, Cayce stated that the body of Christ is the Father, the mind of Christ is the Son, and the Spirit of Christ is the Holy Spirit. In other words, Jesus represented the body, mind, and spirit of God. Jesus' message was that you are gods, John 10:30-36. In other words, all humans can be as God in body, mind, and spirit, just as Jesus was. Jesus, who became the Christ, i.e., a full manifestation of the divine consciousness in flesh, is a soul created with other souls in the beginning and, like them, a part of God's universal consciousness. This is not to say that the Christ consciousness is a created being. Jesus was the created being. In the Cayce readings, the Christ consciousness is the spiritual condition of integrally being one with God, or as Cayce would call that one-ment. The union of the Christ consciousness and the human Jesus constituted, according to the readings, a unique divine human unity, although this relationship is properly the ultimate goal of everyone and is spiritually possible for all. Cayce affirms there seemed to be two wills, divine and human, in Jesus Christ. Cayce flat out states that the Christ soul's first incarnation was Adam of the book of Genesis. It is well known that the Apostle Paul wrote of Adam as. Nevertheless, Death reigned from the time of Adam to the time of Moses, even over those who did not sin by breaking a command, as did Adam, who is a pattern of the one to come. Romans 5:14. Paul also drew between Adam and Christ a parallel that was also a contrast. So it is written, the first man Adam became a living being, the last Adam, a life-giving spirit. 1 Corinthians 15:45. Christ is thus seen as the last Adam, the one man who by his obedience undoes the results of the disobedience of the first. Romans 5:12-21. Jesus recapitulated the stages of Adam's fall, but in reverse order and quality. It is understandable how shocking this statement of Casey's is to most fundamental Christians, that Jesus whom they have always believed to be sinless had been not only guilty of sin, but the very person who has been traditionally regarded as the author of sin on the human level. However, Casey in no way states that Jesus as the Christ was guilty of any sin of any kind. At that stage of his personal and cosmic development his obedience was flawless, his relationship with God perfect. In Casey's words, the perfect relationship to the creative forces or God, the Father, which the human Jesus attained when he gave of himself to the world, that through him, by and in him, each entity might come to know the true relationship with the Father. The Casey material, however, goes on to speak of the singular appropriateness of Adam finally emerging as Jesus, the man, to become the Savior of the world, the Christ. It must also be noted that sin did not begin with Adam according to Casey, but it had its origins in spiritual realms before even the creation of the earth. We can therefore assume that this was Adam's redemptive intent all along, to be Savior of the world. The perception that Jesus had previous human incarnations did not originate with Edgar Casey. For example, the early Jewish Christian group known as the Ebionites taught that the Spirit had come as Adam and later reincarnated as Jesus. The Samaritans believed that Adam had reincarnated as Seth, then Noah, Abraham, and even Moses. Other Jewish Christian groups such as the Elkasites and Nazarites also believed this. The Clementine Homilies, an early Christian document, also taught many incarnations of Jesus. According to Casey, the incarnations of the Christ soul were as follows. Amilius the ruler of the lost civilization of Atlantis, Adam the first son of God and son of man, Enoch the patriarch who journeyed to heaven to receive mysteries, Melchizedek the mystical high priest and ancient king of Jerusalem, Joseph the son of Jacob who became the prince of Egypt, Joshua the leader of the Israelites into the promised land, Asaph the music director and seer who served under David and Solomon, Joshua the scribe of Moses who helped write the Torah, Zen the father of Zoroaster who founded the Zoroastrianism religion, and finally Jesus the Christ who overcame death and will return again to establish the kingdom of heaven on earth.
It's an old planet. We're talking billions of years old. The scientists and geneticists now, and I think the anthropologists give it about 4.5 billion, or moon 5.6 billion, which lets you know that the moon rock is supposedly older than the Earth, for those who think the moon came from the Earth. But even they're wrong. In metaphysical study, and that means simply the books and the literature and the word of mouth is passed on from generation to generation, they say this planet was so old that it's almost unbelievable. But what is more current now is the planet is finally getting a chance to get out from underneath the psychological barrier. What you're talking about is people with melanin and the gift of melanin versus those who have very little. And there's 7 grades of melanin. Without getting into all the grades of melanin, the higher the number, the valence number, the stronger. And therefore, if you have a grade 7 melanin, you can adapt that melanin to almost everything you want to do. And it's in everything, including the brain cells, which then work even better. They talk about gray matter. It's not gray matter. It's actually black matter up in the brain in some cases. It's gray when it kind of mixes. Everywhere melanin is, the creator is also. Simply meaning this, because it is like something that must come from what was nothing, or something that came from creation. You know, we say the creator is everywhere. Now what are they beginning to find? Some of these astrophysicists and so on, geologists, they're finding dark matter. Well, the dark matter was already there, but our planet was so low in frequency, we couldn't even recognize it. Dark matter is just that. It is melanated matter. They're even finding black holes. And they're now postulating that everything that's brought into a black hole just absorbs. It is no more. There is nothing as no more, because the creator always is. So therefore, you can't have nothing anymore. Hope I confused you with that one. When you draw things into a black hole, you're simply drawing it back to the original source. It's reconverted and set out at a different frequency. It comes out, but because of our low frequency, we can't see when it's re-emitted. So these scientists are saying, well, spirit is just, no, it's not. It's coming on a frequency you can't behold. When you're talking about now the races of man, you're talking about one thing. When you're talking about the races of human, you're talking about another thing. When you're talking about mankind, you're talking about having a master if you're part of the gods. If you're part of Godhead, you are God. But it's a matter of how intelligent a God you are, how ignorant a God you are. There are many who go with the concept that the names that we use now are not their names that we used before, and I agree with that because languages change, dominance changes, and the people make the language of whoever rules. Who as the ruler sets the rules. Mesopotamia won, Sumer, underneath Iraq, Iran. You got the old Persian Empire and the Ottoman Empire still fighting back again. You have the Ptolemies fighting again. This other guy, I forget his name. That's a story that's been played out so long we should be tired of it. But because we have not learned, and because nothing new under a sun exists, and our sun is now becoming bifold, we must now go through that again. You must be able to remember what you forgot in order not to forget to remember again. Follow me?
I'm trying.
All right. Once you do that, then you think, this is it. This has never happened before. This is Iran. This is Iraq. This is America. This is Europe. So on and so forth. Lies. There are no titles and names. The names change with the frequency of the brain. And we live the same dream, the same nightmare in many cases, until we learn to undo it. These same battles that were fought by the Ottoman Empire, the Persian Empire, the Sumerian Empire, Mesopotamia 1, Mesopotamia 2, Mesopotamia 3, back again souls doing the same stupid thing all over again. I say it's stupid and I should not use that because that's judgmental. I think it's a waste of time to do it. But what happened was, people are saying and bringing back ancestors. Ancestors will not return to you if they're in the higher heavens. Not even for you, because they've learned their lessons about physical reality, which is a conundrum. It is no such thing as physical reality. It's the lowest form of reality you can come from. And every time they got to stoop down and do that, they're lowering their vibrations. Rather that you raise yours. And the are saying, and so to get their attention, they already know you're here. And those that don't know you're here, you don't want them anyway. Now let me explain that. Many souls left bodies quickly in battle. Wherever you have great battles fought, there's hauntings that go on. Because the souls are taken out of the physical body like that. The spirit doesn't know what to do. The soul can't reclaim its consciousness with the sun, and so therefore it walks, forgetting that time is non-dimensional, forever on that space because it doesn't know what happened. Every time you relive that in your consciousness, you're contacting them in the highest plane and giving them the courage and energy to relive it. Let them move on. Other than that, because of this draconic influence, that battle will be fought over and over and over again, because that's what the draconic reptiles want. Because if you get past that, you'll go to the 4th dimension, up to the 12th dimension. Only 7 dimensions in this part, but there seem to be infinite dimensions otherwise, and you're still caught up there. They can feed off of you, literally and figuratively, off of your blood empire, like a vampire, or physically misuse you as they do, because you're allowing that. Progressed souls go through this incarnation, and then they learn that was a mistake. A mistake because they needed to know. Once you need to know, why do you have to keep reliving it? It is the draconic influence that causes us to relive these things, changes our minds, make us forget, and we still live the same battles, just to make that even more direct rather than figuratively. It is my understanding, limited as it may be, that from roughly about 67 to 89, what they want to call indigo babies and souls were being born. The indigo children were those that had been killed, maimed, horribly slaughtered in wars, that were anxious to come back and get it on to do something about it. They came back to fight or flight. Flight meant they would take somebody else out with them, or they're going to fight. They came back to get it on. What did they do? The draconic souls who operate on a higher frequency in the main, the 4th dimension, knew this was going to happen. So they set traps for those souls. And when they came in, and they knew they were here to fight them, they made them think they're supposed to fight an enemy over in Vietnam, an enemy over in Korea, an enemy in the Persian Gulf. Give them false analogies as to reasons for that to happen. And then they went off and they did what they wanted to fight. But they did not fight their enemy. They fight somebody that their enemy told them to go fight. Never realizing the mistake they'd made. And then, and I know people out of the hip-hop guy are going to get pissed at this, I'm sorry. They even fought the air. Talking back. Sure, when you have venom and unqualified channel energy release, you do it that way. But what are you doing? You're fighting the spirits of the air around you, the sylphs. You're fighting your own inner consciousness. You're fighting your own animal instinct and the animal brain that they put these on these bodies. What are you fighting? Why are you so angry? Directed anger can be much better used than through physical usage of it. That's what you call focused thought. Whether it be for good or bad, it still works. But that way, they then put them in uniforms, told them they were all one, go fight a common enemy. The enemy was unseen, but they gave you a mortal enemy to fight. Now, that's past now. Because you see, you had those from those other empires being born into different bodies, and they had told the same thing. So then they had you fighting each other like children under reptilian control, and that's what we were. Now, you're having crystals being born. Whole different ball game now. The planet is going to higher frequency. So now these crystals can come in. They weren't fixing to come back in then because they're advanced souls. Now with these crystals, they're born with eyes wide open, with spines erect. They're born with knowledge and understanding and wisdom. They can work with animals and insects. They can work with vibrations of the air. They can work with fire, water, all the elements. And they can even work with the mother's while in the womb and the father's out of the womb. They are the very advanced type of people. They're not here with hate. They're here to understand what makes for hate and how to change it to love. These are the children now will be given the energies and powers that we say we want but don't qualify for by our very actions. What are they doing to them? Trying to give them 7 shots at birth, including hepatitis C, trying to give them booster shots, give them all the pharmaceutical, PHARM, okay? 7,000 pharmaceutical things in Merck's Index, United States Dispensary of Pharmaceutical Medicine. Give them all these drugs to lower their vibration, and even still give them half a chance. Their metabolism is such they will still try to get rid of those drugs. And what it's doing is slowing down the inevitable. The planet is going upward. These souls that are coming in are already in higher vibration. They will either help, or when they come together and really hinder, you haven't seen death and destruction yet. Not that they're killers, but they will bring forth through them the consciousness of higher authority, which will not set. You can't live 1 minute when this planet is going to the 5th dimension and you hold an evil thought. You automatically killed yourself or allow death to come in at will. So it's a change now in matter, in time, and in space. It's a change in consciousness, a change in subconsciousness, and a change in outer consciousness. It means that now these souls, and through us, and through them, if we will listen to them, we can begin to do, while even in the flesh, higher things, not making the mistake of slipping backwards, because the child shall lead them, as it is many of our mothers and fathers.
Casey on Destiny, Karma, and Fate. John Van Auken, www.johnvanauken.com, is a former director of the Association of Research and Enlightenment, the Edgar Casey Research Foundation. He is editor of the newsletter Living in the Light and author of many books, audio tapes, and videos. He's an expert in Egyptian, Hebrew, and Christian mysticism, and is a skillful teacher of meditation from Kundalini to his unique passage in consciousness. He practices the techniques he teaches and has become a popular speaker, leading retreats, workshops, and tours, and writes regularly as a columnist. John Van Auken is the author of many outstanding books on the Casey readings including Born Again and Again, 1996, Spiritual Breakthrough, Handbook to God Consciousness, 1996, Ancient Egyptian Mysticism and Its Relevance Today, 1999, Ancient South America, 2002, Edgar Casey's Atlantis, 2006, From Karma to Grace, 2010, Edgar Casey and the Kabbalah, 2010, Toward a Deeper Meditation, 2007, Edgar Casey's Tales of Egypt, 2011, 2038, The Great Pyramid Timeline Prophecy, 2012, Edgar Casey on The Spiritual Forces Within You, 2014, Edgar Casey's Amazing Interpretation of the Revelation, 2015, Hidden Teachings of Jesus, 2015, Reincarnation and Karma, 2015, A Broader View of Jesus Christ, 2015, Edgar Casey on the Mysterious Essenes, 2016, Passage in Consciousness, 2016, Prophecies Converging in Our Times, 2017, Ancient Egyptian Visions of Our Soul Life, 2018, and Edgar Casey and the Secret of the Golden Flower. 2020, The following is John Van Auken's research on Casey's view of destiny, karma, and fate. In order to fully appreciate the secret teachings, we need to understand how the universal law of cause and effect works. It's easy to say that the experiences in one's life are the result of past activities, but the forces of this law are greater than we may first imagine. Every action, every thought, every idle word sets up reactions, according to the universal law. When one thinks a thought, that thought makes an impression on the universal consciousness. Nothing is lost or done in secret. Everything is done within the universal consciousness, and the whole is affected by it, as well as all others within the whole. This isn't easy for us to believe, living in our own little worlds. Secret, private, alone and separate are active words in our vocabulary. This is due to our current separation in consciousness from the whole. In the higher realms of consciousness there is no space. Things and people are not separate, but part of a whole. All is actually one. All is within the whole. By increasing the focus on self, we have created the illusion of a self separated from the rest of life, but it just isn't so. Our individual actions and thoughts make an impact on the mind of the universal one. When the legendary seer, Edgar Cayce, was in the deeper levels of consciousness and was asked to give a reading of the soul record for an individual, he found it very difficult to determine whether the soul had thought of doing something or had actually done it. In the deeper levels of consciousness, thoughts and actions are equal in their impact. Perhaps this explains Jesus' admonition that adultery in one's heart is the same as committing it in deed. 3. Cayce on how thoughts are things. Reactions to past thoughts and actions become our fate, destiny, and karma. An individual's fate is simply the rebounding effects of previous choices remembered by its soul. The reason the effects of these previous choices often seem unfair to the conscious mind is because the personality doesn't see beyond its own life for sources of current conditions. Rabbi, who did sin, this man, or his parents, that he was born blind? John 9:1-2. Now if these disciples didn't believe in and understand pre-existence of the soul and karma, why would they ask if this man's own sins had caused him to be born blind? The only way this could happen is for him to have sinned before his birth. And, in fact, that is just what they thought he might have done. Notice also how the disciples thought that his parents might have brought this upon themselves through past mistakes. Here is a clear indication that within the inner circle of Jesus' followers there was the concept that misfortune had a source, and that that source could extend beyond the present lifetime. As companions of God, we are free to live and choose and grow almost as we desire, but not without being subject to universal, spiritual law. Through meeting our thoughts, actions, and words we learn to discern wisdom from folly, lasting strength from weakness and true life from illusion. In turn we become more able to fulfill our ultimate purpose for existing, to be a companion to the universal creator. The law is actually a magnificent tool for perfect learning. It is completely impersonal, everyone experiences it equally and for the purpose of enlightenment, even Jesus. Although he were a son, he learned obedience through what he suffered. Hebrews 5:8. 4. Cayce on memory and the universal mind. The law of karma is not some fierce god in the sky keeping track of everything so that it can zap people when they least expect it. Most karmic reactions in fact come from the individual's own deep memory of what it has done. You see, actions and thoughts build a consciousness much in the same way that exercise and food build a body. In a way, we are a memory complex. Our body and mind is the subtotal of all we have done. The memories, whether conscious or unconscious, make up our present condition. Thus, when we look at one another we are actually seeing a memory complex. Decisions are based on our past, reactions are based on our past, so are our goals. To understand a person, we must know something about their memory complex. Not surprisingly, karma has been described as memory. Karma is memory coming to consciousness again. What has occurred in the past is recalled and has an effect on the present. Now, the recollection may not surface to the conscious level, the personality may have no awareness of the memory, in fact. Yet, it exists at the deeper, soul level. Nevertheless, the soul sees through the same eyes as the personality, and is reminded of its past use of free will and consciousness. Naturally, some of these memories will be compatible with the universal, and some will not. Memory is an important concept in understanding how the law of karma works. As a soul draws closer to the universal mind, it becomes aware that some of its memories are not compatible with the Creator, and since its ultimate purpose for being is companionship with the Creator, it seeks out opportunities to resolve these incompatible memories. Suppose a soul criticizes another soul among its peers and behind its back. As it becomes more aware of its true nature, it will recall this wrong, and because of its incompatibility with the Creator, will seek to correct it. Now, the resolution could take many forms. The soul might seek out an opportunity to work closely with the injured soul as a supporter, assistant, publicist, agent or the like. Or perhaps it would seek to recreate the original scene, putting itself in a position to criticize the other soul again in front of the same peers. The test would be to see if the soul would choose not to criticize this time, even if it meant a certain loss of position for itself. Throughout all of this, the soul grows wiser and more compatible with the Creator. If, however, a soul has gotten so far away from its true nature that it has no conscience, then the law can become a formidable obstacle to any further free will action. Such a soul becomes surrounded by its karma. Everywhere it turns, it meets the terrible effects of its previous actions and thoughts. Yet, even a soul who has gotten in this pathetic situation can return to perfection because there is no total condemnation from the Creator or the law. If the soul turns away from its self-centeredness and begins acting, reacting, thinking, and speaking like a companion to the universe, then the law is just as perfect as it is with error, and the reactions begin to build and establish a new destiny for that soul. Karma is memory. As one recalls or relives situations, one meets self again, and a new decision point or crossroads is presented to the soul. Before thee are set good and evil. Choose thou. Deuteronomy 30:15. In our portrait of life, good would be equated with compatible, harmonious actions and thoughts which consider the needs and desires of others along with self's needs and desires. Evil would be equated with actions and thoughts that are motivated by a self-orientation that pays little or no attention to the needs and desires of others and the whole. Metaphysically speaking, good results in oneness, and evil results in a sense of separation. Decisions in one's life could be approached by evaluating which choices promote greater oneness and which promote separation. However, it gets a little difficult to support this idea much further than that, because in most of the secret teachings there is the belief that one must separate oneself from the world if one is to awaken to the greater reality beyond this life. Yet if we look closely at this belief, we find that the separation is more accurately a detachment than a separation. One is to strive to release oneself from the possessive power of the things of this world while still actively participating in it. In other words, one is to enjoy food and drink without being possessed by food and drink. One is to enjoy material life without being possessed by it. Look at the 7 deadly sins of Western religion. Each of them, lust, envy, greed, gluttony, etc., expresses a type of possessive power that overtakes the partaker. The 7 virtues, on the other hand, express selflessness on the part of the recipient, kindness, gentleness, patience, etc. Notice also that the sins are mostly self-experienced, but the virtues require another person in order for them to be realized. This follows Jesus' teaching. I desire mercy, and not sacrifice. Matthew 9:13. Sacrifice can be done alone, but mercy requires that one reach out beyond oneself and consider others and their needs. Again, we come to the inevitable conclusion that sin is self to the exclusion of others and the whole, while virtue is oneness with the whole and consideration of others. It's important to note here that the ultimate goal is not the complete loss of self-identity, rather, as Casey so aptly phrased it, to know yourself to be yourself, yet one with the whole. 5. Casey on grace, mercy, and forgiveness. In one sense it is true that, not one jot or tittle shall be removed from the law. One must meet every bit of its karma. However, there is a way that it can be modified, softened, even ameliorated. If a soul, knowing another soul has wronged it, forgives that soul and holds no lingering resentment, perhaps has even forgotten the wrong in the depths of its forgiveness and understanding, then it begins to take hold of the power of forgiveness. The more it forgives, the more it perceives and understands forgiveness. Then, when it approaches the universal consciousness and realizes it possesses memories that are incompatible with the it, forgiveness is much more viable, removing the barrier between father/mother and son/daughter. The law is so precise, what one gives one receives, no exceptions, that if one begins showing mercy and forgiveness for others, one begins to receive mercy and forgiveness upon oneself. Now, the law is very sensitive to the deep, true purpose for which one does something, and if the purpose for forgiving another is simply to obtain forgiveness for oneself, then little is gained. But if one truly forgives, and forgives by understanding, through empathy and compassion, then there is no way one can avoid receiving forgiveness upon oneself. The law also works in some very curious ways. Somehow one's greatest weakness possesses the potential to become one's greatest strength. With each difficult situation, whether physical, mental or spiritual, there comes an opportunity. These opportunities sometimes appear to be hopeless problems, like a crippling disease, an uncontrollable habit or a situation in which one feels totally victimized without cause. More often they appear as annoyances or frustrations, like an unattractive nose, a difficult sibling, spouse, colleague, boss, lover, or friend, or an ever-present lack of money. In each case, the soul has an opportunity to resolve and overcome some weakness in itself, and by doing so with the right attitude, the soul can rise to new heights of consciousness, love, and companionship. Attempting to sidestep one's crosses is simply a temporary diversion, delaying the eventual glorification that is the soul's inheritance when it is sought. All has to be met. And yet, no soul is given more than it can bear to carry. This is the paradoxical blessing hidden in the limitations of time and space. A soul is given the time it needs to turn away from its selfish ways and, like the prodigal son, return home to a feast of joy and welcome from its Father in heaven. Reincarnation is not a way to avoid judgment and responsibility, it is a way to allow the soul enough time to correct its mistakes and develop itself.
At a body? What are you looking at? This is my brother. This is my mother. This is my... No, stop. That's not your brother.
That's right.
That's not your mother.
That's right.
That's not your father.
Come on.
That's the house.
That's right. Teach, brother, teach.
That mama came in.
Yes, sir.
That's the house that your brother came in.
Yes, sir.
Well, wait a minute. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is that house made of? It's made of the earth.
Yes, sir. Yes.
The bone is the stone of the earth.
That's right.
The flesh is the grass of the earth. The blood is the water of the earth. And the air is the atmosphere of the earth.
Yes, sir.
And so, when we expire,
yes, sir. Expire. Come on.
Meaning we have no more inspiration.
Teach. Go ahead.
We expire, meaning the breath, we see it coming. The chest rises and heaves as the person is leaving.
Talk, man. It's time.
And the breath comes out.
Teach. That's it. Yes, sir.
And the body doesn't have the power to bring it in anymore.
That's right.
Then when the breath is gone, then the body has no more power to sustain itself.
Yes, sir.
So the process of deterioration begins, and the flesh returns to the earth.
Yes, sir. Right.
And the bones return to the earth.
Yes, sir.
And the blood returns to the earth.
Yes, sir.
And the soul, the essence of that person, returns to its sender.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is that? And God is the giver of life. Well, who are you? Who are you? Oh, I know your name. That's what Mama called you. Well, she don't know who you are. She just give you a name to identify you from all the other souls that are walking around.
Go ahead. Listen up.
And when I say Daniel Jones, Henry Smith ain't gonna stand up.
Talk, man. Talk.
These names are given to identify you from the soul that is next to you. But in truth, there ain't but one life.
One life.
And that life comes from God and is God. Who are you? You
Yes, sir. God,
listen. Life comes from God. Then what is life? It is the force and power that generates activity in this magnificent creation called the human body. Allah says, I've created you in the best of molds. Nothing more magnificent than this human body, man. Ain't no mosque or synagogue or temple or church better than this. This is the handiwork of God. All these buildings are made by men. And you got more respect for building than you have for that beautiful body that houses God's own life and spirit. Who are you? You are God. You are not the Most High God, but you are God. As David said, ye are all God's children of the Most High God. And you have force and power to make things happen. You are more than any creature. More. There is no creature in the heavens above or in the earth beneath or in the waters under the earth or the waters that cover the earth that is your equal. Because you are a thinking being who can vision and bring into reality what you vision. That is God on a lesser level. Hey, don't you grow up to exercise power like your father? You're God's. When you're united in love with each other, functioning under the guidance of God, there is no power on earth or in the heavens above that can stop you from attaining your desires. None. You are God. Go ahead. But in your division and disunity and hatred among yourself, Satan then can rule and God remains absent and a mystery.
That's right. A mystery. Teach, minister. Teach, minister.
They say, is God dead?
Teach, minister. Teach, minister.
Appears that he is.
Teach, minister. Teach, minister.
Because you're dead.
Teach, minister.
When you come alive again,
teach, minister. Teach, minister.
Then Satan's world comes down.
Comes down.
And a new world goes up.
New world.
And that's why Jesus is the most hated man.
Hated.
That's why they had to lie on him and crucify him, because his presence meant you coming alive. His presence meant you coming into your powers again.
Go ahead.
His presence means you rise from the dead and ascend back to your Father.
Allahu Akbar.
This is why you sing, heaven is my home.
Yeah.
Look at what you sing in the church. Heaven is my home. I can't remain on this earthly plane. I'm bound for higher ground. What you talking about?
You teaching, man.
You're the people of God.
You teaching, man.
I'm going to say it again.
Teach hard, man.
You are the people of God.
Yes.
But you have been deceived. Misled into sinful conduct.
Yes, sir.
The created things that God would give to embellish your life and sweeten your life. Satan has caused us to make mischief with created things. So we have fostered our own divisions and disunity and dislike and distrust. We hate ourselves and we hate one another
And we can't find the handle of unity as a black family. And we can't see the need to unite with our Mexican or La Raza family or our Native American family. We don't see us as a people.
Come on. Preach, man. Preach, man.
Elijah Muhammad said that the Native American are the original people.
Right, sir.
Who is the original man, he asked.
Go ahead, Minister.
The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet, the prophet of the universe.
No, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
The God of the universe. If there's only one creator and evil is in the world, where did it come from?
Where? Bring it on to us. Teach us. Where you deal?
That one life that God gives, it is ours to utilize. The power in that life is ours to utilize. In life, there's the yin and the yang, the positive and the negative. Water is water. At one temperature, it is ice. At another temperature, it is water. At another temperature, it is steam. But you have not changed the nature of it. It is still H2 and O. Only an external force, we would say, has acted upon the water to freeze it. Still water, but frozen. Now you put heat to it. Still water, but steam. It vaporizes now. Go ahead. You and I have been blessed with the gift of life, physical activity. But we have two lives. The life physical, the life spiritual.
Teach me.
So we have to come alive on two levels in order to come alive on all levels. Listen. When you come alive as an infant, you come out of your mother's womb and you inhale the breath of life and you cry. You've come alive physically. You're not alive spiritually. You're complete yet incomplete.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You're not alive intellectually. You're complete yet incomplete. Now the environment that life is placed in has to act on that life. Now this life has potential. If it's a human child, it has potential now to come alive, not on just the physical level, needing the food from the breast of its mother and food from the earth, but it also needs to be fed mentally, spiritually.
Teach.
And that feeding starts from the breast of a woman. Who are you, black woman?
Talk, Minister.
Who are you, woman? Don't know who you are.
Teach.
When the baby cries, the baby's praying. And who answers prayer? God. When the baby cries, you tuned to its sound. You can't sleep too hard because you're a mama now. You answering the need, the prayer of your child. It is you who make your child secure. Give it a feeling of safety, the warmth of your bosom. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing an infant nursing
That's right, Brother Master.
from a mother's breast.
That's right.
When you feed from a contented mind that is stayed on God and truth and not foolishness, the chemistry of your thoughts are mixed with the chemistry of the food that produces the milk in your breast. And you are giving your child not only physical nourishment, but the basis for spiritual, intellectual, and moral development.
Yes, go ahead, Minister. Go ahead, Minister. Go ahead.
Look. Satan has corrupted us so that we are physical creatures, not yet spiritually alive. Because if we were spiritually alive on both planes, then a moral consciousness would be seen in the people. But when you can drive by and shoot down an innocent person to become a member of a gang and don't care that you have killed God, you have murdered God. Lord have mercy. You have curtailed life because you are dead spiritually. You can kill in cold blood. Doesn't bother you because you are dead spiritually. Therefore you have no moral consciousness, and everything you do is vanity. All of it. All of it is vanity.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Sisters, your whole life, vanity. If you lose all your material things, what have you lost? Not have lost nothing. You didn't lose one atom's weight of intelligence. In fact, you're wiser now, because when you lose in the eyes of the world, you gain in the eyes of God, because you say, oh, I lost that because of this. Now I'm wiser now. Now God will give me more. Go ahead. Like he did Job. Go ahead. Preach just like when you get all caught up in the material world, it's because you've become a material person. You're not alive on the spiritual, on the highest level. So you lie, you cheat, you steal for material things. But the material thing passes away.
That's right.
But the spiritual, it will remain long after the physical is dried up and gone.
You preaching, man.
And so, what is the purpose of Jesus?
What is that?
Jesus comes to end Satan's rule.
Yes, sir. Talk, man.
Jesus comes, listen, to reconcile fallen man and woman.
Come on, Minister.
To their godly position. Jesus comes to pay a price, to redeem, to buy back from Satan's grip the masses that Satan has deceived. Jesus comes not as a prophet, but he comes to show man the realm of possibility, that man has the power to gain victory over death.
Yes, sir.
Man has the power. Woman has the potential power to become master of all of creation.
All of it.
So when God takes the heavens and the earth and its powers and puts it under Jesus, and he put everything under Jesus, but he himself, he's saying, I've made Jesus God again.
Yes, sir. Come on, man. Stop news.
I made him my vicegerent. He can take my place.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And he don't think it robbery.
That's right.
To be classified as equal.
Talk, Minister. Teach that gospel, brother, Minister. That's good news. Woo!
And he makes him that to show you and me what we have the potential of becoming.
Yes, sir.
If we would hear the word from his mouth and do exactly as he did, whatsoever he heard, that he spoke. Whatsoever he was commanded, that he did. So when he became obedient to God, then God could make him into himself.
That's right.
So when you become obedient to Jesus, he can make you into himself. So everywhere you look, you see nothing but Jesus. Who is Jesus? Huh? He's a black man.
That's right.
He have hair like lamb's wool and feet like burnished brass. He ain't no Caucasian. That's Michelangelo's vision of Jesus. That's a white supremacist vision. And they're making you to bow down to white people by giving you a white man as a god. And as an example of what we can become. Yes, sir. I don't want to see black and Hispanic fighting each other. I want us to recognize that we are family. And break down the artificial barriers that keep us at odds with each other to the joy of the oppressor of all of us. Although the white man mixed his blood in us, he was not able to destroy the nature in which we are created.
Couldn't do it.
But let me say this. White skin is not evil, but it's the idea of evil that finds a firm resting place in that skin.
Talk.
There's only one life, but white folk have used it to deprive other human beings of that which God intended for all of us: freedom, justice, equality,
That's right.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If this is what God has ordained for all of us, and he, Caucasian, built a world and a system on white supremacy.
That's what it did.
To deprive all of the darker people of the earth of their natural and inalienable rights. Because Jesus' presence represents the presence of God in man.
Talk.
9. The evolution of the soul through reincarnation.
The
plan for the Earth cycle of souls was a limited series of
Christ.
incarnations with periods in between of dwelling in other heavenly dimensions of consciousness.
The Church of God in Christ.
I have special courses that I teach. I have workshops that I teach, how to see the human aura, how to tune to your higher wavelengths, working with energy fields. All these are things that I've developed over time. Like anybody else that makes something, I made this, I make it up, and there are people that come to me for it. Now, past all of that, I will simply give one little hint as to one way that you can begin to do that. Everything that we do on this planet is of a low frequency. Why? Because our controllers made it that way. Everything that we want is on a high frequency. That's why when people begin to quicken, as they say, when they begin to speed up, when they begin to operate faster, Things of a higher level operate fast. Things of a lower level work away or operate usually slow. So it simply means you're quickening your energy field and everything that your energy field goes through, which is your glands, your organs, your hormones, your body tissues, whatever it is. If it's quickened, it will operate better. Same thing with the brain. You have to do things to speed up the ability of those cells, those neurons, and those dendrites, and those axons to function faster. Easy to do with one thing, monatomic gold. There are other ways too, but I'm going to just give this hint out. There are methodologies even when you take the gold, but monatomic gold alone, when taken in the system on a regular basis, as long as you prohibit the use of these things that would slow it down, like drugs, like alcohol, like booze, like any other thing that's going to slow you down, like pharmaceutical drugs, most of them, 98% of them, are going to slow you down. Now, if you take it with the gold, you're wasting your time with the gold. Because the gold now is going to do one thing, try to nullify all the other bad things that you have in there, rather than building you up to a higher potential. So I say, first of all, don't even waste the money if you're going to continue to do those things. But I probably just lost half our audience. I don't care, because they don't need the gold, because they're misusing the gold. When you begin to take it and you're spiritual, and you want to set up a good body defense, you want to set up a good immune system, you want to speed up that brain activity, you take the monatomic gold. Monatomic gold means mono. People are understanding now that liquids are more easily absorbed in the human system than are solids. You say, well, so what? I knew that. Wonderful. But how many people know that there are three different forms of liquids? There is your colloidal, which is what you get in most liquids that you take. There's ionic, and everything we sell in liquids on our website is ionic. Even the monatomic, what we call the Miracle 2000, the Heart Miracle, it's ionic, which means it's more easily absorbed than even colloidal, because it's smaller. Smaller than both colloidal and ionic is monatomic. And if you had some of the powder that we have, or if you had the liquid, of course, if you had the powder, you hold up this high, it would never hit the ground, it just disperse. But it's very easily absorbed into the body, through the glands and through the organs and through the throat. And in using that, you now are raising your potential of your blood to 121 megahertz. 121 megahertz simply means this. If you could stay operating at 121 megahertz, you'd be a super person. Superman, supergirl, superboy, superchild, whatever. You'd be super, because you'd be rating at a height of speed that no bacteria, no germ could even exist in. First of all, you'd be germ and bacteria free. But because we usually cannot maintain it, we have to renew it each day. But each time we do, if you're trying to get in a pure diet, you begin to raise your own blood vibrations up and up and up. Most people can't get past 100. Bacteria and all can't get past 100. So if you have 101, 102, you're bacteria and germ free. So that's the difference in using one method for speeding up the use of the brain. Take monatomic gold, goes up to the hypothalamus where your pituitary pineal gland are in, helps to work again to the left brain, right brain, helps to get right and left brain entrainment, which means that they both work empathetically, sympathetically, and anytime you need to go higher, it automatically switches over. So that's the thing in using what we would call gold versus some of the other things that you wouldn't have. And then methodologies of study and meditation, that is what I teach, and this is where, again, in that methodology, you can begin to transfer that energy yourself.
Now what's that about, the whole Sirius constellation?
Well, the Doggins are very interesting. The Doggins, again, if you read their history, like some of the Pygmies and so, say that they came from the area of the Salton Sea, which is now called the Mediterranean. They say that there was a great battle that was fought up there. That's one of the last kind of conflicts that we've had here on the Earth, on that part of our Earth, there in what we call Kemet now, or what they call Africa now. After that battle was fought, they had to leave. They left because deserts were formed. At one time, that part of Africa, Kemet, Kivu land, Kim, whatever you want to call her again, had no deserts. Those were fertile plains, very vibrant, forest and verdancy, streams that ran to the Nile. This is when they first built the pyramid. And that's another structure. In fact, you will find that the Sphinx again is even older than the pyramid. When they built the pyramid there again, they misused that. And so they had to flee, because what has happened was, with this ray that they use and this energy they use, it actually caused the soil, which was black, full of life, verdancy, seeds, and everything else it could grow, they killed it, they blasted it. And it created deserts. Deserts are sand. Sand means that you've had something that had life that now is dead. And when that sand was created, it's through radiation. You still find that most of the deserts, or the Kalahari, whether it be a Sahara, people have even forgotten about the Libyan desert. Because when I was teaching school, I used to ask my students to say, on what desert is the Great Pyramid of Giza built? And of course, the response came in, of course, the Sahara. That's intelligent. No, it's not intelligent. It means a limited understanding of history. It was built on the Libyan desert. But that desert has enriched, meaning it has grown. And now it's just one big desert because of the radiation and the poisons and toxins that were released there. It's one of the penalties of the black man who were responsible for that. Let's get back to your original question. The Dogons then, all the way down there to the Cape, as they call it now, the Cape, that's not what they called it then, and they had settlements there. But you will also find that the Shadooks and the Tuaregs always tell you the same thing too. But the Dogons then said that they were taught by a teacher by the name of Oannes. And Oannes, the fish god, came and helped them when they got that near the ocean because they said they could not survive in those caves that were there unless they understood. They knew what they'd run from, but they didn't know what they were running to. Off of that, they began to understand, as they'd always been told by their ancestors, that they were not of Earth, but had come to Earth. And it was said that the women were brought later, after the men were there, in what was called the Merkaba, and they actually call it the Merkaba van. That's where we get our word van, and connect with the word Merkaba, Merkaba. They also stated that a companion to this area where Oannes came from were other stars, and that those stars had planets, and that they were going back when they died, or when their souls left the earth, to Canis Major and Canis Minor, the dog stars, the dog constellation. Canis Major, Canis Minor, which are referred to as the dog stars. Of course, most of the brothers now are hip to Sirius, and this is where they step in and say, well, Sirius A, Sirius B, there's Sirius C and Sirius D. Remember, I said this to you. Okay? But all that means is not just a binary star system, but on rare occasions you can even get a trinary star system. And all planets and all suns don't have to show light. It's another thing that has to be understood. Because where darkness is, melanin exists, but it may be on a frequency that you can't understand. Not meaning you, but people in general. So that's the story that I understand that they tell, and they understood that if they could make amends with themselves, their souls would go back after this incarnation, back to Sirius or the dog star, where things were a little bit better. It's not perfection there either, but at least it's much better than what Earth has, because Earth took on the laggards, and that's another good story. The laggards were misfits, disenfranchised, nobody wanted creatures that lived on many planets within this particular system, within this galaxy, and there are many galaxies. Not universe now, I did not say universe, I said galaxy. And it was decreed that this planet, like 21 other ones, or 22 in fact, was to be like I can't call it a zoo, like a hotel with many complexes. It allowed different creatures to come together on one planet. That's why on this planet you have all kind of animals, birds, fish, people. You have hot, dry, deserts, snow, waterfalls, salt water, fresh water. Everything here is like a habitat, a perfect habitat for almost anything that wishes to come here. The one prerequisite was that they were supposed to try to learn under a certain time span, and then they could move on. Well, some of them there, they never got cured. They were recidivists. In this case, they brought in, since they had great teachers here, and a wonderful, beautiful planet. This planet is beautiful if you've traveled on it at all. I've had limited travel, but I see it's beautiful. They came here to learn and to be re-educated and to be taught, or to be confined until they could change their ways. Well, what happened was the great teachers here thought that with all the kind of things going on here that they could do something with it, but they found that some of the laggards were incorrigible, and instead of then coming here to learn, they killed the teachers and began to teach themselves. So we got a big problem here, and those are what it's called too. It's the time of the return of the laggards, or the bringing forth of the laggards. One reason. If you notice, when you study limitedly, and again, his story as he teaches it, which you have to be very careful with. Anytime a civilization falls, you will get, again, a lot of rampant sexuality, asexuality, bestiality. All of these things go rampant, because it's now the soul who is unprogressive, now getting a chance to reveal just how much progress he or she has not made. Heterosexuality means to have self-love. But you say, well, heterosexuality is when I have another partner. Not so. People talk about souls, twin souls, and soulmates. To have a soulmate is to be blessed because there is no difference, except one is in a female body and one is in a male body. That is done on heterosexual laws. By the way, I am not homosexual, I am very heterosexual. But I talk now as a scientist and a researcher of metaphysics, wherever the truth lay, go. In many cases, transgenderism and like transvestitism and so on again are deviations from the mind when the brain is not sure of what it's about. Fear induces things to retaliate against. Helpfulness and non-fear lets you be comfortable with what you are and seek to understand why it works as it does. I simply will state this in summation, and it's much too big a topic to close this quickly, but it could lead into a lot of thoughts and a lot of debates and so on like that. If a soul has had a good mating at one time on a planet like Earth, understand, third grade frequency, third dimension, and falls in love, and then one part soul devours, or goes, or dies, that mate is then gone, and then they're left there, where's my mate? Sometimes the sorrow is so hardful that the person wants to die. On souls, it means that anybody can mate. Mating is done every day. Twin souls mean that there's a lot in common. Soulmates mean that they are one. In fact, they found the other self, but only expressed in a different kind of body, which lets them even enjoy each other more. But if that soul gets out of kilter, and that mate has gone on, and then it is reborn, and the other mate's still looking for the soul it didn't have, but back here not knowing where to look, especially now, again, as the world is becoming smaller, still searching for something inside that is no longer inside because the person that they thought that they were with is now gone. So therefore, that other person now incarnates back. But maybe both of them now have incarnated into male bodies. Both of them incarnated into female bodies. But the bond is still there mentally. The bond is still there in the soul force, and they recognize that person in another body. Now, before, say they were heterosexual, but now one is a man and another is a man, one is a lesbian or a woman and another is a woman, and now they still feel that attraction. In many cases, when you do drugs, you can misinterpret that attraction. Because under the influence of a drug, the animal nature is brought out, the spiritual nature is suppressed. And so therefore, they're now attracted to each other there, but without the guidance of doing it without booze and liquor, they now would not even mate, even then. So now you're finding a free soul in a planet that is now quickening, that is now able to express it as they see it. And so therefore they search for their opposites in any sex, in any body that it's in. That also can be done through genes and hormones. There can be things that are applied at birth to these children in hospitals. That's why I guard women all the time having these children born in some of these hospitals where they give them 7 shots. Some of these shots messes up the brain, messes up the kind of hormones that are being secreted, and will have you loving anything you want. Many cases, again, it's been okayed now, so consequently, they feel that this is cool. This is all right. It's not even a matter of right and wrong anymore. The wrong is when you force on another person to comply with what you are. The right is when you do it freely, and therefore nobody's forcing you to do it. Many of these people are souls searching for souls. Many of these people are drug influenced. Many of these people are encrypted. And all these things go together at this time. It will straighten itself out. Because if you notice again, it used to be in the past, those that were very messed up sexually became so ravishing and horrible that they called it war. Those that had afflictions, Napoleon, a couple of others, they would begin to be homosexuals only because they wanted to inflict pain, simply meaning that not do you inflict pain if you're homosexual, they lashed out at the world mentally, and it became a physical debarkation into what we call wars. It's a very complex situation, but I gave you 4 different examples of how it can come. Under a sun, all planets are hollow, or else they could not have a sun. Under a moon, they better be hollow, because without that, if you had a solid and a hollow, you'd have clashing and stuff like this. Each planet is a classroom. There were actually 13 classrooms in this cycle at one time. The term triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13, comes with sole recollection of a planet, Maldek and Maluna, that destroyed themselves. And that fear is carried on. Any planet that's hollow, any life form that's advanced will live inside, not on the outside. You're limited, and the age, what is called EXD, and age transmutes to a person, or translates to a person who lives on the surface, because you're exposed to too much radiation, the planetary radiation plus the sun radiation plus the moon radiation, and you will die. You cannot have longevity on the surface of a planet in a physical body. But if you go inside a planet, the atmosphere inside is more cloaking, much more magnetic, which leads to longer life. People get taller and so on like this under a magnetic field. In summation, living on the surface is almost condemned to death, and the disease of age takes place. The cells will wear out because there's too much harmful things there going for them to maintain and grow stronger and longer. Inside, giants can live because now instead of your life force being taken away, you're cloaked in magnetic field, which leads to stronger growth, leads to longevity, which leads to better usage of everything you have. Because we're all individuals in bodies learning. On the surface, age takes place. So, I say all that to say, if you're looking for intelligent life forms, you look inside the planet, not on the surface. The intelligent ones have had wisdom enough to go inside and become wise, live long enough to have more wisdom and exuberate that inside. On the surface, it's a temporary thing. That's what it's supposed to be while you're here to learn, and then you decide what you're going to do. On Mars, there are melanated people living inside of that Martian atmosphere. The movies have tried to show that when you had some of the honest producers, the people who wanted to tell you a story, to tell it in the cloak form, like Spielberg and Lucas and their series, they would tell you again in their own way that they're inner Earth beings, exterior Earth beings, and astral beings. Either of these is a way to live, but it's on a different dimension. It's on a different vibrational rate, same third dimension. So, inside of Mars are said to be black people. I use that collectively because there's no such thing as a black race. Melanated people, they look a certain way. And the best way I can describe how they look would be what we call the Olmecan statues that you see everywhere. That's what they were taken from. They were from the people that came from Sirius by way of Mars that came here. In many cases, those were the Martians. That's why they're now trying to hide that fact. That's why they don't want to show you that the face on Mars is of a Negroid-looking woman. I have to use Negroid. We're going, Caucasoid, Anthropoid, Mongoloid, all this kind of thing. But it's of a black woman and with dreads. You can't be more descriptive than that. But they don't like to tell you, there was a post office that was there on one of the islands they invaded, and it had Our Lady of the Pyrenees and Our Lady of the Islands. Lady of the Island stamp was of a Negroid woman with dreads. And it showed one of the goddesses of ancient time. Now, the Greeks gave us that word of goddesses, so I'm just going to use that for the term that we best understand. And it showed this Negroid woman as being from Mars. It showed her as a planetary, beautiful woman. In other words, could bring forth many races from her. What that was saying was that out of melanin, many things can come. And they invaded that island. They tore up all the stamps. They wanted to get rid of their Lady of the Islands there again. But if you would take a solenoid reprint and put that over the face on Mars, she would come to life. It shows the same thing there, that the Martians had come here, that the Martians who were the android, who were the Olmecs, were here to teach in time, and then at the time they left. They left after having a great battle, a great conflict, and I won't go into that. It's too much more. They lost that battle simply because they refused to let any more souls have to be, to be expired through that daggone process. But they also left us with the same thing that could get where they are: crystals and magnets. With that, if we awaken, we can use the same thing to do what they did. They did it, and then they had to take away the crystal, the all-seeing eye of the pyramid. They took away all of the grand gallery, that whole thing that made that thing become a ray machine and a transporting machine. We see semblances of what was, but we know within our hearts what is. Well, we've just had a 4-day full moon, which supposedly is impossible. We had a solar eclipse, which I was warning people about. I shouldn't say warn them, just simply say be wise and be aware of a solar eclipse. It was followed by the summer solstice on the 21st of June. And from the time of the summer solstice, the even time of daylight and night on our planet, moon and sun, to the time of the first when the eclipse happened, they were sacrificing, they were putting forth things, because planets have energy fields. Stars have energy fields. The stars are what we see in the sky, but remember, all stars are suns, and there's nothing new under a sun. So what we've done again then, we've taken the energy that's drawn from a planet and a sun, which means at that time things can be transfused. Energy can enter into that planet, energy can be taken from that planet. The suns always rule planets. When that happens, the exchange of energy is through usually the strongest or the weakest portion of that planet. So then you have to understand what's in the ground. Where are your crystals? Where is your gold? Where are your mercury? Where are the things that can conduct energy? So you go to those areas, and they used to mark it. And I'm going to say one thing, I usually won't share this much knowledge, but for you I will. But I'm not going to go any deeper than this. Granite surfaces have quartz crystals in them, and wherever you have granite or you have crystals and stuff, they pull and exude energy. Well, you have these great big behemoths and things, they're signs that beneath there is something else. Those were markers. So it means that the earth can vent through those things, or that's what they call a natural or artificial vortex. Once you can understand that, when there's going to be exchange, you stuff up those vortices by pulling out or taking in what you want. Since we don't claim our own planet and use those, then you have a draconic enemy on the fourth dimension that doesn't care anyway, that now uses it for us. There'll come a time when we'll take back the powers to understand where the planet breathes and goes and use them ourselves. Even then, they still have to make sacrifices, because they still can't, with all of their so-called mind control, cannot do it. They have to have that human blood, especially with melanin because of the high vibration, to still get it done.
No, good. I was just listening.
Well, I'm pretty much complete with that.
Okay.
It is the use of magic, M-A-J-I-K, that helps things to understand energy centers, where they're located, what draws them in, as I say, crystals or iron or magnets, whatever it is, and by drawing that or exuding that, they can begin to pull in the energies they want and control what else comes into the planet. The planet is receiving 7 rays all the time minimum. But what ray of life that comes in that we should be using, these draconic individuals have now used magic to channel only that they want us to get, and even have the nerve now to pull from you that other higher source, or to make you get rid of it yourself.
Moving upward on our inch-year scale from the date 4 BC exactly 33 via the number of years Jesus lived, we reach the juncture of the Hall of Truth and Light, and the precise date on our timeline is April 7th Julian, AD 30 the Crucifixon. 62 As we step into the Hall of Truth and Light, we may remember the combined length of the two halls is 286. 1 feet, and the difference between the height of the Hall of Truth and Darkness and the Hall of Truth and Light is 286 1 inches. Continuing up the 157 feet of the Grand Gallery, our inch-year scale reaches the bottom of the Great Step, and our date is AD 1844 as the angular ascending line moves up 60 to strike the granite slab in the antechamber. In the center of the granite slab there is an embossed marker. Measuring from this marker to the granite box in the King's Chamber marks the date of May 5th of the year 2000, a date when the people of Stell, Illinois will be orbiting the Earth to escape a cataclysm of massive earthquakes and tsunamis that they believe will destroy much of our present civilization. Returning to Earth after a cataclysm of the magnitude they believe will take place, will they be heralded by primitive people who survived in isolated areas as gods from outer space? One fact remains that is certain: astronomically and mathematically advanced civilizations have disappeared from the face of the Earth before. Why? Will it happen again on the 5th of May? How far advanced beyond our modern technology the builders of the Great Pyramid were is a subject we are only now beginning to investigate and understand. The same teachings taught to the priesthood of Egypt 6,000 years ago by a band of Hyksos, shepherd kings who entered Egypt and constructed the Great Pyramid 6, were also taught to the high priest of Midian, who was to pass this same teaching to Moses to be memorized later by Jesus. These symbols are clear to those who know the Kabbalah. The essential theme in the myth of Jesus is death and resurrection. This allegory has been introduced with such pageantry that its protagonist has been deified. The brilliance of the drama has obscured its meaning. But certain clues, especially in Matthew and John, lead us to understand that the rabbi who gave rise to his own legend knew quite well the original meaning and the cosmic significance of the Aleph Beit. In other words, we have every reason to believe that he was a highly initiated Kabbalist. Carlos wears the cipher of Genesis. Jesus, a highly initiated Kabbalist in the order of Melchizedek, knew quite well the cosmic significance of the Hebrew letter number code which he tried to explain to his disciples who by their own admission perceived it not. There was a stir in the air such as arose among the Jews before the birth of Jesus, as if a change of large dimensions was approaching. Then Jesus came along and broadened it tremendously. He resurrected the ideas of love and brotherhood and working carrot. You too can do as I do. He was showing by his lifestyle that you can be perfect, you can know yourself, you can know your creator, you can know what it's all about. All you have to do is get off the dime and stop being so lazy and pay attention. That's what he was saying. Human beings have a tendency to want to put frameworks around things so they can be comfortable with them. So the early church put a framework around the truth. Theologians have translated and interpreted what has been said by all the great teachers until it's been quite distorted. However, even with all of the translations and misinterpretations of what was really said in the ancient times, they've done a remarkable job. They've done some bad things as well as good things in the eye of history, but the information is here. All you have to do is want it and dig for it. I found it. I found it for myself. There's more than one path. We each have progressed. You see, I accept we've lived many thousands of lifetimes. People say go reincarnation, I can't believe that. Well, they probably didn't believe it in their last lifetime either. I probably didn't either. However, each time we live a life we learn something more towards this perfection. We're supposed to be growling until finally we reach a point where we choose our incarnation with such great care that we incarnate to two very sharp parents, at which point we grow with a tremendous rate of speed. That's the purpose of it all. Civilization's purpose is to provide the playground, the background, the environment that enhances soul growth, character growth. An environment which enhances the ability of humans to practice the virtues. By practicing these virtues, love, brotherhood, and working, you too can do as I do, which are part of universal law. What you put out comes back to you. You set an example for others. By practicing patience, tolerance, forbearance, kindness, and charity in your everyday life, you grow. By your example, you set off a multitude of self-sustaining series of events, a chain reaction which strengthens the truth. I found this for myself. This is the message in all of the esoteric teachings in all 7 of the great religions. I think the key thing that the present human civilization is missing is that the idea has been lost that we're all responsible. Individual responsibility has been lost. We want some wizard to come along and do it for us. We want the preacher on Sunday to save us from our sins. We want the man in the confessional booth to cleanse us. We don't want to do it for ourselves. Well, there are no wizards. Every single ego, every single created individual or discrete bundle of mental energy must do it for itself. This is part of the message of the Great Pyramid, and as soon as humans realize this and take responsibility for their actions, the problems of the planet Earth will be diminished 1,000-fold. No one. I found it most fascinating, the fact you mentioned a moment ago that the individual ego has a hand in the choice of his or her own incarnated person. Valentine, this is esoteric information. I use the term esoteric information, esoteric meaning inside information, and it's only information that has been given to me. I have not proven it yet. Even if I did prove it, it would still be only information to you. So the difference between information and knowledge is clear. We need to make that clear. Now, my information is that each of us chooses our parents and our station and our situation, even our race. One of the individuals that I have been told about in this esoteric information was George Washington Carver, who deliberately incarnated into a race that was downtrodden to work on the idea of bringing them up. He was an ego of tremendous advancement, and when he did incarnate into that environment, which was a terrible environment, I understand he may have lost a few points because he became embittered near the end. Had he remained without bitterness, he would have gained. This is the story I have. We all take a chance incarnating into a civilization that can drag us down, because when you get inside of a physical body, you become subject to the nuisances of that animal body, and the condition minus ing and the responses, and it's up to you with those 10 qualities, O mind. 916. Napoleon's artist's impression of the Temple of Dendera in operation. According to John Anthony West in his scholarly work Serpent in the Sky, the high wisdom of ancient Egypt, the aim of all initiatic religions is the same the world over and has always been to guide man from his natural state of consciousness, which is called illusion, or sleep, to a higher state. This higher state, called illumination or the kingdom, his destiny and birthright is, within the context of the natural world, unnatural. It is impossible to construct a rational argument to compel the unwilling and the immune into acknowledging either the existence or the importance of this higher state. It is impossible to prove to the skeptic that this has any direct bearing upon each himself or his life. Initiatic writings are therefore comprehensible only to initiates, to those who have at least put one foot down upon the long road. And the further along the road, the greater and deeper the understanding. To overcome those. That's why being well disciplined is vitally important, and permissiveness is not wise. No one you talk of permissiveness. This is something that has become a part of the so-called modern society, beginning with the decade of the 60s, at least it became prevalent then. Sociologists today are saying that it's caused some sort of decadence within society. Do you subscribe to that philosophy? Valentine: yes. It's terribly decadent, and I do not at all accept permissiveness. What you are saying is that there are no standards. Well, there are standards, and we should set them for ourselves, and if we don't set them for ourselves, at least society, civilization, should say, these are the quality standards we want you to strive to meet. That doesn't mean there's such a thing as blame. What we're trying to do is forgive ourselves by being permissive. There is no blame. If a person is lazy, don't blame him for being lazy. Simply say, okay, you were lazy on that last opportunity you had. Try not to be lazy on the next opportunity presented to you, and help him or her to make the decision not to be lazy. However, don't permit it. Don't say, laziness is good for everybody, because you won't get uptight if you're lazy. We have so many errors on the idea of human potential, and what to do with it. I believe in being well disciplined, but not cruelly. I believe in responsibility. In the organization I belong to, the STEL group, we have a school which is our pride and joy. In order to have a civilization that promotes character growth, you must work with the children at a very early age. Those first 4 formative years are of the utmost importance. Our children start school at the age of 2. At the age of 2, 3, or 4, they are able to read. They have become decision-making and responsible little individuals with their mothers at a very early age. The children learn that this is a joyous thing, to make the right decision, and the children learn to accept responsibility and solve problems. They find that this is where joy comes from. The pats on the head, the stroking, as the top people like to say, our children find come from solving problems, making decisions, and being responsible for themselves. It doesn't take very long before our children have that habit pattern the rest of their lives. If we could just institute that into society. Decision. How many children do you know that are taught that? However, every single ego, every single human has the capabilities of bringing himself up to the equal of his creator. It's just a matter of effort and patience and practicing the virtues. No one, as Jesus stood between the 2 columns Jachin and Boaz on the outer porch of King Solomon's temple, John 10:23. On December 25th, the celebration of the winter solstice, a large majority of the people did not understand him when he said, "Ye are gods," John 10:34. Some people in the crowd took up stones to kill him as a money changer in the temple cocked his head away from his table to see what some in the crowd were yelling about. He heard Jesus say, "Is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods," as he saw a lawgiver of the temple sit bolt upright to listen to this man speaking to the crowd. The money changer wondered why such an important lawgiver of the temple sat up to listen, as rigid as a rod of iron, remembering the law and his responsibility. As the lawgiver remembered Psalm 82:6, he remembered a psalm of Asaph, in which God said, "Ye are gods." The man speaking to the crowd said, "The Father is in me and I in him," and what he meant could not have been other than what he said. As the crowd screamed blasphemy and moved forward to kill Jesus, he simply disappeared. So when you say humans have the capability to bring themselves up to the equal of their creator, it would seem to me that this New Age idea is in reality a very, very ancient idea. However, you did say that this was part of the message of the Great Pyramid, but what about these ancient brotherhoods, these people who are responsible for all this secret type of teaching, which seems to be such a mystical notion? Are they still around today? Valentine, I think so, very much. In fact, I could say I know it, you could say it's information now. The brothers are those individuals who have obtained a degree of advancement over other humans. They know a great deal more about the truth of existence than you and I do, and they naturally are compassionate toward us who are still struggling where they once struggled. They also know they can't do it for us, that is forbidden. They can't take us by the hand and lift us up in the rapture, and give us God on a silver platter. We've got to strive for ourselves, make our own mistakes, make our own decisions and grow on our own. That is the rule. Now for some reason that rule has been overlooked, and that's the one big problem. The brothers unobtrusively rather than obtrusively work among us today in the United States without disturbing our present culture. You may meet a person who seems to have tremendous control of his environment. He is always charitable, he is always kind, he is always patient, he is always forbearing, he is always standing, he is just some kind, or she is just some kind of an individual that you wonder, how could I get to be like that? Yet that person never tries to force his beliefs off on anybody, never tries to make waves, he or she just lives life in such a way that you say, TD like to be like that. That's probably a brother. No one and that person knows, of course, that he or she has those qualifications. Valentine, yes. Oh, yes. And he knows a great deal about metaphysics, but he won't go spouting off and say, TM a psychic, or I want to give you a reading, or TM going to tune into Edgar Case down here, or anything like that. He won't do that. However, if you ask the so-called psychics, they'll volunteer all the time, because their mind has made a breakthrough and they've seen some part of the truth, and they suddenly think they've really got a lock on the future. So they say, TM a psychic, give me $30 and I'll tell you whether or not you're going to get married next week. That's not where it's at. However, if you meet a brother, and you get him alone and you say, noticed about you certain things, and I want to ask if you are familiar with the Rosicrucians or the Masons or the Stell Group or the book The Ultimate Frontier or some of these metaphysical philosophies, you, when you ask, are allowing him to interfere in your environment. This is the teacher appearing when the student is ready. But unless you ask, the brothers won't help. However, when you ask, he will say to you whatever he believes is true, and he'll say, I believe I am mind inhabiting a body, and I've lived many lifetimes and I've been waiting for you to ask these questions. If I may, I'll explain what my philosophy says a controlled clairvoyant is. Let's assume that I practice the virtues and really make a habit of being kind, charitable, forbearing, and so on in my everyday life, until it's just second nature to me. Then when I'm in conversation with someone, I'll begin to hear more than what is being said. I will begin to see more than what I can see with the physical light reflecting against the retina of my eye. I will begin to perceive reality on multiple levels of existence. I will begin to see answers to questions that the physicists will never find as long as they get big hammers and make smaller particles. I will see that there is a reality beyond the physical reality, the etheric, the astral, the mental, the angelic, all the way up to God. I will see at least 3 of these levels of existence, maybe 4, and I will be able to function consciously on the astral level where humans dwell when they're not in a body. When you die, you're not in your body. Your mind is dwelling on what is called the astral level. Now that's only information to you, but I say if you get out and work at it for the next 16 years like I've done, you can prove it to yourself. No one, then it will be knowledge. Valentine, then it will be knowledge to you. Don't try to make it knowledge to anyone else, it doesn't work alright. Then you will be able to function consciously on multiple levels of existence, the physical level, the mental level, the astral level, and you will understand the vital level. When you understand these levels, you can do all kinds of things. You can read other people, You can see when a person's going to be very sick. You can see when they're going to be very healthy and well. You can see whether they're in love or when they're not, all because of these different auras, shall we say, which some people claim they can see, and so on. When you reach this level, you will intuitively know that this new power is yours, and that this new power is something you have earned through your behavior, and you can't give it to anyone else, because if you did, it's like many people have read the Carlos Castaneda books. Carlos Castaneda was a UCLA anthropologist who studied under Don Juan Abruzzo, a sorcerer, curer, medicine man in the Mexican desert, and you know Carlos would always ask Don Juan, tell me what it's like, this astral projection, seeing this next level. And Don Juan would keep saying, I can't tell you because what I perceive is mine and what you perceive is yours, and there are two different perceptions and possibly two different realities. Stop bugging me. Well, that's what it is. Your perception you will know is yours, and it will be true, and it will be the ultimate truth, at which point you can now relax about a lot of things so that when somebody else comes along and asks you, you may help him help himself. However, you can't go around giving them readings or playing psychic or anything like that. No one, that's a fantastic philosophy, but would you be able to say just how many people possibly contain nationwide disability? Valentine, hundreds of thousands. No one, hundreds of thousands that have come to grips with reality in just this way. Valentine, yes. My feeling is that these people have gathered together at this particular time because we are indeed in the times of the end. The people who wrote the Holy Bible were brothers. They knew the truth, and they also knew it would be distorted a certain way, but they also knew that some people would get the truth out of it, and they wrote it the way it was. In this latest book 1, they tried to explain this the best I can, and it's only my explanation. Good Lord, I try to make this point in my new book, that this is just my view. It's got to have my distortions. However, the hundreds of thousands of advanced egos who are here now are here for a purpose. They are here to help us bridge between these times of the end of the world as we know it and the coming nation of God. The kingdom of God, as prophesied in the Holy Bible, in my opinion, is not some place in the sky where we're sitting around on clouds playing harps. The kingdom of God is a civilization that practices these things I've been talking about, a civilization where everyone can do what is best for his or her character growth and can live in harmony and peace. Such a civilization could survive all the superficialities of the physical world, the physical reality, which includes many things, race, appearance, all of these things are superficial. I think the angelic force built them in to help us learn to overcome them. No one, that's an interesting viewpoint. Valentine, oh yes. Why would there be subspecies of the species Homo sapiens? Why would there be black and yellow and red and Caucasian white races of the same species? We all, obviously, have the same qualities of mind. So we're all identical in the mental respects. But physically, and it's only about 5% of the genes, there is a difference there. To me, this was brought about by the creative forces, whatever they are, to give us something to overcome, to learn to overcome these very superficial petty differences. Yet, have we done it yet? No one, no, Valentine, of course not. If I may, I love to do this.
When your children grow up without shots, by the time they're 12, well, they should be able to walk this earth in peace, but because of so much disharmony here, it's like throwing them to a slaughter. The crystals out here now will be able to communicate with each other, control animals, insects, and weather, and therefore they don't want them to ever reach that maturity, and they'll do anything to stop you from having them and to ruin the fruit of your womb and your secretions. Why are they sending in reserves to fight in a war? Why do they want the borders open? Why do they want one world government? Why is it that the euro is outstripping the dinero or your dollar or whatever you're going to use, your peso here, because they don't care what you call it, 2 to 1 almost now, 60% more. Every time you get a dollar, it's worth only 40 cents. Last month it was worth 50 cents. As they devalue your dollar because they don't care anything about you or your government because they're globalists and planetarists. They want the overall planet and globality. So they start a stupid war, which wasn't started at 9/11, wasn't started by King Hussein, wasn't started by even a person that they can't find who was dead in 2003. He died. So they're searching for a dead man. Like they never found Hussein, who had 7 doubles and over in Minsk right now in Russia. I shouldn't even go that far. When they give these poor boys and girls who put on a uniform for all the wrong reasons to go fight people for all the wrong reasons. If they were going to Darfur, if they were going to Zaire, if they were going to the Congo, if they were going to places like that, I could see it. I still wouldn't see it because I think there's a better way, but I could see it. But the insanity of going to fight on the surface of where Mesopotamia 1 and Sumer are, spilling their blood on the soil when their consciousness could be opened up, time locks down there that could take you to a beginning on this planet that you hadn't seen in years. They're dying on the surface thinking they're fighting for their country. Their country is the planet Earth. No less, no more. Why would you bring in the Stennis, the Eisenhower, and this other relic of a aircraft carrier over there inside the Persian Gulf and anchor for 4.5 months 3 of your fleets? I am not smart enough to be a West Pointer. I did not study war. I did not study military tactics, but I read and I have a good memory. And I wouldn't send 3 of my fleets inside a Gulf and keep them there for 4. Just the fatigue of the men's staying there will make something happen. And why would you take 3 aircraft carriers when the Tory missile that was sent by a Russian and given to the Saudis, who are Jewish, the ruling class, they are, and give them all of this power with the Tory missile, which can move at Mach 2, which is at least 1,500, and they always lie, so it's probably can go 2,000 miles an hour, which zigzags 10 feet above the water, which could not, I mean, you just lost 3 aircraft carriers. I don't care how you carry it out. But if you lose the 3 aircraft carrier, war is going to be declared immediately. Suspend the Constitution, dismiss Congress, declare martial law, and through Presidential Edict number 51, your man is ruler for the head of this country for as long as he decrees. Bait you. We're out here. We're still out here. We're here. Do you see us? What are you going to do about it? Madness. Absolute madness. But while they're out there, they got to get more shots because that area is hot and it's depleted uranium there. So now you haven't had a booster shot. So that those people are so messed up in their bloodstreams now, you don't want them back. Whatever they could produce through their DNA, you wouldn't want. They are so full of venom and poisons and toxins that the methods they're now using could never get out. We got ways to get it out. I've done research, anti-creator. We can get it out. We can use diodes. But they can't get it out. They're now messed up. Not only psychologically messed up, but physiologically messed up. War is hell. You never fight a good war. And you never have rules of engagement and rules of war unless you're a fool. You do anything you can, acting worse than an animal, to try to stay alive in a hell that war is. Who wants to fight a war? Especially on the physical plane. But you're sending your young daughters and sons who can't get an education, who can't get a job, who can't get anything here, so they have to look at their future and mortgage their present, making you have an ugly past. I could go on with this for so long.
I think it's the most underpublicized thing in the world. The idea of race is one of the most overrated things there is. The blackest skin on Earth belongs to the white race. The darkest pigmentation of the skin belongs to the blue-black Melville Islanders of Australia. The Melville Islanders have red hair and blue eyes, and being an anthropologist I can tell you they are Caucasian, and yet they have the blackest skin on this planet. The kinkiest hair on the planet belongs to the Laplanders of Finland. The difference between men of one race and another is less than 5% of the genes that make up the entire body. It's a superficial thing, and I just wish that humans would stop and think about that. We get so hung up on these physical things. All of the physical world is an arena for learning. So in the beginning these creators knew that we would have to go through a period of evolution before we got to that final stage of readiness, and these are just tests. Valentine, yes. But not everyone survives these tests. Valentine, that's right. A lot of them aren't going to make it. A lot of them are going to have their memory wiped out, and it will be like the atheist says there's nothing. My philosophy has the creator, the creative force sitting up on the 7th level of existence. However, I can't conceive of the creative force because my mind only goes to the 4th level of existence. The 6th level of existence is the archangelic level, and the archangelic level has interworked or cooperatively coupled with the physical level, the physical reality on this planet in the form of what some humans call Christ, and has done so in other times in history and will do so again. The so-called second coming in my philosophy is actually the 4th coming. The angelic intelligence, is at the 5th level of existence. Valentine, yes. Is that the angelic force. Valentine, yes. The 5th level of intelligence is responsible for the direct work with the planet, and they can make mistakes. The story of Lucifer and Jehovah is a tale of the mistake made by the angelic intelligence. The argument between the angelic forces on the 5th level of existence is that Jehovah, according to my philosophy, believed that humans could advance with a perfect environment, so at first humans were given the Edenic state. All they had to do was eat bananas, sleep, chase the girls, make love, swim, sun, and sleep. But they didn't grow in that Edenic state. They didn't want to grow, so Lucifer said, "We should help mankind grow, and you know the rules. We can't go down and do it for them, so we'll give them problems to overcome." And zap, like the thunderbolt of Zeus, Eden was gone, and we now have winters in Chicago. And man has to overcome. The angelic intelligence even had problems to overcome. To me, the difference between my creator on the 7th level and me down here on level 1 is that the creative force never misses. It always makes the right decision. Civilizations not only could have existed and been destroyed by cataclysms, but did so. The remnant from the early empire was split 3 ways. There was a group who believed in going back to Eden, and they called themselves the Catholic. You'll read about this in The Ultimate Frontier. And a group who believed in practicality and not spirituality, who called themselves the P-Free. The P-Free went to Atlantis. The Catholic went to Rama, which is in India. And we still see the effects of that in India with the caste system and the power the priests had over them. Where did the balanced people go? The people who balance between spirituality and practicality, because that's what life is really all about. The spiritual side of India is tremendous, and their physical practicality is nil. They're starving in the streets, where over here our practicality is fantastic, yet we're living in a spiritual vacuum. It's to blend the two by using the mind. The mentality is what the brothers want us to get, and that's what they're seeking. Well, that's the 3rd group that came out of the ancient early empire of Mu, and that 3rd group built the Great Pyramid as their monument to mankind to prove that such a thing exists. And the more anyone studies the Great Pyramid, the more they'll realize that perfection is embodied there. Why embody perfection in stone if you're looking to argue? To me, it's to show perfection. Those balanced few are still working as the brothers. I've got to get a final thought in. We've been around for so long trying to progress to this period where we would be able to deal with all of these things. Do you have any idea when we will get to this point? Valentine, that's up to the individual. You may grow in this one lifetime if you can make the effort and do it. But you'd give up a lot of things in relation to your environment. On my calendar, the day May 5th, 2000 is very important because that's house cleaning day. The Christians call it Doomsday. There will have been a nuclear war, and the survivors of that nuclear war will be welcoming the big cataclysm that swallows them up and cleans up the mess. Doomsday is another cataclysmic change that's going to totally alter the face of the earth as humans know it today, and the survivors are going to be thrust back into a Stone Age type of existence except for those that are prepared for it and have planned for it. Those survivors will, after the next cataclysmic change in the crust of the planet, use all of the positive aspects of the present human civilization, and there are many of them, to build the next civilization. I choose May the 5th of the year 2000 AD because it says so in the Ultimate Frontier, and because of my own 16 years of research, and because of a particular alignment of the planets in this solar system that occurs on that day. Valentine then explained in long and detailed mathematical terms how a sudden and devastating cataclysmic change is predicted in the Great Pyramid's mathematical message. David Davidson, in his book The Great Pyramid, Its Divine Message, after 25 years of researching the mathematical system of the Great Pyramid, presented proof that the pyramid was a scale model of the Earth's northern hemisphere. Davidson believed it was built to memorialize a tremendous cataclysm. Professor Livio Comines Tullus Ushini, in the mathematical appendix to Peter Tompkins' book Secrets of the Great Pyramid, presents proof in mathematical terms far beyond the comprehension of the average layman that the Great Pyramid is a representation in scale of the Earth's northern hemisphere. Feeding Davidson's and Ushini's information into a computer, I discovered with the help of Atlanta physicist Knox Robert Burnett that the message of the Great Pyramid with its truncated apex is this: when the Earth's polar depression reaches the ratio of equatorial or perhaps average diameter versus the polar depression, then the polar mass is sufficient to begin the unstable dynamic condition that ends up as a careening cataclysm in which the Earth's polar masses are suddenly displaced toward the equator. The priests of Memphis told Herodotus that there had been 34 kings and 34 high priests and 341 generations during the past 11,000 years. And as if to corroborate their genealogy, the high priest of Memphis told Herodotus that the sun had risen twice in the past 11,000 years where he now sat. On the ceiling of the tomb of Queen Hatshepsut, identified by Emanuel Velikovsky as the Queen of the South, or Queen of Sheba, who visited Solomon's temple chief architect's tomb, there is an astronomical ceiling panel showing the Orion-Sirius star group proceeding in the reverse direction from what they appear to move in today. In the Old Hebrew records, Joshua 10:13, we read, "And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed." As if to echo this, we read in Isaiah 38:8, "Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the degrees, which is gone down in the sundial of a Haston 10 degrees backward." So the sun returned 10 degrees, by which degrees it was gone down. H. A. Brown, in Cataclysms of the Earth, states that all careening moves cover about 80 degrees of latitude. This is a bold statement, as a perfect careen would be 90 degrees. However, the extra 10 degrees might be estimated as those lost or absorbed in work such as pushing continents around to new positions, sloshing of ocean basins, heat from friction throughout the process, etc., subtracting from the perfect careen of a 90-degree displacement. Joshua 10:13 states, "So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day." Was this event in Joshua a pole shift? I don't believe it was. I remembered, however, that Velikovsky claimed that Venus originated as a comet in the 2nd millennium BC, the time of the Exodus. It twice made a close approach to the Earth and changed its cometary orbit. If a comet was for a short time captured by the Earth's gravity, people would see the event described in Joshua. Today the tilt of the Earth is 23 degrees. Has it always been so? Joshua 10:13 equals 23. Will a pole shift ever be accepted by orthodox science? Will it be accepted before the year 2000 and make its way into general public usage? Synchronizing of events. Moses, a highly initiated Kabbalist, is divinely guided to take advantage of the mechanism of occurrences whose manifestation obeys natural laws which are themselves the work of God. For Harvard University professor Barry Fell, in his book America BC, has demonstrated that we must include Egyptian, Libyan, Iberian, Basque, and Celtic colonizers in our American heritage. Moses, within the framework of Pharaoh Akhenaten's great release of knowledge, was instructed and educated into the secret Egyptian mysteries by men of high intelligence who wisely defended their work against jealous official minus down and the greed of man. Uplifted by their deeper insights, they endeavored to promote the betterment of the human condition through selective release of their discoveries. Page 159 of Professor Fell's book shows a photograph of the Pontotoc stele. On the stele is an extract from the hymn to the Aton by Pharaoh Akhenaten. This stele was found in Oklahoma. Fell points out that the Wabanaki Indians of Maine were reading and writing with Egyptian hieroglyphs before 1738. Champlain, who spent years deciphering the Rosetta Stone, a black diorite stele with an inscription of hieroglyphics, Demotic script and Greek, found in Egypt in 1799 by Buard, cracked the mystery of Egypt's millennia-old hieroglyphs and published the results of his work in 1828. This enabled scholars to read the literature of ancient Egypt. Champlain also had a thorough knowledge of Coptic. Had Jean-Francois Champlain known of the Wabanaki Indians, he could have carried a plaster of Paris cast of it to them for deciphering. With the deciphering of Egypt's mysterious writing system, a system of ciphers, at a little chapel, a shofar, ram's horn sounded before a black-draped altar with the symbol of the Lion of Judah, as solemn ceremonies were held and prayers offered in thanks for the return of the word. It is an interesting question as to how much Judaism owes to the Egyptian mysteries. Moses, like Akhenaten before him, learned the final secret of the Illuminati in the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Great Pyramid. When Moses, already old, became tired in the wilderness, his teacher, the priest of Midian, suddenly appeared to his younger student and asked, "What is this thing that thou doest to the people?" "The thing that thou doest is not good." Exodus 18:5-23. The priest of Midian explained the law of frank judges, and then Moses appointed able men of truth to be frank judges, and to bear the burden with him. In private council, the priest of Midian explained to Moses the meaning of I Asher I am that I am. With a quick movement, the priest shook a fine layer of volcanic ash from his coat and went his way into his own land to rejoin the Tylers, the temple of the mysteries, as there was a great deal of regal work to be done. Passing the first girdle stone, like El Maymoon, as he inched his way across the squeaky wooden floor planks of his father's balcony, we may understand that more is concealed than is revealed. Each concealed thing leads to undreamed heights. Like the offer of the ultimate frontier, when Henriette Mertz found no commercial publisher willing to publish my book, I published it myself in 1953. In that year, her book, with no promotion, enjoyed modest sales. However, it sparked and sent an electric ripple through the scientific community, who understood the value of her research. The reason commercial publishers in the dark ages of the 50s did not publish her book was that they had been advised by experts that what she suggests would cast doubt on generally accepted theories of academia committed to certain firmly established dogmas, one of which held that ancient people crossed neither the Atlantic nor the Pacific before the voyage of Columbus.
Pilate's final effort to release Jesus fails. He washes his hands in feigned innocence, delivers Jesus to the Jews for execution. The Jewish soldiers drive him to Calvary. 1. The superstitious people are the Jews. They have a faith that they have borrowed from the idol worshippers of other lands, that at the end of every year, 2. They may heap all their sins upon the head of some man set apart to bear their sins. 3. The man becomes a scapegoat for the multitudes, and they believe that when they drive him forth into the wilds, or into foreign lands, they are released from sins. 4. So every spring before the feast they chose a prisoner from the prisons of the land, and by a form their own, they fain would make him bear their sins away. 5. Among the Jewish prisoners in Jerusalem were 3 who were the leaders of a vile, seditious band, who had engaged in thefts and murders and rapine, and had been sentenced to be crucified. 6. Barabbas, and Josiah was among the men who were to die, but Barabbas was rich, and he had bought off priests the boon to be scapegoat for the people at the coming feast, and he was anxiously in waiting for his hour to come. 7. Now, Pilate thought to turn this superstition to account to save the Lord Jesus, and so he went again before the Jews and said, 8. You men of Israel, according to my custom I will release to you today a prisoner who shall bear you sins away. 9. This man you drive into the wilds or into foreign lands, and you have asked me to release Barabbas, who has been proven guilty of the murder of a score of men. 10. Now, hear me, men. Let Jesus be released and let Barabbas pay his debt upon the cross, then you can send this Jesus to the wilds and hear no more of him. 11. At what the ruler said the people were enraged, and they began to plot to tear the Roman palace down and drive in exile Pilate, and his household and his guards. 12. When Pilate was assured that civil war would follow if he heeded not the wishes of the mob, he took a bowl of water and in the presence of the multitude he washed his hands and said, 13. This man whom you accuse is son of the Most High Allah, and I proclaim my innocence. 14. If you would shed his blood is on your hands and not on mine. 15 And then the Jews exclaimed, "And let his blood be on our hands and on our children's hands." 16 And Pilate trembled like a leaf, in fear. Barabbas he released, and as the Lord stood forth before the mob, the ruler said, "Behold your king. And would you put to death your king?" 17 The Jews replied, "He is no king, we have no king but great Tiberius." 18 Now, Pilate would not give consent that Roman soldiers should imbue their hands in blood of innocents, and so the chief priests and the Pharisees took counsel what to do with Jesus. 19 Caiaphas has said, "We cannot crucify this man, he must be stoned to death and nothing more." 20 And then the rabble said, "Make haste, let him be stoned." And then they led him forth toward the hill beyond the city's gates, where criminals were put to death. 21 The rabble could not wait until they reached the place of skulls. As soon as they had passed the city's gates, they rushed upon him, smote him with their hands, they spit upon him, stoned him, and he fell upon the ground. 22 And 1, a man of Allah, stood forth and said, Isaiah said, "He shall be bruised for our transgressions, and by his stripes we shall be healed." 23 As Jesus laid all bruised and mangled on the ground, a high priest called out, "Stay, stay you men! Behold, the guards of Herod come, and they will crucify this man." 24 And there beside the city's gate they found Barabbas' cross, and then the frenzied mob cried out, "Let him be crucified." 25 Caiaphas and the other ruling Jews came forth and gave consent. 26 And then they lifted Jesus from the ground, and at the point of swords they drove him on. 27 A man named Simon, from Cyrene, a friend of Jesus, was near the scene, and since the bruised and wounded Jesus could not bear his cross, they laid it on the shoulders of this man and made him bear it onto Calvary. Chapter 17 Jesus appears, fully materialized, before Apollo, and the silent brotherhood in Greece appears to Claudia and Juliet on the Tiber near Rome appears to the priest in the Egyptian temple at Heliopolis. 1 Apollo, with the silent brotherhood of Greece, was sitting in a Delphian grove. The oracle had spoken loud and long. 2 The priests were in the sanctuary, and as they looked the oracle became a blaze of light, it seemed to be on fire, and all consumed. 3 The priests were filled with fear. They said, "A great disaster is to come, our gods are mad, they have destroyed our oracle." 4 But when the flames had spent themselves, a man stood on the oracle's pedestal and said, 5 Allah speaks to man, not by an oracle of wood and gold, but by the voice of man. 6 The gods have spoken to the Greeks, and kindred tongues, through images made by man, but Allah the One, now speaks to men through Jesus the only Son, who was, and is and evermore will be. 7 This oracle shall fail, the living oracle of Allah, the One, will not fail. 8 Apollo knew the man who spoke, he knew it was the Nazarene who once had taught the wise men in the Acropolis and had rebuked the idol worshippers upon the Athens beach. 9 And in a moment Jesus stood before Apollo and the silent brotherhood and said, 10 Behold, for I have risen from the dead with gifts for men. I bring to you the title of your vast estate. 11 All power in heaven and earth is mine, to you I give all power in heaven and earth. 12 Go forth and teach the nations of the earth the gospel of the resurrection of the dead and of eternal life through Jesus, the love of Allah made manifest to men. 13 And then he clasped Apollo's hand and said, My human flesh was changed to higher form by love divine, and I can manifest in flesh or in the higher planes of life at will. 14 What I can do all men can do. Go teach the gospel of the omnipotence of man. 15 Then Jesus disappeared, but Greece and Crete and all the nations heard. 16 Claudius and Juliet, his wife, lived on the Palatine in Rome, and they were servants of Tiberius, but they had been in Galilee. 17 Had walked with Jesus by the sea, had heard his words and seen his power, and they believed that he was Jesus made manifest. 18 Now Claudius and his wife were on the Tiber in a little boat, a storm swept from the sea, the boat was wrecked and Claudius and his wife were sinking down to death. 19 And Jesus came and took them by the hands and said, Claudius and Juliet, arise and walk with me upon the waves. 20 And they arose and walked with him upon the waves. 21 1,000 people saw 3 walk on the waves, and saw them reach the land, and they were all amazed. 22 And Jesus said, You men of Rome, I am the resurrection and the life. They that are dead shall live, and many that shall live will never die. 23 By mouth of gods and demigods Allah spoke unto your fathers long ago, but now he speaks to you through perfect man. 24 He sent his Son, Jesus, in human flesh to save the world, and as I lifted from the watery grave and saved these servants of Tiberius. 25 So Jesus will lift the sons and daughters of the human race, yet every one of them, from darkness and from graves of carnal things, to light and everlasting life. 26 I am the manifest of love raised from the dead, behold my hands, my feet, my side which carnal men have pierced. 27 Claudius and Juliet whom I have saved from death, are my ambassadors to Rome. 28 And they will point the way and preach the gospel of the holy breath and the resurrection of the dead. 29 And that was all he said, but Rome and all of Italy heard. 30 The priests of Heliopolis were in their temple met to celebrate the resurrection of their brother Nazarite, they knew that he had risen from the dead. 31 The Nazarite appeared and stood upon a sacred pedestal on which no man had ever stood. 32 This was an honor that had been reserved for him who first would demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 33 And Jesus was the first of all the human race to demonstrate the resurrection of the dead. 34 When Jesus stood upon the sacred pedestal the masters stood and said, All hail! The great bells of the temple rang and all the temple was ablaze with light. 35 And Jesus said, All honor to the masters of this temple of the sun. 36 In flesh of man there is the essence of the resurrection of the dead. This essence quickened by the holy breath, will raise the substance of the body to a higher tone. 37 And make it like the substance of the bodies of the plains above, which human eyes cannot behold. 38 There is a holy ministry in death. The essence of the body cannot be quickened by the holy breath until the fixed is solved, the body must disintegrate, and this is death. 39 And then upon these pliant substances Allah breathes, just as he breathed upon the chaos of the deep when worlds were formed. 40 And life springs forth from death, the carnal form is changed to form divine. 41 The will of man makes possible the action of the holy breath. When will of man and will of Allah are one, the resurrection is a fact. 42 In this we have the chemistry of mortal life, the ministry of death, the mystery of deific life. 43 My human life was wholly given to bring my will to tune with the deific will, when this was done my earth tasks all were done. 44 And you, my brother, know full well the foes I had to meet, you know about my victories in Gethsemane, my trials in the courts of men, my death upon the cross. 45 You know that all my life was one great drama for the sons of men, a pattern for the sons of men. I lived to show the possibilities of man. 46 What I have done all men can do, and what I am all men shall be. 47 The masters looked, the form upon the sacred pedestal had gone, but every temple priest, and every living creature said, Praise Allah. Chapter 18 The resurrection of Jesus. Pilate places the Roman seal upon the stone door of the tomb at midnight. A company of the silent brothers march about the tomb. The soldiers are alarmed. Jesus preaches to the spirits in prison. Early Sunday morning he rises from the tomb. The soldiers are bribed by the priests to say that the disciples had stolen the body. 1 The tomb in which they laid the body of the Lord was in a garden, rich with flowers, the garden of Salome, and Joseph's home was near. 2 Before the watch began Caiaphas sent a company of priests out to the garden of Salome that they might be assured that Jesus' body was within the tomb. 3 They rolled away the stone, they saw the body there, and then they placed the stone again before the door. 4 And Pilate sent his scribe who placed upon the stone the seal of Rome, in such a way that he who moved the stone would break the seal. 5 To break this Roman seal meant death to him who broke the seal. 6 The Jewish soldiers all were sworn to faithfulness, and then the watch began. 7 At midnight all was well, but suddenly the tomb became a blaze of light, and down the garden walk a troop of white-clad soldiers marched in single file. 8 They came up to the tomb and marched and counter-marched before the door. 9 The Jewish soldiers were alert, they thought his friends had come to steal the body of the Nazarene. The captain of the guard cried out to charge. 10 They charged, but not a white-clad soldier fell. They did not even stop, they marched and counter-marched among the frightened men. 11 They stood upon the Roman seal, they did not speak, they unsheathed not their swords, it was the silent brotherhood. 12 The Jewish soldiers fled in fear, they fell upon the ground. 13 They stood apart until the white-clad soldiers marched away, and then the light about the tomb grew dim. 14 Then, they returned, the stone was in its place, the seal was not disturbed, and they resumed their watch. 15 Now, Jesus did not sleep within the tomb. The body is the manifest of soul, but soul is without its manifest. 16 And in the realm of souls, unmanifest, the Lord went forth and taught. 17 He opened up the prison doors and set the prisoners free. 18 He broke the chains of captive souls, and led the captives to the light. 19 He sat in council with the patriarchs and prophets of the olden times. 20 The masters of all times and climes he met, and in the great assemblies he stood forth and told the story of his life on earth, and of his death in sacrifice for man. 21 And of his promises to clothe himself again in garb of flesh and walk with his disciples, just to prove the possibilities of man. 22 To give to them the key of life, of death, and of the resurrection of the dead. 23 In council all the masters sat and talked about the revelations of the coming age. 24 When she, the holy breath, shall fill the earth and air with holy breath, and open up the way of man to perfectness and endless life. 25 The garden of Siloam was silent on the Sabbath day. The Jewish soldiers watched and no one else approached the tomb, but on the following night the scene was changed. 26 At midnight every Jewish soldier heard a voice which said, Adon Mashich Kumi, which meant, Lord Jesus arise. 27 And they supposed again the friends of Jesus were alert, were coming up to take the body of their Lord away. 28 The soldiers were alert with swords unsheathed and drawn, and then they heard the words again. 29 It seemed as though the voice was everywhere, and yet they saw no man. 30 The soldiers blanched with fear, and still to flee meant death for cowardice, and so they stood and watched. 31 Again, and this was just before the sun arose, the heavens blazed with light, a distant thunder seemed to herald forth a coming storm. 32 And then the earth began to quake, and in the rays of light they saw a form descend from heaven. They said, Behold, an angel comes. 33 And then they heard again, Adon Mashich Kumi. 34 And then the white-robed form tramped on the Roman seal, and then he tore it into shreds. He took the mighty stone in his hand as though it were a pebble from the brook, and cast it to the side. 35 And Jesus opened up his eyes and said, All hail the rising sun, the coming of the day of righteousness. 36 And then he folded up his burial gown, his headbands and his coverings, and laid them all aside. 37 He arose, and for a moment stood beside the white-robed form. 38 The weaker soldiers fell to the ground, and hid their faces in their hands, the stronger stood and watched. 39 They saw the body of the Nazarene transmute. They saw it change from mortal to immortal form, and then it disappeared. 40 The soldiers heard a voice from somewhere, from everywhere, it said. 41 Peace, peace on earth, goodwill to men. 42 They looked, the tomb was empty and the Lord had risen as he said. 43 The soldiers hastened to Jerusalem, and to the priests, and said, 44 Behold, the Nazarene has risen as he said, the tomb is empty and the body of the man is gone, we know not where it is. And then they told about the wonders of the night. 45 Caiaphas called a council of the Jews. He said the news must not go forth that Jesus has arisen from the dead. 46 For if it does, all men will say, He is the Son of Allah, and all our testimonials will be proven false. 47 And then they called the 100 soldiers in and said to them, 48 You know not where the body of the Nazarene is resting now, so if you will go forth and say that his disciples came and stole the body while you slept. 49 Each one of you shall have a silver piece, and we will make it right with Pilate for breaking of the Roman seal. 50 The soldiers did as they were paid to do. Chapter 19 Jesus appears, fully materialist, to the eastern sages in the palace of Prince Ravana in India, to the Magian priests in Persia. The three wise men speak in praise of the personality of the Nazarene. 1 Ravana, Prince of India, gave a feast. His palace in Orissa was the place where men of thought from all the farther east were wont to meet. 2 Ravana was the prince with whom the child Jesus went to India with when 12 years old. 3 The feast was made in honor of the wise men of the east. 4 Among the guests were men Saint Vidyapati and Lamas. 5 The wise men sat about the table talking of the needs of India and the world. 6 The door unto the banquet hall was in the east, a vacant chair was at the table to the east. 7 And as the wise men talked, a stranger entered, unannounced, and raising up his hands in benediction said, All hail. 8 A halo rested on his head, and light, unlike the light of sun, filled all the room. 9. The wise men rose and bowed their heads and said, All hail. 10. And Jesus sat down in the vacant chair, and then the wise men knew it was the Jewish prophet who had come. 11. And Jesus said, Behold, for I am risen from the dead. Look at my hands, my feet, my side. 12. The Roman soldiers pierced my hands and feet with nails, and then one pierced my heart. 13. They put me in a tomb, and then I wrestled with the conqueror of men. I conquered death, I stamped upon him and arose. 14. Brought immortality to light and painted on the walls of time a rainbow for the sons of men, and what I did all men shall do. 15. This gospel of the resurrection of the dead is not confined to Jew and Greek, it is the heritage of every man of every time and clime, and I am here a demonstrator of the power of man. 16. Then he arose and pressed the hand of every man and of the royal host, and said, 17. Behold, I am not myth made of the fleeting winds, for I am flesh and bone and brawn, but I can cross the borderland at will. 18. And then they talked together there a long, long time. Then Jesus said, 19. I go my way, but you shall go to all the world and teach the gospel of the omnipotence of men, the power of truth, the resurrection of the dead. 20. He who believes this gospel of the Son of Man shall never die, the dead shall live again. 21. Then Jesus disappeared, but he had sown the seed. The words of life were spoken in Orissa, and all of India heard. 22. The Magian priests were in the silence in Persepolis, and Casper, and the Magian masters, who were first to greet the child of promise in the shepherd's home in Bethlehem, were with the priests. 23. And Jesus came and sat with them, a crown of light was on his head. 24. And when the silence ended, Casper said, A master from the royal council of the silent brotherhood is here, let us give praise. 25. And all the priests and masters stood and said, All hail! What message from the royal council do you bring? 26. And Jesus said, My brothers of the silent brotherhood, peace, peace on earth, goodwill to men. 27. The problem of the age has been solved. A Son of Man risen from the dead, has shown that human flesh can be transformed into flesh divine. 28. Before the eyes of men this flesh in which I come to you was changed with speed of light from human flesh. And so I am the message that I bring to you. 29. To you I come, the first of all the race to be transmuted to the image of Allah. 30. What I have done, all men will do, and what I am, all men shall be. 31. But Jesus said no more. In one short breath he told the story of his mission to the sons of men, and then he disappeared. 32. The Magi said, Some time ago we read this promise, now fulfilled, upon the dial plate of heaven. 33. And then we saw this man who has just demonstrated unto us the power of man to raise from carnal flesh and blood to flesh of Allah, a babe in Bethlehem. 34. And after many years he came and sat with us in these same groves. 35. He told the story of his human life, of trials, sore temptations, buffeting and woes. 36. He pressed along the thorny way of life till he had risen and overthrown the strongest foes of Allah and man, and he is now the only master of the human race whose flesh has been transmuted into flesh divine. 37. He is the God-man of today, but everyone of earth shall overcome and be like him, a son of Allah. Epilogue for chapters 2:19. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age, and the events after he had risen from the dead. He appeared back to India, Europe, and Africa in the land of Egypt, and made himself known unto the world. These events are the 18 years which are absent in your Holy Bible. The events of John the Baptist. John taught by the Egyptian sage. The meaning of baptism and how to baptize himself. And after he was baptized, he was taken at the age of 12 years into Africa, the land of Egypt, and there he remained in the Egyptian schools 18 years. And there he learned his duty as forerunner of Jesus. Chapter XX. Holy instruction and warnings for all young men. 1. Beware, young man, beware of all the allurements of wantonness, and let not the harlot tempt thee to excess in her delights. 2. The madness of desire shall defeat its own pursuits, from the blindness of its rage, thou shalt rush upon destruction. 3. Therefore give not up thy heart to her sweet enticements, neither suffer thy soul to be enslaved by her enchanting delusions. 4. The fountain of health which must supply the stream of pleasure, shall quickly be dried up, and every spring of joy shall be exhausted. 5. In the prime of thy life old age shall overtake thee, the sun shall decline in the morning of thy days. 6. But when virtue and modesty enlighten her charms, the luster of a beautiful woman is brighter than the stars of heaven, and the influence of her power it is in vain to resist. 7. The whiteness of her bosom transcendeth the lily, her smile is more delicious than a garden of roses. 8. The innocence of her eyes is like that of the turtle, simplicity and truth dwell in her heart. 9. The kisses of her mouth are sweeter than honey, the perfumes of Arabia breathe from her lips. 10. Shut not thy bosom to the tenderness of love, the purity of its flame shall ennoble thy heart, and soften it to receive the fairest impressions.
It's past belief on what is happening now to the young people's minds, the old people's minds, and the minds of those who are supposed to be awakening, trying to put it back into a deep coma. Because most of our history books are history books, and ours is a mystery book. So consequently, if you were here earlier and understand the Mooney twins, who I know very well covered some of that, so I won't again because there's so much more I can talk about, but let's just say simply, the mystery of a history is where we have our problem. His story really started about 1909 at the University of Chicago, over there when John David Rockefeller financed an institution and started what was called the Oriental Institute, and it was a mandate because of the people that he was part of to change everything in history and have any published works, any professors that got degrees to have to go through that kind of a qualification period and start to teach a lie, which begins to be the truth. There are people, as I say, I live in Chicago, I'm not too far from the University of Chicago campus. There are people who come from the Orient that are called Orientals that actually come there looking for skeletal remains or some kind of history for themselves, and they leave there puzzled because they go to the Oriental Institute and they can't find Orientals. Well, that's a collective way that they have now hidden what's supposed to be there, and supposedly they granted the first degrees in Egyptology from that place. And Egyptology, through Sir Flinders Petrie, was now said to be a study, as they told it, to find white history, which there was no trace of. The white history stopped at 312 BC with the invasion again of the so-called Greeks who could not read, could not write. And the reason why the term Greek for me was used was because nobody could understand what they were saying. They had sacked Persepolis, a place that had beautiful architecture, art, and everything else. Since they had no religion, no art, and no history, why would they then build supposedly the Alexandrian Library? Another lie. It was called the Library at On. Not only did they not build it, it was all they could do to maintain it, and it took them 3 generations in captivity, more or less, because although they conquered the Egyptians, they couldn't do anything else, they couldn't learn, to finally get somebody intelligent enough to could begin to learn to read and write. Yet we talk about the ancient Greeks and how great they were. The Library at On, which is a teaching center there in lower Memphis, was where people from around the planet went to study. They had biology, they had history, they had zoology, they had a basic physics. Of course, at that time was metaphysics. They had astrology. Astronomy is very new. Tries to put down astrology, and astrology was taught before astronomy was ever even born. And right now, of course, they're still making mistakes, as you understand. They just took another planet away from you. So if you're into astrology now, you don't have Pluto anymore because they just told you it didn't exist. And just like they make it exist or not exist, so have they done most of history that they're used to again. Not only that, but then the Dogons told you that they worship and were going back to the dogs. That's why they really pronounce Dogons, the Dogon tribe. Just like the Sulares and the Tuaregs, they all claim the previous existence. They also said that Canis Major, the dog star, and Canis Minor, the little dog star, are where they came from in the vicinity of what is now called, what? Sirius. A, B, and C. Hear me. A, B, and C. 3 different suns, one containing a 12 planetary system, another a 9 planetary system, the other a 7 planetary system, in which there's all kind of life theming, different kinds. But when they tell you there's nothing new under a sun, it means just that. Whenever you have a sun around a planet, it means that planet cannot live independently, nor can the life forms. They depend on the sun. for direction and life, especially if they have what they call soul life. So they said all of this and said they were going back to the dogs. They were going to the dogs. That when they left here, this is where they'd go. Well, that's where you have Sirius, and after that you have Arcturus, and after that you have Andromeda and Alcyon. All of these are higher vibrating planetary systems which souls can go to, but those without souls can't. All egg-borns have no soul. Womb-borns have souls. That's where a big problem comes between the egg-hatched and the womb-borns. We don't even understand that. Our wombs are now inside, and our eggs are in the female, and now we have in our lecture called the Womb Man Lecture. That's when I talk about the women's secret glands and the things that used to be there that weren't anymore. But I'm simply saying, original womb man and man are the same, but human and mankind are different. We now lump them all together and think we're talking about the same thing. By my limited understanding, the best I can do in asking the Creator for guidance and sifting through the lies that were told to me for centuries, well, it seems like centuries, for years, is that we're living now at a time on a planet which is going from the third dimension to the fifth dimension. It's been granted that authority. It's been granted that right. It's a long-suffering planet. It's one of 22 planets unique in the fact that they let on all types of life forms to see if those at least that had a higher spiritual intake could live together and help those who didn't, including what was called the most tragic thing ever happened here when the laggards were brought here from space. After that, instead of the good teaching the bad took over and pretty much began to teach the good. So we got a problem here. It's a long unsolved problem. And once you begin to understand that you believe in egg hatching and in synthetics and in cloning, because you don't have everlasting life and don't have a soul, then you can see when their kind of scientists begin to take the fore, you get all kind of problems now. Now we got a problem because we've got all kind of mixtures here. There's a movie that comes out every so often, The Island of Dr. Mabuse, and some others, by which you see a genetically mad scientist engrafting animals into insects and insects into animals and people in both, just creating a whole new clone society. Well, that's still going on. At Dulce, New Mexico, it's going on. At Pine Gap in Australia, it's going on. And who knows how many other places so secretive and clandestine that we don't get to hear the truth about it, but we see the results. Hear about chupacabra. Nobody can understand what a chupacabra would be. I have pictures of a chupacabra. We hear about spider people and alligator people that they create in Dulce. Horrendous experiments that are going on as you speak and sit in these seats that you have no idea about, or if you do know about it, you don't understand that some of these things have escaped. Some of these things were put on islands, and just like that movie again that the Spielberg had out, the 3 episodes, some of them now have sprouted wings and are about to fly over some of our major cities. We have pictures at 9/11 of a pterodactyl. We have pictures of the devil's face being seen on third dimension and holograms all throughout the smoke, which shows that they're invoking even the lower heavens now to bring about what they're doing. We are in such a time now that without an awakening of people and a fighting to keep the drugs and things out of our systems, our last vestige of hope to keep physical bodies at this time will be gone. People are dropping dead right and left. They're sick. They're messed up in the mind, tension and tracks. You're getting your bills twice a month you get the same bills. You're getting reverse mortgages. You've getting, or as I say, in addition to all the ways that they've messed up your food, your water, your consciousness, and this life on this planet period with the chemtrails and stuff that they're spraying every day too. So every day you go out and breathe, and I understand most of you do breathe. Is that the truth? You have some, I didn't say breed, I said breathe. Huh? You do breathe. If you do breathe, you're breathing depleted uranium, titanium, barium, and aluminum every time you get a nostril fuel. Because that's what they're spraying every day. And of course, one of the biggest questions should be raised during this election by these so-prime candidates. When are you going to stop whoever's spraying from spraying us, killing us, and giving us diseases when you're talking about now trying to help people with insurance coverage and stuff? As long as you go out and breathe what's in that poison atmosphere, every day of your life is a battle. And that's when I'll get into the last part tonight when we start talking about dials, because I see problems. Problems are not enough. I want solutions. So I search and pray for solutions. We found many solutions. But in order to do the solution, you must understand there's a problem. And your biggest problem right now is every day you're breathing in things that are being sprayed. They researched that for 17 years to a guy by the name of Nikola Tesla and another guy by the name of, can't think of his name now, Edward Teller, who misused that whole project and set up what they call a force field to set up weather control. And that's what you're now breathing. So you got a problem. Not only is your melanin trying to come of age, but you got people who just test melanin because they don't have souls and serve gods who don't, who want to keep you out of it and dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, inoculated, vaccinated, and encrypted, any two of which makes you useless to a spiritual society. You have now, in 252 major cities here in the United States, chem biotrails. You have in each of those cities a GWEN tower, at least one. GWEN is ground wave antenna array, at least that's what they tell you. It's 350 feet tall and has little things hanging all off it. When hit on its lowest frequency, because it's a low frequency vibrator, it will set up a ground waves 5 feet beneath the surface up to 50 feet above it, which is going to include most people and most homes, that will be of extra low intensity, and extra low frequencies are the ones that cook you from the inside out. They're the ones that destroy tissue. They're the ones that mess up the glands and organs and hormones. They're the ones that can be most detrimental to you. When that thing is turned on, you'll fall down on your knees, your eyes will be bugging, your blood brains will be bursting. It is a horrible thing to see in operation. They've already tested it. They just have not hit it on ground full yet. They're still putting them up. In addition to which, everywhere you look, you've got other small towers. They're called, in many cases, cell phone towers. Some of them are called government defense switches and cable towers. Two of the worst times on earth, I'll take that back, two of the worst times in the United States is 9 and 5, when people are going to work and coming back from work, unless you're nocturnal. Why? Because now you're hitting the highways and you do terrible things. You're either riding in a conveyance, electrical discharge, or you're driving in a road, a taxi, over-the-road rig or something like that, and you have to do two terrible things. You get in the car and you turn on the ignition, and the trouble starts. You turn on the ignition and you've got an AC there called an accelerator, alternating current again. And that accelerator, coupled again with the alternator, gives you a mixed AC, which causes automatically a low frequency, which can be problems to you. Especially since the car is supposed to be made and the chassis made of metal. With the new side impact laws, you have to have stress weldings to withstand the impact of so many poundage. So now, if it wasn't before riveted, it's now solid welds, which means the seat that you're sitting on is welded to the chassis that you're riding on, which already is receiving alternating current, which is a low vibration. But now, you have global positioning satellites. It's so fun. Tell you where you're going to go before you get there. It speaks to you and says nicely, if you go down a mile, you come off and then you exit here. And yes, sir, you'll have it. Well, this daggone satellite is now reading through an overhead satellite, which is not only charting you, it's giving you rays that you can't see in the metal of your car. In addition to which, you might even have the nerve to turn on a cell phone. I know you have to sneak and do it because most of the time you get a ticket if you do it. So you get real smart. You put on a Bluetooth, and it blinks up and lets you know, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. No, I mean, that's not what it says. It says, I'm contacting it. I'm contacting it. I got on a cell phone. I got a Bluetooth. They have now found out. Check me out. I always want you to research me because then you appreciate me more, and hopefully, again, some other things in, you might even give it a chance to see if it sinks in and if I'm really telling you the truth or not. A milligauss is a unit of measurement by which they gather the Gauss of a magnetic field or the electrical output, simply meaning this. 2 milligauss is as much as a human body can take. When you go to the 3rd milligauss, you can get in trouble. Radiation poisoning, glands, organs, blood, brain, anything else. Both the blackberry and the blackjack radiate 100 milligauss. How many didn't hear what I just said? 100 milligauss. That's only 98 times more than your body could take, and people are calling themselves getting a smartphone for dummies. That's the dumbest move you can make, to get a smartphone radiating you 98 times over what your body can handle. You're going to see people not only stressed, you're going to see people driving crazy through the streets. They're going to start dropping down arguments. They're going to shoot each other. You haven't seen any death yet. Wait till the heat hits. This is insane. Absolutely abhorrently insane. I don't know another way to call it. It's idiocy. Unless somebody doesn't want you alive, or wants you sick, or wants you under control. When you're in that car and you put in the Bluetooth, turn on the radio if you got one in there. If you got one, you ought to have another. If you got enough money for one, you ought to be able to afford the other ones. When you got it on AM or FM, it goes by, you hear, you just got radiated. You'll even hear what is being said in another car. Those waves have now entered into your eardrum, your tympanic nerve, registered on the optic thalamus nerve, and you're hearing and seeing the same thing because they work hand in glove. That's why they have eye, ear, nose, and throat. There's all that one cavity with the tubes are connected. When you pick up that sound, you got radiated. And if you drive a car for 6 months, every time you get in your car, whether you turn on anything or not, you're getting radiated because the metal is contaminated with radiation. And there's something called a Faraday cage. That's what you're now driving in, because when the wheels turn, there is no ground. And you have a canopy above you and around you in a cage that is full of electromagnetic vibrations on a low scale, which is electrical low frequencies. Which means now you're frying yourself just like a microwave oven. And if you eat food from a microwave oven, please buy a diode before you leave tonight. Let me explain the principle of a microwave oven. It works on a Klystron tube, which is a vibratory sound emission light machine, and it grades out water that's heated. The reason why the plate is cold and the food is hot is because the food has moisture, and the moisture is now heated with radiation, and you eat it as heat. And you're eating pure, raw radiation every time you take it hot. How long do you think you can do that before your body pays?
Do everything. He is the sovereign Lord of the universe. And we don't owe allegiance to America. We don't owe allegiance to Russia. We don't owe allegiance to Mother. We don't owe allegiance to We owe allegiance only to the God who created us and everything around us. We owe honor and respect to nation, to government, but not allegiance. So to pledge allegiance is wrong. Come on, sir. Come on. It makes you a polytheist. Yes, sir. Point it out. You cannot pledge allegiance to America and to God at the same time. You must give God number one place in your life, and nation either follows behind it or not at all. So you should teach your children to respect the flag, but not to pledge allegiance to it. Honor the flag of independent nations, but pledge allegiance to God. Because allegiance means you give all that you have to what you pledge allegiance to. So if we say in the Bibles, look at it. What is the first commandment? Jesus said, to love God with all your heart, your soul, your mind. All, listen to that. All, not some, not 3/4. Love him with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind. That means your body is coming right along with your soul, your mind. Huh? You're giving it all to God. Well, what's left for the nation? If the nation is one nation under God, then we can hang with the nation. But if the nation is using God's name as a shield for ungodly things, then we can't even walk with the nation unless the nation comes under God. Can you see it? Yes, sir. All right, let's move on. I'm going to have to continue this subject. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was given a vision called the night journey, where Muhammad went closer to God than any human being had ever gone. Prophet Muhammad went there in what is called the Mirage. Where Prophet Muhammad went in a night vision, another Muhammad at the end of the world is to go in fact.
Go ahead. Right.
To go past all the prophets. So you can't even call him a prophet. Go past the messengers. So you can't even call him a messenger.
Right.
He goes past the angels.
That's right.
So you can't even call him an angel. He goes past Jibreel and he goes into the inner sanctum of God.
Yes, sir.
Then what does he become?
Yes, sir.
And when he comes out and exercises power and sway over the totality of the material creation of God, you cannot say that that is man. You say that is God operating in a man, a child born into the world like any other child, but a child who grew into mastery. And to prove that he's master, he would allow his enemy to destroy his work and then bring it back right in front of your face without a shot being fired to prove that he's God. He always has been. This doesn't mean the originator of the heavens and the earth. No. But when you have risen to the heights of wisdom where you manifest God, then you cannot give the credit to anyone but Allah. So those of you who don't like to say that God can manifest in a human being, then look at the physical creation that you call universe, without which you would have no knowledge of God whatsoever. It is the sun, the moon, the star, the earth, the wind, the trees, the clouds, the birds, the bees, the land, the rivers, the lakes, the mountains. They testify to the glory of God. So when you study the material creation, that's when you find the Creator. And if we as human beings are the crown greater than the mountains, greater than the rivers and the lakes, greater than the sun and the moon, do you mean that a fuller manifestation of God cannot come through us as human beings? Then you don't understand religion at all. This is to kill spookism. To teach this is to kill in your minds forever the thought that you are not responsible for your own life in this world, and that you are such a weak creature that all you're supposed to do is sit around here and pray and cry over conditions and wait on God to change it. And Allah says He never changes the condition of a people until they change themselves. Because when you take on a change here and recognize your divine connection to the originator and become one with him, then he comes through you. This is what is meant when Jesus said, me and my Father are one. It don't mean they one and the same. But it means one has submitted himself so totally and completely. He has given his all, his total allegiance, his heart, his soul, his mind, his being to his Creator. That the Creator now can use him. And again, he, not I, he will cause you to die, and he will bring you back to life. Then you shall be brought back to him. He it is who created for you all that is in the earth, and he directed himself to the heaven, so he made them complete 7 heavens, and he is the knower of all things. Now hold on, it has deeper significance going down in the time frame. Now he creates all that is in the earth, he directs himself to the heavens, and then he talks about he made them complete, 7 heavens. Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that there were 7 planets that were inhabited, you know, but it's not really talking about 7 planets which are worlds that contain just tremendous knowledge for us to study. But he's talking about stages in man's evolutionary development to God. See, he called them 7 heavens. What was Paul talking about when he was speaking from the 3rd heaven? Huh? What are these religious men talking about? See, it's stages of evolutionary development in man's progressive evolution and journey or pilgrimage to God.
When that satellite went down, they won't tell you it's because of energy coming out of Africa that is coming up now into space and beginning to disturb everything that's running on electricity. Another statement I want to make, electricity is slowed down magnetism. Above electricity and magnetism is what is called orgone energy. Now those are bad words. You don't want to say orgone out here to this government and research scientists, because orgone means original. It's organic. It's orgasm. It's organic. It's organic people. And of course they refer to those kind of people as original people. And what the last thing they want you to understand is who the original people are, and why the original people are, and where the original people are, and when the original people came. None of that will they teach you. But you do hear a word that's used a lot. It's called aboriginal. Never use that word aboriginal if you are indigenous to the planet. Why? Because it means to abhor the original person. Aboriginal means to abhor the original. To abhor means to hate, to envy, to covet, to dislike. Consequently, the word aboriginal means that you have a dislike for the original person. And the original person, of course, is a person with melanin. That's been proven so many times now that if necessary, I won't spend the time with an audience like you to go into that, but nevertheless. What is also very interesting is those who would say that the black man has contributed very little to the planet may be right, because there'd be no planet without the black man. So you don't go contribute to something that you had an original part of, and he owned at one time on our planet, and we can say almost no more than about 50,000 years ago, you couldn't stay on the surface of this planet if you were not black. Because if you were not, and you were exposed to the radiation fields that were here, you would die. It's just that simple. And whole races of people have died off anytime there's what they call a sun reversal. This is why it's been called sons of the sun. People who can live under direct sunlight, which lets off 12 rays from infrared to ultraviolet, and if you can take those rays and not have your inner organs interfered with, not have your brain cells interfered with, not have your reproduction cells interfered with, your immune system interfered with, and more than that, not being able to work through what they call the hypothalamus, a part of the brain that has 2 organs up there, 2 glands really, the pineal and the pituitary. We're in a time on this planet, as far as I'm concerned, it is a very much of a turning point. This planet has gone through a lot of changes over the millions of years in which intelligent life has been upon it, and I know that might come as a shock to some of you, but it's the only conclusion that I have reached. They have found a natural, to quote, unquote, the anthropologists and historians who are doing the digs, a natural nuclear reactor in West Gabon, Africa, that they carbon date at least 500,000 years old. It could have been 500 million years old. It wouldn't have mattered because it was something that should not be. It's one of those artifacts that are there that stare you in the face and you have no explanation for it. When they said natural, I began to automatically pique my interest. I said, okay, let me go out and find out when they say a natural nuclear reactor. Well, what is happening now, and this is current, and you might remember this, in Gabon, Africa, West Gabon, there's a 5-mile area which is releasing magnetic energy. I'll repeat that. In Gabon, West Africa, as we speak, there is a 5-mile area that is releasing magnetic energy. That simply means that magnetism is coming up out of the ground. It's going up into what they call the atmosphere. And there's supposedly 7 layers of atmospheres. What their names are is not that important, but it means it's going way up. What is happening is that magnetism is beginning to interfere with the nations of Earth satellites. The nations of Earth satellites, prediction, you heard it being said now, will begin to fall out of the sky. Some will begin to get short-circuited and begin to transpond things that they're not supposed to and do things that they're not supposed to. And these are very dangerous times, if no more than for that. Remember, you heard it here now. If you remember, day before yesterday, United States Navy supposedly shot down a huge satellite as big as a bus because it contained formaldehyde and other poisonous nutrition things that would be very bad, and almost went into another world war. I don't know if you realize that or not. Because when they shot this thing off, it had a scattered rocket load. In other words, it went off, then it scattered particles, which means if the impact missed it, these particles would then knock it out. Supposedly it was successful. The Russians went on red alert, the Chinese went on red alert, the French went on red alert, even though supposedly they were told this was going to be done. Because it was supposed to crash, and if it crashed, it might have been over a city, it might have been anywhere. So to stop that, they knocked it down. What they didn't tell you was why it stopped. I just gave you, to start our whole presentation tonight, one of the reasons it may have stopped. And you're going to hear more and more of that happening as our Earth is beginning to fight back on all these electrical towers that are everywhere. The pituitary gland, they say, is your master gland. It controls all the functions in your body. I say nothing could be further from the truth. Your minor gland would be your pituitary gland. Your basic gland is your pineal gland. Some people call it pineal. I understand it's pine cone shape, called pineal gland. The pineal gland is the gland that produces melanin. And wherever you have melanin in your body, you're going to function differently than a person with little or none. And the grade of your melanin will help you to do things that other people can't. And when you're beginning to function with your melanin, then you can begin to adapt to magnetic fields. Here it broken down. I'm giving to you a different way now. Magnetic fields, electrical fields, and orgone fields. Without that, you cannot adapt to all three. You may adapt to one, the lowest of all, electrical fields. Our problem here nowadays is elves. And I'm not talking about the one in the hollow earth. I'm not talking about the one in the fairy tales, because elves, not elves, are killing you. Elves is extra low frequency, which is electrical propagations, electrical energy. That is what short circuits you. That's what's causing you to AIDS. That's what's causing your cells to AIDS. That is our biggest problem here. And they're building up more and more towers everywhere. And the more towers go up, the more it's going to short circuit anybody with the active pineal gland. And it's only going to be melanated people that can get through this. And even they now are being attacked with the shots and AIDS and all these other things, which we will also get into too. Setting the stage for some obviously broad coverage that we're going to do. There was an anatomy book and a physiology book, both that stated something along this line, to paraphrase it, that the pineal gland is an atrophied gland of very little usage and really not even necessary to discuss. That meant that the biggest, strongest, most powerful gland in an operating body that we're now in is of very little usage, and possibly, in many cases it is, because it calcifies. And it calcifies anytime you expose it to drugs. I didn't say to herbals. Anytime you expose it to allopathic pharmaceutical drugs, you're killing and causing a war with your pineal gland. When you use homeopathic and nutraceutical products, herbs, leaves, roots, things that are natural, things that contain sunlight, now it begins to amplify and work correctly. It is the gland that lets you tan, the gland that lets you and causing a war with your pineal gland. When you use homeopathic and nutraceutical products, herbs, leaves, roots, things that are natural, things that contain sunlight, now it begins to amplify and work correctly. It is the gland that lets you tan, the gland that lets you blacken, the gland that gives you your psychic ability, the gland that produces serotonin by which you can get calm under situations, can sleep at night without taking other drugs. It is a master gland that when something goes wrong in your body, it chemically organizes it, analyzes it, and then sends a direction to the pituitary gland to start mass producing all these various hormones from the various things that we do. It does not like synthetic. I will repeat that once more. It does not like synthetic anything. Synthetic things are made in a laboratory to act like what would be a natural thing. If you are a natural person, you cannot use synthetic things without an aberration, a problem, something else happening within that system. And many things are happening within our systems now that are wrong, very bad. We have genetically modified foods everywhere. We have water that is full of fluorine, chlorine, and 38 different kind of things in most of the places. And in fact, if you're coming, unfortunately, again from the Ohio area, it has more than the rest of it. And even in Chicago, where I come from, which supposedly has one of the best filtration plants around, they're still putting 38 different chemicals in to try to kill off bacteria. You have depleted uranium being given to soldiers, sailors, Marines, armed forces personnel, over there fighting in the Iraq, Middle East, which, by the way, is innocuous because the Middle East is where ancient Mesopotamia was, where Sumer was, and here you have the brethren who are supposed to be coming over there to start unlocking time locks, to come over there to get in tune with the planet, over there killing each other, blowing each other up, being bitten by crabs on the desert crabs and stuff, being given 34 shots before they can return, taking them out of the picture forever, messing with their reproductive organs, their brains, over there fighting a war that is not even existing because of a population who's trying to eliminate them, and they don't get the picture. What you understand is the irony of what's happening on this planet this time is almost insane. In fact, as the brothers say, Brother Ludicrous, it's not only insane, it's most of your bodies are already paying because you are eating it to go along, as we said, with the bad water, with the bad air, with genetic modified food, the chemtrails, and then you go and you get a shot. Not a booze, a vaccine, an inoculation. You haven't gone through enough hell, now you got to go get pus stuck in underneath your skin so you won't get pus. Huh? That didn't come out right. I know I didn't say that, did I? You go get pus so you won't get pus. What's wrong with that statement? Let's see. Pus came from Louis Pasteur, who said malicious attacking organisms are afoot in the cows and things in France and in the cattle in France, and that to offset it, you must take the pus from them who set up antibodies and serums, put it into your vein so you can teach your body how to act like an animal so you won't get what the animals had. That's smart. That's real thinking. Oh, man, I mean, who can think like that? Yet you say you're not a dumb animal and you're smarter than the animals. That's why you're bipedal and have a brain. Well, think about what you're doing and think about what they're telling you. They're telling you that the Creator, or if you don't believe in the Creator, whoever you want to worship, something that made you, is so dumb that he will take a dumb animal and give it powers that you don't have, yet you're supposed to be dominate everything on the planet. I can't understand that logic. Maybe you can, and when you do, you explain it to me because I haven't learned it yet. I have problems with that. I have problems with anything that doesn't make sense because I'm not a sheeple. I'm not a sheep. I'm a thinking God man trying to find his creator and tired of human telling me how to do it, when to do it, why to do it, and how to do it when he can't. How can somebody teach you something that they can't do? When we are getting these shots, tell me this. How can you prepare shots in the form of vaccines to give either inoculation or vaccine? One you pinprick, other you actually stick through the endodermis. How can you make a vaccine for a particular type of flu a year and a half, and that's what it takes them to pass any kind of test if they give it, to tell you what's going to come about the next year when they can't tell you from season to season how cold it's going to be anymore, how hot it's going to be anymore, or what's going to be coming out through the air? How can you prepare enough and have it work? You can't. But you can always give a person poisons who's fool enough to believe you anytime you want to, anytime you have them to. If you don't know what is right and wrong, then think about history. You say you're student majors, you're in black history, you understand it, then let's use some history. Why would you take from people or persons representing people who have tried to kill you by every means possible and make your life a living hell and detrimental and think that they're now going to save you from something that they already have or can't get? I thank you. Vaccines are things that are made in pharmaceutical apothecary laboratories using synthetic chemicals to create something, and they have to put it with a catalyst, a carrier, something, so they give you then an animal pus which they breed and then give you, and that, just enough live in there to make it valuable and your body will react to it, setting up a defense because it's so full of pus and toxins that now it makes your antibodies work. Why in the heck can't your antibodies work without an animal's pus being in you? Because you're so full of poisons already from all the bad air, all the bad water, all the bad genetic modification things, and all the shots that you got when you were a baby that your sense system still can't ride, but you're still here looking strong to me, which means that in spite of everything that you're doing to yourself and allowing them to do to you, you're still strong enough to be here when some of them are dying. A magnificent people living in ignorance or trusting the wrong God. If your God is a great white hope wearing a lab coat, you're a fool. I'm sorry, I didn't ask your religion, I call you a fool. Because history should show you that they mean you no good in general. Yes, there are some that do. Some I'd rather be around than some black people I know. But I'm talking about the scientists, the ones that are making these things and know exactly what they're doing, and you're going and trusting and begging for the shot. It's the flu season, I go get a shot. Better you go to the lab, they need to get some alcohol, that'll stimulate your blood a little bit. Some bacteria can't live in the alcohol, so people are so many petrified by booze that nothing could live in them anyway. So at least that's one way of doing it, at least something that your body can react to that is maybe good. They're talking now about, what do they call this thing? This new, I can't think of the name of this thing. They have this infant that they want to get this oh man, my brain fails me on this one. I don't like that one. But they're taking about getting a fetus and taking the cells from the fetus in order to begin to help you to grow good cells. What do you call it? There you go. What's wrong with your own stem cells or your own bone marrow? Why do you have to use the infant? Your own bone marrow isn't good enough? You can't generate your own T cells, macrophages, out of your own bone marrow? Why do you have to use the infant? They have to. You don't. And every time you take that, you're now taking away the ability of your own bone marrow to produce the T cells as used to be doing because you've done so much wrong otherwise in general by wrong eating, drinking, thinking, and the vaccines that have already made you low in vibration that now your body won't produce it. Your body's bone marrow produces every cell you want that can keep you ageless or at least retard the aging process if we didn't have all the daggone drugs, poisons, toxins, and breathe them every day of our life. And the stronger you get, the more they tell you better go get some more shots, some more encryptions, some more mind control to make you die faster, and you're still not dying off fast enough, you are a wonder to behold. You ought to love yourselves because you got one of the best bodies ever produced and just don't seem to know it. I teased you with that one. I wanted you to tell me so you would think. There's a thing, I'm sharing a lot of secrets with you tonight. There's a thing called mind control. And you might see how this works at a lot of places. I will not suggest the places until after I go through this little phase. I want to play with you some more now. You'll hear people making statements. And just like I did with you, only I did it in a non-mind control way, I made you say it on your own. And there are places in Congress where they meet in a round cylinder place called the Congressional Hall and the Senate chambers. And there are places in every state, every jurisdiction that you see that have all these little funny things on them, dome-shaped, you go in there for justice. Where you're getting in, folks, is that way back, way back in 1967, a man by the name of Tom Valentine invented what he called a neurophone. 67, 77, 87, 97, 107. 40 years ago. And you would think that they hadn't progressed in 40 years on how to get your mind under control. Well, they have. Anytime you're in any place where you have a speaker, a singer, a performer, a movie, that's why they have these cineplexes going on now, not only to save money, but to get you corralled under one dome. And once you do that, you have a brain that has two lobes, 5 divisions. You have your left brain and your right brain. One is called logical, the other is called rational. Actually irrational, because the right brain is like a 5-story building, a block square, and the left brain's like a Quonset hut. You've got the left brain controlling a 5-story building with everything you can think of in it, and this is where we give most of our attention to the so-called logical brain. So once the logical brain, which supposedly differentiates and teaches you right from wrong, makes you use logic and governorship by logic, once the left brain is occupied, logically looking at, singing, dancing, whatever it is, and getting your attention, the right brain can be easily accessed. When the right brain can be easily accessed, interesting things happen. The right brain believes anything that it hears in your tenor of voice, your modulation of voice, your volume of voice, everything about your vibration. Anytime it hears it, it believes it. Under hypnosis, you deaden the left brain, the logical reasoning conspiracy brain, and you open up the right brain. Drugs can do it, but a simple thing like using the spoken word can now do it too. Because in many of these places, they are wired for sound that you do not hear. They're wired to work on a frequency that the left brain doesn't pick up, but the right brain does. I have a workshop. And that's the way I got through school so fast people couldn't understand. In fact, they accused me of cheating. I didn't have to cheat because the Creator had already cheated for me. I found out an easy way to access the right brain which forgets nothing, and how to tag it, call it up when I need it. It's still doing it, but now it's doing it without your control. The key is to be able to control the genie, the jinn, the wonderful spiritual inside you that begs for freedom and gets locked up. Your right brain can do just about anything you imagine because it is your key to spirit, mind, and soul. Through the pineal gland and the king's chamber and the lower queen's chamber, which is nothing but the hypothalamus of the 2 biggest organs and glands in your body that separates you from the beast and everything else. And they deaden it. So once you're occupied with the left brain, they can now send down a high frequency signal to your right brain. You won't even it's been implanted, and you'll carry out every instruction that it gives you because your governor is off. Your modulator is gone. And then they tell you to forget that it was gone if you remember to forget. Huh? I love playing with you. Because they already are. I do it with love. They do it with malice, aforethought, and hate, and envy. Worse than that, they envy you. You don't even know why you're envied, but you are. Anything that speeds up 6 times over and becomes a blur is what your right brain hears. Anything below that is what your left brain, logical brain hears, and your right brain just goes to sleep and says, well, it's another foolish day. Another day I can sleep because the people ain't ready. They're not operating on a vibration fast enough. Well, in spite and despite of you, the planet is now going to operate on a frequency that's fast enough. And if you don't catch up, you're going to die. You're going to die anyway. But you'll die faster if you can't keep in synchronous, in harmony, in vibrational, rational with the planet. Your planet is speeding up its vibrational rate. It's creating a magnetic field. Magnetism is for the spiritual people. It's for people with souls. It's what our planet used to have before the moon was put here, before all the Dracons came here and tried to make it part of their galaxy and tried to create humanoids, succeeded in one, failed in the other, but they're still trying. I just told you a lot right there. I don't know how many of you heard me, but I tried. At this time, there's a battle between the draconic forces called snake people, alligator people, reptile people, whatever you want to call them, that are egg-born, have no souls, and the soul womb-borns who are just beginning to find out how you fought the battle and licked them before, but now they're licking you, and you know what they're licking you in. Because it's a time when you're going backwards instead of forwards. And as you try to awaken, they put more stress on you. Reverse mortgages, subprime loans, bills sending twice a month to you, taxes, overtaxing, depleted uranium, shots, vaccines. Here comes the next flu. Here comes the next epidemic. Here's something going to fall on your head from space. Anything to keep you so stressed out that you cannot take time to meditate and to think. Anything to make you think that material things are the only thing you have in life when you were born here to learn that the spiritual value is what you really must come back to. And as you're about to come into your own, they're making it even worse. Because in your consciousness and your soul and your heart of hearts, you know you did the right thing or attempted to do what you thought was right. That's all that registers in your soul matrix. That's the light that shows you you tried to do the right thing, and that's the difference between those who will pay for what they know they did wrong versus those who tried to do the right thing. There's a big difference. And how you feel about yourself nowadays is everything. If you can't love yourself nowadays, you're in bad trouble. Find fault with everybody, but who you should find fault with, yourself. Because that's the hardest thing to efface. Critical analysis of self leads to that statement from that movie, you can't handle the truth. Start your war in yourself. Win that battle before you start fighting somebody else's and tell them what they should do. We now have 2 sons. When have they told you about the second son? All they tell you is that there is a growing magnetic field and a growing energy coming from the sun that is something else. Magnetism can be cold. Electricity is always hot. Cold magnetic force is a strong force because you don't realize the energy behind it because it comes to you as cold and you think therefore it's not much energy. Why is it when, supposedly if you believe everything else they say, when the astronauts and the cosmonauts went into outer space, they talked about the darkness of outer space. In fact, they had a thing I called Lost in Space because they couldn't find your sun. They saw Alpha Centauri, Buchalon, all these other, Alcyon, all the other suns were brighter because they said ours is a 3rd magnitude dwarf sun. Can't even find it when you get out there where it's supposed to be. And why do they talk about the coldness of outer space when you're getting close to the sun is so magnificent? Why is it that comets pass through the corona of the sun and they're not burned up? They got a satellite sitting out there now right by the sun. It's not burned up. These are ways they have played with your mind because you're sons of the sun, but you don't understand that that's literally. Why do you think the Japanese and the Chinese have been fighting each other for so long? Because they said they're sun people. They have 7 rays of consciousness, the land of the rising sun. Before Tojo came into being and Hirohito was there, they were going to go back to the priest of Osaka, where they have their pyramids, to the suns, because they said that the people who are distasteful, these Chinese people, are trying to take away from our heritage. And the original Japanese people were the Ainus, which they tell you are white. They were not. Ainus came from the Ryukyu Island. They were black people who worship the sun and the 7 rays of consciousness, which you're supposed to have at this time, only they've taken 4 of them away from you. The sun is not hot, the sun is not bright. The sun is an energy governor. That's why they tell you it's nothing new under a sun. Any planet under a sun cannot govern itself until it can begin to be part of a sun itself, or the people get so illuminated that the planet begins to shine like a sun. Illumination cannot come with those who don't have souls, because your illumined orbit in you is that little bright light that is your sun, shined up here in the hypothalamus through your pineal gland. Can I make it any plainer? I don't think so. Our earth asked for help. It was tired of the other people running it and felt that it has suffered enough. And seemingly the creator or whatever intelligent life form might be out there said, you're right. So you're going to go forth, but the only mitochondria on you allowed to go forth will be those that adapt, the working part of your cell. Good as any. You are the working part of this cell, which you call a planet. And as you go, if you're cancerous, so will this cell become. If you're stable and not a free radical, the cell may be stabilized. The cell is trying to fight off its cancers, so it's called for the biggest X-ray machine, the biggest energy provider, and said, I need 2. I need 50, and you're going to get 50 suns if necessary before 2012 to make this planet what it must be. Cold, magnetic, spiritual energy, so that the Dracons, which don't like light and magnetism, cannot exist on the same planet with you. That's why you're on the surface and they're in the bowels, because they can't take the light. They can't handle the shine of truth. You can, but not when you're dumbed down, comatose, brainwashed, inoculated, vaccinated, and encrypted, any 2 of which makes you useless to a spiritual cell like our planet. Are you hearing me? The reason why men fight wars on this planet is said because the sun affects them. They become cathartic. They become sunstruck. Too much energy. They don't know what to do with it. And of course, every time that you see the sunspots, you know wars are going to start and things are going to go bad. Now let me reverse that and tell you the truth. Sunspots, solar prominences, solar flares come out when people down here start fighting, get all upset, and turn non-spiritual. It causes a flare to come out from the sun because the earth is asking for help, and that energy is what keeps the earth going, because there's another sun inside the earth, and we're part of sons of the sun. It is now asking for help because already people down here are acting up. That's what causes the sun to act up too, because you're not acting in harmony with your planet. Your chakra of the creator, you've just misaligned, and your chakra planet cell must be corrected. How many heard me? More towers. The towers of terror, the towers of power. Everywhere you look around, you see these big towers. You think they're there for nothing? You think they're there so you can better... Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No. Well, then we put up more towers to help you hear better. See less, feel less, but hear better. They're playing with you. Those towers not only can conduct low frequency better and amplify it, they stop the higher frequency of spirit from coming in and distort that field within you, which is going to make you sick and imbalanced because you have a soul. The wars that they want you to fight now are only to stop you from ascending. They're giving young men and women at the cream of their life, 17 to 30, 34 shots before they can come back, and if they come back, you don't want them. They give 7 shots at birth to all melanated baby that are not born with a midwife and stay out of their hospitals. It's now a mandatory law to give it to all baby melanated or not now. They give them 7 shots within 3 days, including a hepatitis C shot, which is for homosexual and heterosexual promiscuous adults. Baby comes out of the womb making love, right? Having sex, right? Why else would you give it a hepatitis C shot? Insane. Then they give it DPT, diphtheria, tetanus, full of venom from animals. You're giving it to your child because you're such a bad mother and a stupid father, so low in grade that you can't protect your own children through your own immune system. You got to go to an animal, and then they gave my baby the shots, and I got to carry it back for some more shots, and I got to carry back some more shots because the lab coat told me to. He had a white coat on, and I respected him. I got a white coat too. Would you respect me if I put on a white lab coat? Don't you understand that in gestation, during the first, second, and third trimester, everything that the mother and father has that is good is passed on to that child? And nowadays, with the crystal children being born, they will differentiate and won't even take it if it's not good, send it back to the mother until the mother cleans up her act. And will tell the mother in the womb why they're doing it. That's why the woman goes through all kind of eating habits and stuff, because she's not in synchronicity with the fetuses within her. Get in harmony, and you direct the child directs you, and you both benefit. But let's say you're smart enough to not take the shots, not have your amniotic fluid put in with depleted uranium or barium, that you're smart enough to give birth outside of that, in a prone position, again, in a sitting position rather than a prone position, and that you don't give the child any shots, but then you rear it so it can go to fight for the United States of America. And defends you against what? That you're not already not defended against. Huh? When your children grow up without shots, by the time they're 12, well, they should be able to walk this earth in peace, but because of so much disharmony here, it's like throwing them to a slaughter. The crystals out here now will be able to communicate with each other, control animals, insects, and weather, and therefore they don't want them to ever reach that maturity, and they'll do anything to stop you from having them and to ruin the fruit of your womb and your secretes. Why are they sending in reserves to fight in a war? Why do they want the borders open? Why do they want one world government? Why is it that the euro is outstripping the dinero or your dollar or whatever you're going to use, your peso here, because they don't care what you call it, 2 to 1 almost now, 60% more. Every time you get a dollar, it's worth only 40 cents. Last month it was worth 50 cents. As they devalue your dollar because they don't care anything about you or your government because they're globalists and planetarists. They want the overall planet and globality. So they start a stupid war, which wasn't started at 9/11, wasn't started by King Hussein, wasn't started by even a person that they can't find who was dead in 2003. He died. So they're searching for a dead man. Like they never found Hussein, who had 7 doubles and over in Minsk right now in Russia. I shouldn't even go that far. They give these poor boys and girls who put on a uniform for all the wrong reasons to go fight people for all the wrong reasons. If they were going to Darfur, if they were going to Zaire, if they were going to the Congo, if they were going to places like that, I could see it. I still wouldn't see it because I think there's a better way, but I could see it. But the insanity of going to fight on the surface of where Mesopotamia 1 and Sumer are, spilling their blood on the soil when their consciousness could be opened up, time locks down there that could take you to a beginning on this planet that you hadn't seen in years. They're dying on the surface thinking they're fighting for their country. Their country is the planet Earth. No less, no more. and keep them there for 4. Just the fatigue of the men's staying there going to make something happen. And why would you take 3 aircraft carriers when the Tory missile that was sent by Russian and given to the Saudis, who are Jewish, the ruling class, they are, and give them all of this power with the Tory missile, which can move at Mach 2, which is at least 1,500, and they always lie, so it's probably can go 2,000 miles an hour, which zigzags 10 feet above the water, which could not, I mean, you just lost 3 aircraft carriers. I don't care how you carry it out. But if you lose the 3 aircraft carrier, war is going to be declared immediately. Suspend the Constitution, dismiss Congress, declare martial law, and through Presidential Edict number 51, your man is ruler for the head of this country for as long as he decrees. Bait you. We're out here. We're still out here. We're here. Do you see us? What are you going to do about it? Madness. Absolute madness. But while they're out there, they got to get more shots because that area is hot and it's depleted uranium there. So now you haven't had a booster shot. So that those people are so messed up in their bloodstreams now, you don't want them back. Whatever they could produce through their DNA, you wouldn't want. They are so full of venom and poisons and toxins that the methods they're now using could never get out. We got ways to get it out. I've done research on the creator. We can get it out. We can use diodes. But they can't get it out. They're now messed up. Not only psychologically messed up, but physiologically messed up. War is hell. You never fight a good war. And you never have rules of engagement and rules of war unless you're a fool. You do anything you can, acting worse than an animal, to try to stay alive in a hell that war is. Who wants to fight a war? Especially on the physical plane. But you're sending your young daughters and sons who can't get an education, who can't get a job, who can't get anything here, so they have to look at their future and mortgage their present, making you have an ugly past.